Gentlemen, without further ado, good afternoon. Welcome to the Council meeting of Thursday, the 24th of May, 2020. Please be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, if you could please remember to speak clearly into your speakers, your mics, and only one speaker at a time for clarity. Apologies, I don't believe there are any apologies. Can I call for a mover and a seconder, please? Sorry, I can't see any hands. I've got the annual plan has just completely taken over the.
Happy to
I'll
move.
second it. I'll second.
Thank you very much, Larry and Heidi. All in favour?
Excuse me.
Can we get rid of that presentation, please?
Aye.
Sorry, we don't need to move apologies if there are none. Is that right?
That's
just
right,
about to suggest that. Yeah, there were no apologies, so nothing to.
Apologies. Okay, thank you. Right, moving into the public forum. Mary, welcome. We look forward to hearing about sustainability issues, and we're grateful for you making time to talk about this important subject. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Powell. I've actually written some notes today, which isn't what I usually do, but I thought it was important enough to put some things in some sort of logical order for you. So thanks for the opportunity and acknowledgement of this, obviously of the staff work, the tremendous amount of work that's gone into putting together the work that you've had today, and obviously to the Mayor and councillors for the time, and I guess the pressure, the enormous pressure you feel you're under right at the moment. And so I want to speak to a couple of things in particular. First of all, they're the actual resolutions that the council or the staff are proposing for your consideration. And then I want to speak to actually one thing in particular, and that is obviously the proposal relating to sustainability and the moving of the budget there and what you're thinking of doing as an alternative. So I think in the time I've been associated with our city, we've been through the oil shock of 1974, the madness of the mid-1980s and the share market collapse, the IT bubble of the late 1990s, the GFC in 2008 and 2008 and 2009, so roughly in 10 year cycles. And all of these shocks were in the financial area. So this is the first one New Zealand crisis in the health area, namely COVID-19. But it won't be the last unless we get our approach to climate change right. And I'll just put that signal right up the front. The information that has been presented to you is voluminous and is a huge effort to ask councillors, particularly new councillors, to absorb everything that you've written in a few days. And I have to ask the question, is all that paper work really necessary and the cost of producing it? The raft of resolutions that have been presented to the elected members is a typical council approach. All the proposals presented directly affect the way council is connected to its citizens. Times are tough, so we take away the flowers, we close our place and we reduce the library stock and we start charging for boat ramps. And it all seeks relief in the wrong places. But the most concerning feature of the proposal of the budget is the way that they are all temporary, so that when they get re-included, as most of them are proposed to be, in the TCC budget, then your budget will be raised by 2 to 3% just by re-including them. The crisis that's being faced by all individuals and organisations requires a much more imaginative response, and one that can be effective for more than a year, as the real effects of the lockdown of New Zealand Inc. are yet to be fully realised. The second part I want to talk to you is about the resolutions is the issue of sustainability. A number of my colleagues held an urgent meeting last night, and at this point are really alarmed by the proposal that TCC abandons all resources in the sustainability area in favour of external consultants developing the sustainability strategy. TCC does not need a sustainability strategy, especially one that has been developed by external consultants, as this will never ever embed sustainability in the organisation. I suggest that what you need is a sustainability framework to overlay all your current strategies, and you have heaps of them, and to make them fit for sustainability issues that we will have to face if we are to meet the many challenges of climate change. I think getting another whole strategy developed is just a complete and utter waste of time, and it will actually improve nothing for the Tauranga City Council. My big worry, as I've watched the council in the last couple of years, is that there is no real commitment to sustainability across the organisation, and particularly from the senior management down. And I think that really needs to change. And the way of doing that, for me, is to actually make sure that a KPI is embedded in the chief executive down, that there is a commitment to sustainability in the organisation, that the framework has overlaid everything, and that is gradually embedded in the way council thinks and acts, so that sustainability is coming up from the bottom, from the communities who are strongly committed to it, and the top down in council. I do not think any external organisational consultants are going to help you with that at all. So I think that sustainability is an area of the council that requires unwavering commitment from staff and elected member. So let's consider the tools that we already have. We have 2 staff, and I've noted the comments in the report and asked the question, how much support and encouragement and commitment has those staff had from senior management? And I apologise if this is a bit confrontational, but I actually think this is a really important issue going forward. So you've got an uncompleted environment strategy, which in its draft form had broad community support, and I'd like to see that strategy completed. And that could easily be done by existing staff, as the essential pillars are already there. So I think you need to be very careful in that area of sustainability. If you remove that stuff and go to external consultants to produce you yet another document on top of all the documents you've got, which don't necessarily address sustainability but should, I don't think you're going to advantage the organisation. The overlay of a framework will get you into a much better place, and it's significantly less cost. Finally, my thoughts are on the possible way forward. I think one of the issues that you've got is that when we get to these crises, and I've seen it many times before, the response is always from the staff to go to all of the little things that connect the staff to its community, like the hanging baskets, like our place, like we suddenly charge for boat ramps, and they never look in the places where council can really save money. And that's what I would have expected in this crisis, because it's not a financial crisis. It's turned into one, but it was a health crisis. And I think where you need to look is absolutely directly at the way you do your contracts, the way you pay your consultants, and the exorbitant prices you pay for many of the things that you have to deliver. And a case in point for me would be the cost of doing Elizabeth Street. What would happen if you said to all the contractors in this area and your consultants, that job you want done, you want version B, but you want it delivered for $8 million. And if the big lads couldn't do it, what would happen if you ask a whole pile of the small people to do it for you? Now, I think you really need to look into the heart of the organisation and look at some of those things that really can save you money. And in this particular context, you might be looking at some of your contracts and saying, do we really have to do that this year? Because that's not wasting money, that's actually pushing something out. I mean, obviously, the mind boggles at building another height onto the railway bridge. If you really want to kill somebody, do that, because no matter what you do, people will continue to jump off that railway bridge. It is dangerous, but it's virtually a rite of passage in Tauranga. It's been happening since 1924 when the bridge was built. And I don't believe in the last 20 or 30 years anybody's been killed on that bridge, whereas of course they were killed when they were drunks, and they used to walk along the railway lines and not on the walkway that's now on the side, which is a relatively new addition. So there's things like that you have to do Irvine Road this year. Are there projects that you could actually put off, which would help you with getting some real temporary savings in the organisation that do not affect your connection with the communities? I don't think the staff always realise how important those connections are with your community. The fireworks, which give people endless pleasure. You have no idea how many great comments you get about those. The flowers downtown that people look at and that get commented on all the time. If you're going to charge for boat ramps, has anybody thought about the effect that might have on Western Bay? These boat ramps are not charged for. You know, they just, to me, they're the easy things to go for, but they always affect the elected members' connections with their community, because the staff don't get the flag about it, you do. So I think you need to look in a different place for your savings. And looking at the charts that you've actually got, I really wonder whether the difference between 7.6 and 4.9 is all that much. You know, is that something you really have to do? And if you are going to do it, do you need to do things like changing your UAGC down to 10%? Why don't you keep that at 15 where it was originally proposed, or leave it at 20 where it currently is? Because you can mark my words, not 1 cent of those savings will be passed on to the people you're trying to support. And at the bottom of the scale, most particularly where you're looking at over 50% of those houses are rental houses. So, you know, you need to kind of think about where some of that stuff might sit. So what I'm suggesting that you do is that you, some of the possible ways forward are, first of all, to look at your rates rebate scheme, to find out how well that's publicised, that's practical, how many people actually claim it when they could, doesn't cost you a cent. Secondly, look at your rates postponement policy and see if that can be used more effectively so that you're actually targeting the people that might really be affected by the tough times that we're going to face. And believe you me, we don't know how tough they're going to be yet, but they're certainly going to be tougher than they are this week. And the third thing is to look at those actual contracts, those council contracts, and get into the organisation and do the saving where it really matters, not the peripheral stuff that sits around the end. Finally, going back to that sustainability issues, do not abandon the resource that you've got, build on that resource, and then do the framework that will make the council effective. And I'm not talking about necessarily I'm talking about the resource in terms of the funding, using that within the organisation. If you step away from sustainability now, once again, the council will not commit itself to that as part of its future. And I think you really need to consider whether that's a wise thing to do or not. Thank you.
Mary, thank you very much for your impassioned and very logical presentation. Really, very greatly appreciated. Councillors, are there any questions of Mary? Heidi, do you have a question?
Yeah, Mary. Hi, Mary. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I just wanted to get your views on, in terms of the long-term plan and our ability to be ready for that in terms of our decision-making around environmental outcomes. Do you think, given the current situation or the kind of staffing and information that we have, that we would be ready for it as an organisation?
From an environmental outcomes perspective, no, I don't. I think we're in big danger of doing, and it's not just TCC, it's through the whole AFTI process, is we're planning ourselves and trying to strategise ourselves to death over a 50-year horizon. We're trying to look at every possible issue and trying to have a strategy or an approach that'll actually, if you like, deal with the problem. Meantime, Rome burns. We actually need to bring the sustainability stuff right up in front of us now, our environmental stuff, and start dealing with it right now. You can't just say, oh, we've got all this stuff going out into the future, we're going to deal with it all. We've got between now and 2030 to reduce our carbon footprint by 50%. That's not going to happen with any of the stuff you've got. And that's not a failure to try to forward think. It's a failure to change the parameters of your thinking so that you're thinking differently about the future. That's the space TCC, as the leading council in the Bay of Plenty, needs to move into. And it's yards from doing that yet.
Thanks,
Mary. So much, Mary, and Heidi, thank you for your question. Councillors, are there any other questions of Mary? Mary, there doesn't appear to be any that I can see. So again, can I just thank you for taking time to come and join us and discuss this very important matter. Greatly appreciated.
Thanks, Megan.
We're moving now to Nigel, who's going to talk to us about the economic overview. Nigel, welcome. You have 10 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Timby. Can I just do a time check on that? Is it 10 minutes or is it a bit longer?
Maybe 10 and a half.
Okay, I was led to believe half an hour, so I have quite a few slides here. So that's going to be interesting. Do you mind if I share my screen just to show you a few things?
Sure, thanks, Nigel. Sorry about the confusion, but it is 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. I'll go very quickly. So please excuse me if I talk really fast. Okay. Hang on.
Mayor Timmy, can I just appeal, please? We've just had a public forum submitter who was way over 10 minutes and all very interesting stuff, but priority one being one of our economic development partners in the city, I would appeal for a bit of latitude that he could present what he was intending to, at least half of it.
Larry, look, I'm certainly open to that. If that is the will of the other councillors, if we can take this time, I'm certainly open to that. If that's is everybody okay with that?
It's good stuff.
I'm fine with that, Your Worship.
Right, thank you. Sorry, I can't see you all, folks. So if there's anybody that's wildly opposed to it, just yell out. With the screen on, I can't see your hands.
All good.
Go ahead, Nigel, and we'll see how we go. If we could sort of, it's a very important subject. I don't mean to downplay it with the time constraint, but we do have a big agenda today, so appreciate you nipping through.
Okay.
Your Worship, it's Councillor Robson speaking. I'm quite happy to see an extension of time as long as we do allow some time for questioning. I don't want to see a report just delivered without that possibility. So happy to have the extension. I think we do need to hear what Nigel's saying, but I just ask that we do allow time for questioning as well. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you very much. Carry on, Nigel.
Okay, I'll get stuck into it. So firstly, thanks everyone. This is the first time I think I've talked to you all formally since lockdown began. So, and as you can see, I'm beaming to you from sunny Papamoa today. So really what I have here is a bit of an economic update in terms of what a recession looks like, what we expect to see here in the Western Bay of Plenty, how that plays out, and our various roles, right? We have a really, really important role to play, priority one in Taupuna City Council over the next little while. So I just wanted to underline, I guess, what we thought was important there. So with that, Mary's already said it's a health crisis that creates an economic one. Forecasts are nice. They're not everything though. So you'll see a bunch of forecasts from economists out there. What I would urge you to do is just look at that and say, hey, that's generally a mathematical guy top-down forecasting something for New Zealand and then taking a percentage of that. We think that's useful as an input. We're also much more interested in the factors that determine things from here as well. So the numbers you need to look at there and be most aware of are not GDP. They are the unemployment figures. So generally, we're saying in New Zealand, it's probably going to go to about 10%. And I would expect the Western Bay will be slightly better than that. Any of you who might have seen anything I've put in the paper recently or out in our newsletter would have seen that I'm relatively optimistic about the Western Bay economy compared to others, but I still think we're going to go from 3% unemployment to probably 8 or 9. And that's assuming the government puts a good whack of stimulus. And so we're fortunate we're in that position, but we will need that to cushion the hammer blow that's going to come down on us soon. I think we should all be interested in the depth of this recession. It's really sharp, right? Sharper than anything we've seen before. The depth of it determines the speed of recovery as well as the kind of curve of recovery. And most importantly, look, economist figures are good, but the factors that influence any recovery are more important to look at than an overall forecast. So that's migration, investment markets, markets for our primary production, supply chain issues and things like that. And we're of course interested in Western Bay performance. If we look at the recovery, we reckon it's more likely to be a U-shape than a V. So generally in this situation, you can get a V shape, which is a short, sharp shock. So something like SARS would have been one of those. You can get a U shape, which is obviously a bit elongated. or you don't want an L or a W shape, right? So I think we probably face the risk of, we certainly think it's going to be U-shaped. If you were to get COVID back in again and we had to go to another lockdown, that's when you'll get a W-type shape as well. So a fair amount of uncertainty around this because we're only kind of 2 months in at the moment. So the thing to look for here is the potential for financial shock in the future and how that would affect their economy. So you get a nasty effect of a lockdown, and then you get people recover from that, but there will be underlying financial problems with some of those businesses, particularly as that wage subsidy comes off. So that's the bit you want to look at is those secondary effects. The primary effects are well known. The secondary effects are the ones we all need to keep an eye on. And the other part is, look, we don't know what the health side's going to look like, and we also don't really know what the government stimulus side's going to look like yet either. Right? It's really, really important. We know they have the firepower there, but we don't know how they're going to use that yet. So those things will influence how we come out of this. If I can talk now about the Western Bay, right? So all this stuff is useful, but what would we expect to see in the Western Bay, and what are we seeing now? So firstly, it's useful to just understand what our economy looked like pre-COVID, right? So the good news was high growth economy, so 6 years, so probably post PSA, so 2013 onwards, 2014 onwards, really good strong growth, and that's led to a lot of things that insulate us a little bit now. We had really, really low unemployment going into this. So this is the last quarter's unemployment, so January to March 2020, 3.3% is about as low as you'll ever get. Tons of stuff happening, a good port. And we're actually relatively diversified as a regional economy. We have to always remember that we're a small city in a relatively small country. So you're not going to get a super diversified economy, but you do want one, right? And those two beach ball looking graphs below that illustrate that, right? So that's our top 10 GDP industries and our top employment industries. I haven't put any percentages on here, but what you see is that no industry is above 12% of GDP or employment. So construction is, and healthcare are generally the largest in both of those. And they're at about 11.8% or something like that. Most of our big industries are somewhere kind of around the 10% of GDP and or employment mark. And that's quite good, right? What we wouldn't want to see would be something that was 25% or 30% of our economy, and that got affected. And that's probably the effect you see in some other cities. Probably our closest one, Rotorua, has that challenge, high degree of dependence on tourism and forestry, both of which have been affected through this. So we're fortunate we have a relatively diverse group of industries here and employing industries. So probably in pretty good shape. Then we say, well, look, what would we expect to see so far? So we would see, how would we know that this impending recession in New Zealand is going to affect the Western Bay in a way? And we generally look at it across the Western Bay too, because it's a joint economy effectively. So job seeker benefits is the first thing we would see. So these are people that have been recently become unemployed that have gone to MSD and asked for a benefit. A really, really good quick indicator for us. So to see that's gone up significantly. I've highlighted both Tauranga and Western Bay District there. Quite steep increases of quite a low base. So look at it compared to Rotorua, for example, we're still below Rotorua. But we would expect this number to go up between 1,000 and 1,500 additionals for the next 3 to 4 months. And this is a key one to look at because it tells us what's happening out there. Again, really, employment and jobs is much more important than the GDP side. Look at this. So this will tell us how deep it is and when we start to taper. So it's really, really important to look at. And we'll keep updating this. Another one that would show us what's happening is consumer spending. So as you can see there, that's exactly what you would expect to see in a lockdown situation. We lost about 105 million out of the retail economy or consumer economy for that period. And again, that's no surprise. The interesting bit is what happens from here. And although it's the blue line's come up to the black line now, I would suspect that's going to be a wobbly old line for a little while. And why consumer spending is important is because it affects our more affected industries, so hospitality and retail, right? And the more people we can keep employed, the better consumer spending will be. So again, another important one to look at that we'd expect to keep looking at over the next few months to tell us how things are going. This slide, again, I mean, you'll know the sectors that are more affected than others. And that's pretty obvious, right? Primary sector's going pretty well. Health, obviously, relatively unaffected. It's a positive bounce out of this type of thing. Retail and accommodation, restaurants and the likes not. The more interesting thing to look at is, well, what happens to a business within these sectors? Size of the bubble too is how many people are employed by it. But generally, smaller businesses with lower margin industries and with smaller balance sheets in terms of debt to equity will generally be much less resilient to these types of shocks, right? So you get a short, sharp, nasty shock. Can I survive that shock, and then can I get going again? And we see those, particularly those small businesses, your accommodation, restaurants, retail to a degree, they will be more affected. So we should expect that. I put one slide in here on effective Māori, and the reason I do that is because there's a curve below a curve as far as employment outcomes go. And generally, Māori do worse in recessions because they're employed in industries that are more affected, and they're employed in jobs that are a little lower skilled and perhaps a little lower paid, and a bit easier to kind of make redundant and the like. So it's really just important for us to note this. You might note the primary sector one's a bit interesting. I suspect that's Kiwis in general are employed less than others there. But watch this one, because ensuring that we look after Māori youth particularly, bear in mind 45% of our youth are Māori, is really, really important on the way out of this recession. So that's a couple of data pieces. What we're seeing is also really important. We've talked to all of our members, we've talked to a ton of businesses around the Bay. It's actually more optimistic than you might think, which is pleasantly surprising. That's probably because people have largely been able to keep operating, either working from home or as essential businesses. And construction was the only one that really got knocked out for a little while. Out of our major employers, productivity is obviously a challenge because of physical distancing, but that's kind of easing now. Importantly, we've had no real news of big kind of job losses or insolvencies or things like that. Watch the next kind of few months though, right? That wage subsidy will come off, cash flow will be a challenge, and you might see a bit of action there then, but and we will see some bad stuff. We should steel ourselves for that. But at the moment, we haven't seen anything that's kind of train wreck territory either. So just bear that in mind. Small businesses, a little bit more concerned with cash flow and the future. So there is no typical small business, but the small retail, the professional services, the mechanics, that type of business. Obviously, cash flow is a challenge, but also uncertainty of a future outlook is more of a challenge than a larger business would have. So if you look at the port, for example, obviously they have a reasonable certainty of outward demand. A mechanic or a plumber or something like that might have far less certainty of that. So that's what affects that. And business confidence is going to be really, really important in this sector. So 80% of our businesses are under 10 people in terms of staff numbers, and they're the crucial ones to keep going in terms of confidence. We all play a big role in this. Sector-wise, I hope I'm not rushing through this too quickly. Look, I put a selection of sectors there just to show you, I'll give you a feel for what we have. We're fortunate, right? Kiwifruit is a godsend in this type of situation. It's harvesting it probably being on the right time for us losing people out of other sectors. Their challenge will simply be, it's not that there's no labour around, it's probably getting them to work and getting them with the right skills to work over this period of time. So good markets for kiwifruit in most primary production at the moment, so that's great. Look at manufacturing and transport in the same ilk. That's kind of the port, balance, businesses like that. Outlook is quite mixed for them. So some have some demand and supply chain disruption, but by and large, most have been able to keep operating and are in reasonable spirits. So you'll get the odd, depending on what market people are in, you'll get the odd wobble here and there. But generally, we're hearing a reasonable amount of optimism. Construction is mixed again, so most of them have come back to work, which is good. They've come back to as steady a market as they left in the short term, and the long term is much harder, right? So they're more uncertain. Big credit chain in construction. So certainly one that we want to make sure that we can keep communicating to them about what's happening in the future, and where that government infrastructure spend is going to be really, really important. And bearing in mind, construction is our largest sector for employees. Healthcare is, prospects for that are relatively good, as you would expect. And tourism, so tourism is not in the other sectors that you would have seen. So those two beach ball diagrams, tourism doesn't generally feature in that kind of top 20 categorization by sector that you'll see in New Zealand stats usually. That's because it's a mix of accommodation and retail and hospitality and things like that. But if you split it out, it's a medium-sized sector, both for employment and GDP contribution. It's probably not all bad there. So 80%, as you probably know, is domestic, and 80% of that 80% comes from markets that are close to us, right? Rest of Bay, Waikato, Auckland. So probably the more likely ones to come back quicker than we have before, albeit with a bit more competition perhaps. But certainly Kristen and the reports that her businesses are, aside from the cruise ship ones, are in reasonable shape anyway. So this labour market's the single biggest challenge for us, for anyone over the next few months, right? So we have around 100,000 jobs in the Western Bay Plenty labour market. We think we'll see at least 5,000 of those, reduction of those jobs, and most of that happens this year, right? So most forecasting we can see will happen this year, and then it'll kind of slowly ramp back to a normal level by then. So the good news is 8% or even 9% is probably not terrible if we get that as an unemployment rate, but it does mean thousands of people will be out of jobs. And if we're concerned about the well-being of our community, that's the part that we should worry about, right? Now, the challenge here is you'll have a bunch of people on one kind of front that are displaced in an industry, and then you'll probably have other industries that can employ people. It is a complex and difficult task to get people between those industries quickly with the right skills. It's one we're up for. It's one we're doing a lot of work with the government with now. And will be a key focus in the future. You've got to get to those people quickly because you don't want them out of work for too long. You've got to get to employers. You've got to get to your tertiary and skill-based providers as well to get them to do things really quickly. Just a few slides, 2 slides from here really. So I wanted to touch on the role of infrastructure stimulus. So generally in a recession, you would expect local and central government to spend more, right? And the government does that in particular because they're trying to cushion the blow of the ugly stuff that happens elsewhere. And infrastructure is a good way to do it, right? Provides future, better than simple handouts, provides some future investment that can pay itself back. I think, I mean, the shovel-ready stuff that's been asked for was a tough ask, and I think this region, from what I've seen, has responded relatively well to that. So I think TCC's response was strong, and the smart growth stuff and the smart growth partners was strong, as well as can be done under very difficult and quick circumstances. The game here is to get as many lollies as we can in that lolly scramble, and as unsophisticated as it sounds, I care about that because it helps us generate jobs and it helps us reduce job loss. And for well-being of our community, that is the most important thing. As you know, there's more to come in that area, and over the course of time, we need to have a good mix, right? So it needs to be big. We want to get as much of this investment as we can. Obviously, we want it quick because our employment issues are in the near future. And it also, you want it to be quality stuff too. So we want job creation. We want it ideally to solve other issues like social housing problems. And ideally, you also want to unlock other private investment if we can. So if we can get a good chunk of that, I think it's probably the biggest thing we can do right now for the economy. And the reason I say that is obviously the job side, but it's also leads to better confidence as well. So if you look at most businesses out there are uncertain about the future, and they need good news to be able to let them know what an appropriate level of hiring is in the future. So this stuff is actually really, really important, even though it might not seem it. So then I said as a last slide, look, what can we collectively do to improve total owners' outcomes here? Yeah, we've got a good structure of our economy, but we need to work really, really hard from here. The council, I mean, TCC will be seen as a leader by many in the community and the business community. And I strongly believe you need to play as big, as strong a role as you can. That means being leaders at this time. I guess you have a choice there, but you really need to, I mean, don't underestimate the value of your leadership to the rest of the community. Greatly heartened by the likes of the Devonport Road announcement that was a couple of weeks ago. That type of thing, I don't know what feedback you've had, but I get really good feedback about stuff like that, with people saying, man, it's really, really good for the city and the CBD, and it's really, really good for employment prospects and that type of thing. So that thing that's exactly what you need to be doing, and stuff like that. And I know there's probably plenty of stuff to do with the deal that you've got to worry about, but that upper intensification, things like that actually make quite a big difference. And again, I just come back to employment. If we can keep employment right, that has the biggest effect. It's got the biggest effect on well-being, and it's got the biggest effect on deprivation. If you look at the deprivation index, if you don't have a job, you go a long way down that index. And the other thing I would say from a council point of view, so there's a leadership role, and the second one is really just speed and red tape, right? So minimising red tape, being friendly to businesses. In practice, that means really fast inspections, consents, tenders, things like that, and just doing what you can, even if you're going to do stuff anyway, just doing the faster way to make it a bit easier for everyone else out there to operate and keep employing people. From our perspective, the way we'll keep doing what we're doing, but in a tweaked way and obviously appropriate for the times. We're of course going to keep attracting investment and trying our utmost to get as much investment that creates jobs in this region. We've got a big piece around that labour market that's a complex and meaningful problem that we need to solve as much as we possibly can. And then obviously look for as many opportunities as we can. There's three stages to this type of economic shock, right? There's a short-term kind of triage phase, which we're over now, where we help support businesses. The next stage is to recover, which to me is getting back to a stable environment. That's simply supporting businesses, helping them do the right thing, helping them keep people employed, and doing as much as we can to keep that unemployment number from getting away on us. And at the same time, or a little bit after that, we want to rebuild, right? So we want to go back to a better normal. And really, if we pull all that down, that's one, taking market opportunities that will have undoubtedly arisen. We're seeing that already, particularly in the primary sector and the tech sector. But it's also just an emphasis on sustainability, right? We didn't have some things right in the economy before from a social or environmental sustainability point of view, or talent. Let's get those right on the way back up. So Ross has been working with us to put together some specific plans on that. I'm not here to pitch or anything like that. All I'm saying is that if you choose to do more in economic development, the best things I can recommend are ones that are targeted directly to employment. They can get underway quickly. And ideally, I think from everyone's point of view, if they're close to things that are meaningful to council, I think that's a good way to do it as well. So if I would look at that, certainly that labour market, big piece there. Digital transition for SMEs is really important as well. And we've seen that in our discussions with them. A lot obviously need to, in a physically distanced world, which we're going to experience for a while, they need to adapt to that. And there are things like CBD and marine precinct that are things that council have a hand in now that you'd simply want to accelerate so that you get that investment either from the private sector, or mainly from the private sector, to come in as quickly as possible to generate more jobs and encourage the city to grow. So,
Nigel, thank you. That's a really really great overview. Thanks for your efforts in doing that. Can I ask you just to take the screen off your slides, and I'm going to throw it open to questions from councillors to you. And I just want to be able to see who's. Thank you very much. Who's asking questions? So, councillors, questions of Nigel. John, go ahead.
Yeah, look, thank you, Nigel, for that. It's reminiscent, certainly a big overlap with some of the stuff we've had directly from economists, so I appreciate that. The issue about government, obviously in recessions, is governments normally have, local government, central government, big balance sheets, and the idea is to use your balance sheet effectively. Now, unfortunately, Tauranga and possibly Auckland as well, our balance sheets are a little bit more stressed than, say, cities like Hamilton, Wellington particularly, and others. So we're pretty stressed on our balance sheet already. We do have a big hole compared to other cities with regard to our revenue side. We have a massive hole relative to other cities on our commercial rating revenue. And this is an area, of course, many of your members are involved in, and certainly the Chamber of Commerce are involved in a lot of this as well. What should our priority be here? Because we also know that a lot of those businesses are going to be struggling, yet there is a pressure on us to rebalance our income, particularly because we don't have a strong balance sheet. How far should we go in terms of getting that commercial rate up in the current situation, in your view?
Yeah, so thanks, John. Okay, what I sort of proposed in the annual plan with the combined effect of the differential increase, the normal increase and the UAGC change was something akin to the low 20% for most businesses. So just, I guess, that bear that in mind. Obviously, you face a difficult balance at the moment. I think most businesses would agree with you that you need to increase rating income. Obviously, some are challenged now, but potentially there are mechanisms around that. As I think I said last time when we might have been face-to-face in chambers, I think this is a long-term plan discussion, and there is fruit there. It's just got to be managed in the right way and well understood by people about what they're paying for. I think the other part is are targeted rates better than differentials? What work has been done on that? Is the balance sheet optimised now? So do you own the right things? There's a ton of private money around waiting for infrastructure investment at the moment. And something to be used there. So I think probably if you take it to the long-term plan and have a good yarn about it then, probably allows that type of thing to be fleshed out more fully.
Yeah, I think that chimes in with Shamaville's advice. At first, don't rush in and make a mistake. Don't do something silly immediately. So look, I appreciate that response. Thank you.
Yeah, I would be taking a 10-year view on this rather than a 1-year view would be my advice.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Nigel. Councillors, any other questions of Nigel? Heidi, are you leaning forward to press your unmute? Not. Jaco, thank you.
Yeah, so can you just repeat that number of the percentage of people employed or young Māori that are employed in our region or looking for work? What was that figure you gave?
So 45% of our youth are Māori.
Right,
and
okay.
Generally, Māori will, I don't have the percentages on the top of my head, but generally they come out of school with lower skill rates, therefore will get lower jobs, or kind of lower paying jobs. And that's not good, right? We want them, we want people in an economy always to get as high a value job as they can, because that leads to better prosperity and better household income. So I'll get you I haven't got those figures on the top of my head in terms of what I guess the employment situation looks like, but it's generally a few percent below the rest of the population in terms of employment and in terms of total, so employment versus not employed, and type and skill level and pay of job you have.
Right, thank you, Nigel. Councillors, any other questions of Nigel? Nigel, thanks so much. Really appreciate the very interesting presentation and the advice that you're giving us. And thank you.
Do you want me to stick around at all, or am I good to go?
You are good to go, my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks,
everyone.
Nigel.
Good to talk.
Moving on, everybody. Acceptance of late items. I don't believe there's any late items, Robin, that I'm aware of.
No, not late items as such. There's the tabled information for the current report, but no late items as such.
Great, thank you. As I understand it, there is no confidential business to be moved into the open. Change the order of business. There is only one item on the order of business today. And I'll just ask now if there are any corrections to the minutes as you have them, councillors. It being the case, can I call for a mover and a seconder of those minutes, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Thank you, Kelvin.
I'm happy to second.
And, I actually had Andrew first, Tina, with his hand up. Thank you very much, Andrew. So Kelvin and Andrew, all those in favour of accepting the minutes? Anyone
Aye.
against? Carried. Thank you very much. Right, declarations of conflicts of interest. I think we've updated some our conflict register. Is there anything that we need to know about prior to this meeting? I don't believe there's any. Andrew?
No.
Sorry, your screen lit up. Thank you. Deputations, presentations, and petitions, I believe there's nil, as recommendations from other committees. So moving to item 10.1 of our business agenda, excuse me, the draft 2020-21 annual plan. Councillors, there are several items of additional information for this report that you will have received. I understand they've been circulated to you and are now tabled as part of this meeting. Specifically, they are the New Zealand Police response regarding the New Year's Eve event options. Secondly, the CCO annual plan update and the associated Bay Venues Limited revised price schedule. And lastly, the two information updates regarding Our Place, which are confidential. I'll ask Paul to take us through the report now, please. Thank you, Paul.
Whilst Paul's sorting his mute out, I'll perhaps set the scene and then hand over to Paul. So Council will recall that on the 24th of March, we adopted a draft annual plan to go out and consult the public on. That consultation period commenced on the 3rd of April and concluded on the 3rd of May. Within that consultation report, it alluded to the fact that COVID-19 was likely to have an impact on the annual plan, and as a result, we undertook to report back to Council on that impact. Essentially, the report today picks up on the impacts of COVID and contains a number of recommendations that we wish Council to consider as a result of resetting the annual plan with a view to going out, if necessary, and further consult on it. So on the basis of setting that scene, the report and the way that we'll step through it today will include an overview, a financial overview by Paul, followed by a similar overview of the operating service delivery review that we have done. Christine will take us through that, as she will any additional expenditure or items that have come to fruition or that we require additional funding for as a result of work that we've done over the last month. Nick will take us through the capital program review. Gareth will provide information on the CCOs, and then we'll return to Paul, who will provide some information on the current rating point, or the starting point for the revised rating, and also the impacts on the capital expenditure. And then essentially throughout this, we'll open up for questions. So Paul, if you're able to take us through the start of the report, please.
Thank you, Marty. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. I've worked the mute button out. So just while I just share my screen, bear with me for one moment. Can I just check everyone can see that okay? Cool.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Councillors, and good afternoon. Just in introducing this report, I just want to highlight two changes to the recommendations, which I'll talk to as we go through. The first is to A3, the debt to revenue ratio, and we're just suggesting that that be reworded to be debt to revenue ratio up to 250%, and I'll talk to the reason why around that as we move through the report. And the other is in C3, that resolution is no longer required. It was an accounting entry that we have confirmed, and we don't need that resolution anymore. So moving on to the presentation. just to go through what it was proposing was to work through this presentation. It does introduce some of the elements that we'll go into more detail, but if I could just work through the presentation, and I'll pause at various spots throughout for questions, and then questions at the end of that, if that is okay. So starting off in terms of the approach to the annual plan, and where we've been and where we are now. Step through the adjustments that we've made to the annual plan to get to the point we are now. Overview and highlight the rating levels and the options that exist around rating levels, the varying capital expenditure levels that are associated with the rating levels and what that means. Overview and highlight around both the operating cost and the capital expenditure reviews. And as I said, Christine and Nick will actually step through those in more detail after this presentation. And then again, overview some of the implications moving through into the LTP and what this means for that, as well as the next steps as we work through the annual plan. So firstly, I've lost a bit of my screen, so I'll just move that over. In terms of where we have been with the annual plan, going back to February, we started on the bottom left of the slide at a rate increase of 12.6%. That was included a debt management charge of 5%, and that was recognising the issues we have around balance sheet capacity and moving into the long-term planning and allowing us to actually have a plan that set council up well to be able to invest in the community and the city going forward. With COVID and the implications of COVID, that debt management charge was removed in line of being able to maximise the use of our balance sheet at the moment to assist the particular changing environment. So that brought the rate number down to 7.6%. We also at the time reforecast our revenues, and that was predicted to be between 40 and $77 million of loss, depending on the scenario as they played out. And clearly that was going to put a lot more pressure on balance sheet and what we could deliver. We did report at a worst case scenario that our capital program would be looking at less than $40 million. Fortunately, where we are now is quite a lot different from that, so we're able to actually bring that back to you today in terms of options that are at a higher level of capital program and allowed that continued investment in the city. Also at that time, obviously, there was a number of government support packages around both growth infrastructure and other capital investment that we are currently still in the process of working through. We aren't able to put anything into the annual plan at this point in time, but we're recognising how we deal with that in the future. So that brings us to the right-hand side of the slide where we are now, and we'll step through what those options look like. Very conscious of affordability and how we've actually tried looking at addressing that through both rating levels and some of the assistance that's available for ratepayers that may need it. Also talk a little bit about the local government funding agency recommendation to move our ratio up to 300%, what that means, and a recommendation about where we actually sit within that ratio. I spoke about the OPEX and CAPEX reviews, which we'll work through. We'll also talk about the operational cost savings that the executive have already included in the annual plan to bring our rating level down. And again, just highlighting that those government support packages are still an outstanding item and how we deal with those going forward. Fairly busy slide, but just to move through this relatively quickly in terms of how we have adjusted the annual plan to date. So just in terms of our services and costs, we've included approximately 10 million of savings already in the annual plan, and I'll talk through those in a moment. As part of the operational expenditure and service delivery review that we'll step through today, that is really focusing on what we deliver now, what we need to increase or decrease focus on, and how we can support the community going forward. In terms of our investment, particularly around our capital program, what the impact of the 300% limit is, what's our best capital program to put forward and how that helps in terms of stimulate the economy, and what does that mean for our debt levels, and particularly those debt levels going forward as we move into the long-term plan. All of this is focused around recovery. So how does that annual plan support recovery, and is it the best mix of investment for the community, whilst also noting that our long-term direction and Nigel in the public forum referred to it, a U-shaped recession. That's certainly our view as well, and that those issues around housing, transport, that the city faces are still absolutely relevant, and making sure that what we do through this annual plan and into the long-term plan still moves us in the right direction to be able to deliver on those outcomes into the future. And then above all, how we actually look at affordability through our rating options and how we can actually assist ratepayers over the next recessionary period. You've seen this slide before, but in terms of just a different lens on the annual plan, still the assist, adapt and stimulate is very much still relevant. So approximately a month ago, Council made a decision to actually provide assistance in terms of things like rental relief. That was up to $1 million in total if all that was uptaken. Some of that will flow through into the annual plan, and some of that will be for Council decision to make in terms of what they want to actually include next year. The adapt is very much about the annual plan, and particularly through those service delivery reviews, what we deliver and how we deliver, and can we deliver them differently. And then above all that, the stimulate and you know, again, Nigel referred to that in terms of the need for local government to continue to invest to help actually recover the economy, and I guess, you know, turn the U into as much of a V as we possibly can is obviously a great objective to be able to work through on that one. So what have we done to date? Remodeling of the annual plan budgets. So they have been worked through. We've updated our assumptions from the original revenue loss numbers. We are now modelling a more, I guess, a better case scenario through this presentation and through the papers, more at the 20% revenue loss reduction. There is obviously still risk around those numbers, but we have a more optimistic approach than we previously had within that. The cost reduction opportunities, and I'll talk through the $10 million that we've currently pulled out, and then that also flows through into the service level reviews, which gives further opportunity for either cost reductions or some revenue increases, noting that we have had some additional costs come through for things like supporting working from home and the like, so there has been some additional cost pressure come through that has offset some of those savings. And then in terms of the capital program, the budget that we put out in terms of the draft document had 244 million of capital in it. We've reviewed that, revised that, and have a recommendation around what we consider our essential programs and projects to continue, as well as some recommendations around some additional funding to be included around some of those projects. So just in terms of the revenue and financial risk, just to say where we're sitting at the moment, as I said, we've now modelled on a best case reduction of 20%. The worst case obviously is still a consideration. If that were to occur, our rate deficit increases to just under $1 million and debt around 7 million. In terms of changes in our growth expectations, we do expect them to be impacted quite significantly over the next few years. Some of the impact on development contributions may be greater than what we already have modelled, and that could be an additional $1 to $2 million of development contributions that aren't included within the plan at this point in time. Recognising the level of uncertainty that does exist, what we're proposing is some flexibility in terms of how we manage our capital program, in particular, in terms of being able to actually adapt and be agile in terms of as things move and change going in the future, and that includes what might come through the Crown Investment Partners program or other government support, as well as different changes in the COVID environment. Did want to just recognise the fact that our risk reserve unfortunately isn't in a good situation coming into this. A lot of that exposure is around leaky home liability. Not all of it obviously is paid. A lot of it is the accrued number within there, but the updated projection of that is now just under 30 million. That is technically, or will become, an unfunded liability on our balance sheet as we move forward, and we'll bring options around how we deal with that back through the long-term plan process. So what savings have we included to date to get, our draft annual plan had a rate increase at 7.6%. These savings have come off that number. So it probably goes without saying, but interest market is relatively favourable at the moment. So that's $3.6 million of saving that we're actually now projecting into next year. Salary savings of 5 million, and they're split across recruitment. So only recruitment will only occur in what are absolutely essential roles, and a lot of those are to do with projects that are currently continuing and the need to support those projects. So that produces a recruitment saving of just under $2 million. The salary and wage budget, so this is any general increase for staff, has been a further saving of another 2 million by removing any potential increase from the budgets. And training, the training budget has been centralised and reduced, and looking at a more consolidated approach to that, and a further 1 million of savings coming out from there. As I said earlier, some costs have gone up. Digital services is an example where we have had to spend money on setting things up to be able to get people to work from home. It has created a new way of working, and we are looking to capitalise on some of those new ways of working, so that expenditure is by no means a short benefit expenditure. We're actually looking how we can actually capitalise on that as we move forward to create greater saving over time. Some of our rate-funded activities, though, or our rate-funded balanced activities that have some external revenue, we now do have more rates in there to actually keep those services running. We have looked to be able to reduce costs where possible in those activities. However, there is around about 1.3 million of additional rates to actually continue the services within those. And I should say, obviously, all of those are calculated prior to any decisions that may be made as we work through the service delivery review. Also to note that some of the cost savings, there will need to be decisions made over time as to the temporary nature of some of these. Some will reverse as the economy changes. Some will be able to be made as decisions. So just to highlight that there is potentially 2 to 3% of increased rates going forward as some of those temporary costs actually reverse into the future. I'll pause in a moment just to take any questions, but what it looks like in terms of the updated plan, it's a fairly busy slide, but again, just to highlight some of where the revenue loss and the impact on expenditure has come from. So you can see there the development contribution revenue down, together with user fees is the large chunk of revenue coming down. The rates I'll talk to later, and again you can see the operational costs flowing through there and into our ratios, which I won't dwell on this slide now because a lot of the detail will come through as I move forward. So I might just pause there if there are any questions to this point in time. Otherwise, I'll move on to the rating options.
Councillors, are there questions for Paul, or would you prefer we moved right through this and to save questions till the end?
Yeah, I've got a question, Your Worship. John Robson.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you. Paul, the busy slide you put up had lots of blue and yellow, very corporate colours for us on it. A little bit down the slide, there was a boxed arrow which was labelled direction. Thank you. Hey, someone's doing wonderful work here. The environment, if I understand it correctly, that environment by that one means is economic environment, and I'm correct in saying that there's no reference to sustainability here anywhere. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding?
I think the reference to sustainability, a lot of the work and the programs that we actually do within all of our, particularly around our investment area and our services and costs, do have a sustainability lens to them as well. So we're doing extensive work around resilience, and a lot of the projects as they unfold effectively do have a sustainability lens in there. So whilst it's not mentioned specifically on this slide, it is an element of the things that we do. We're wanting to look at actually to redirect funding in that space to be a frame, I guess, than the words used earlier, were framework to actually provide that to make sure that is done consistently across the organisation and how we work through our projects.
No, I appreciate that. I understand a colleague's actually got a suggestion in that thing that I'm looking forward to later. Thank you.
Councillors, are there any other questions at this stage?
Just a quick one, if I may, Tammy. Just Paul, on that slide in front of us, the total operating costs 24. So we've so far pulled 10 million in those savings from where we started in the first consultation document. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Larry. And the bulk of those being over the wage and salary area and the interest area are the bulk of those cost savings coming through.
Thank you.
Anything else, councillors?
Yeah,
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ed.
Thank you. Yeah, Paul, would you bring up the salary savings slide, please? So inside that slide, am I correct that the 5 million savings is to do with new recruitment, wage increases and training only?
In terms of the 5 million salary number, that's correct. Yes.
Has there been any thought of reducing contractors or consultants or some of those more expensive members of staff?
Yeah, so I'll answer that twofold. One is there's ongoing work in that space. So, for example, in the digital area, it's an area that I know Alan is focused on in terms of the getting the best balance in there. Ultimately, it's not about so much about the head count, but about the most optimum cost mix to it. The other thing that I would say is, as we move through the service delivery reviews, effectively, that's an opportunity for councillors to question how some of those services are delivered and whether there's any opportunity to do some of those differently in terms of how both staff and contract labour is used.
Can I also add to Paul's response and clarify that contractors are also subject to the same gateway that we've put in place with standard recruitment to ensure that if there is any use of contract labour, it needs to be essential in nature before it would be approved.
Thank you, Susan. Is it okay if I ask a supplementary?
Sorry, just struggling to run, but yes, go ahead, Andrew.
So on that basis, is there any idea of the quanta about the consultants not being used except when absolutely required? Is there any idea of the extra savings that can be made through there yet?
Not specifically, no, other than what we've identified on the slide, but I can find that out for you as a status update for right now, if you wish.
Okay, thank you. And the last one is, has there been any thought to doing a 80% salary reduction with a 4-day week or anything like that? Because that would be a substantial saving.
There has been consideration given to that, but we have not decided to pursue it any further. Marty may wish to comment further on that one.
Marty, would you? Thank you.
Well, I'll comment to the point that if we are going to end up in a position where we change our service delivery or levels of service, at that point we would make a commensurate reduction in the resources needed to supply the services. So that's the approach that we've taken through the activity review process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty, and for that. Are there any other questions, councillors, of Paul at this stage? Paul, I actually have a supplementary from John's original question on sustainability. Do I understand it then that the operational costs that would be subtracted from our sustainability budget right now are intended on being replaced in toto under different circumstances? I just wasn't entirely sure what you meant in your answer to John, to be honest.
No, the recommendation is that the quantum be reduced, but be focused on a different piece of work than currently is taking place. I don't know if Nick wants to comment more on that.
Thank you. Can I ask the quantum reduced to and replaced at what level?
So suggestion, I'm going off memory, is 200,000 down to 50,000 was the quantum. Is that?
No, sorry.
Sorry.
200,000 to 100,000.
To 100.
So $100,000 reduction.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul and Nick. Councillors, any other questions of Paul? Otherwise, if not, we will move on. And if I can ask you just to write your questions in the sidebar, I can see that, but I can't see the full screen while the slides are up. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Matembi. So in terms of rating options, we've put 5 together, with the highlighted one being the what is currently in our system and current recommendations. So obviously the draft annual plan had a 7.6% rate increase. We've tried to put a lot more information around that to be just a little bit more specific in terms of what that flows through. So just to explain the columns. So residential median obviously is the midpoint in terms of the number of ratepayers over and above that midpoint. So a 7.6 increase translates to a 4.1% increase for the residential mean. The average, however, is slightly higher than that at 5.8, and then correspondingly with the commercial median at 14% and the mean at 21%. So that, indicating that we do have a skew to the right of the median in terms of the value of properties. In terms of the next option, so 5.2%. So that was where we were approximately a week ago in terms of being able to actually, through the cost reductions that I referred to earlier, takes us down to a 0% general rates for the median residential. So again, to explain what that means, the rate is made up of both the general rate and some targeted and fixed rates, hence the difference between the residential median and the general rate median. So 1.7 is the median at the 5.2% level. We move through to the option that we now currently have in our system with the level of savings that have been indicated at 4.9%, and that equates back to a 1.3% residential median. There will, for some ratepayers, we'll see a negative increase once we're down at this level, and it's equating to 60 cents a week effectively for the residential, and $1.38 per week for the average in terms of the residential sector. I should explain the difference just to remind elected members that to move to the commercial sector and the differences is because of the rating structure changes that are proposed. So that's moving both the commercial differential down and moving the commercial differential up to 1.2, and the UAGC, so the fixed charge, falling to 10%. So that's what's included in these options. We've then got 2 further options, one at a 3.5% increase, which gives you a 0% residential median, and one at a 0%, which push you into a negative for both residential average and residential median. In terms of getting to 3.5%, we would need to remove another 3.5 million, 3 million from the budgets, and to get to 0%, another 5.5 on top of that. So a total of 8 million would need to be extracted from the budgets to get down to those levels. So I think I've seen a few questions pop through. So did we want to pause on this slide or keep going?
Thank you, Paul. I think we will pause. We have a question from Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, just asking a question around forecast inflation. Obviously, we look at the bill numbers for the coming year. Have there been any numbers produced on sort of post-COVID next year? What sort of inflation figures we'll be looking at?
I'm just looking over for Mohan for confirmation, but the last number that I've seen was through the Treasury forecast, which we're under the most or some of their scenarios was it was actually moving somewhere into negative territory potentially, low negatives, so 0 to -1. So the inflationary pressure would be expected to be lower moving into a recessionary period than where we are now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robson.
Yeah, Paul, just the observation that, and I don't know whether it would be important in communication, obviously commercial rates are probably tax deductible, so the net effect is less than what we see there. Is that a fair observation to make, that commercial rates would generally be tax deductible?
Yeah, that's correct, both from a company tax perspective and a GST perspective. Is that obviously rates do include GST as well, so both would be applicable in there.
It wouldn't change the percentages, but it would change the quantums. Yes.
That's correct. That's yeah, that's right. It would be the you know, the amount claim would be claimable back effectively by the business sector.
Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Larry has a question.
Yeah, just yeah, we have had discussion about this. Just a quick supplementary to John's. So, I mean, it's hard to work out what businesses pay in taxes all the time, but an average of both the combined GST rebate and being able to claim it as a taxable activity, what would that translate to in the differential? You know, to be back to a net position of equality with residential ratepayers who don't get to claim GST back.
Jim's just telling me 1.6 would be the differential.
1.6. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for the question, Larry, and thank you, Paul.
You're on mute, Temby.
Sorry, I think that's it for now, Paul. If you would like to carry on, please. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just very briefly go over this page and then hand over to Jim Taylor, who can provide a little bit more information in terms of how we can help with affordability through this period. So we do have existing rates and remission and postponement policies that are available for ratepayers, and they do include hardship policies. So it's certainly an area that we can publicise and continue to promote around those policies that exist and how ratepayers can apply for those. We also have been working on a national rates postponement scheme, and whilst the timing is still unclear, and I would probably say I'm not optimistic that we will have something in place for the next financial year. What I would say is it's more optimistic than what it was a month ago in terms of these conversations. So it is moving quite quickly. Rates instalment deferral options under existing policies, and Jim can talk a little bit more about that. We have spoken to the government around the rates rebate scheme. From what we understand, not a lot of change will occur to that at this point in time, but we have been in conversations of that and how we can assist any people that may be in need of the accommodation supplement and how we help with that. So I might just ask Jim if he's got anything else to add to that commentary.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So rates postponement means that rates can be paid later, and that can be achieved through a formal...
Jim, we're sorry to interrupt. We're just struggling to hear you. I don't know if you're using a headset. I found that if you are, I found that mine doesn't work that well. You might want to talk to it into your computer. Thanks, Jim.
Just put the volume up. Is that better, Tenby?
That is better. That's
okay.
better. That's better, Jim.
All right, so the rates postponement means that rates can be paid later. This can be achieved through a formal rates postponement policy, which is generally used for longer term postponements, not really effective for shorter term postponements. So the alternative is using the existing penalty remission policies to extend the payment dates. And this is what most TAs are proposing to use in all metros. Auckland are considering a 1 year short-term postponement policy, but most of the other metros, including ourselves, believe that the outcome can be achieved exactly the same way by using existing remission policies.
Jim, sorry to interrupt again. We're just struggling. You're a little bit broken and unreadable, sort of fading in and out.
What might be easier, if I can just suggest, is if there are any specific questions on this, if we can they be put in the sidebar, and I can get those information from Jim, and I can pass on if that would be easier.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I think that will, in the circumstances, be the only way to do it. The only other way, I think it's probably important to hear from Jim. I'm very happy if he wants to ring me and I can hold my cell phone up to my speaker, if that would help, or somebody.
We'll just plug him in on a headset and see if that helps here.
Okay.
So
Thanks,
bear
Paul.
with us for 30 seconds.
Thanks very much, Paul.
Just wiring him up.
Councillors, while we're, and Larry, I do see that you have a question. Thank you. While we, as you, and you too, John, while we're just getting ready here, we will have a break at the 2-hour point. I'll just find a suitable place to have a 10-minute break.
Okay, is this better?
Sounding better, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, that looks good. All right. Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, great. So we'll go back to the rates postponement means the rates can be paid later. So we can use then the formal postponement policy, which are generally good for longer term postponements, not so much for shorter term postponements. We can also use the existing penalty remission policy to effectively extend payment dates. And this is what most councils are proposing to use, certainly all the metros. Auckland is considering a formal short-term 1-year postponement policy. However, most metros believe that the same outcome can be achieved using the penalty remission policies without all of the administration and additional costs that can occur because of statutory land charges, that type of thing. The revenue team are also collaborating with Priority 1 Tourism Bay of Plenty Chamber of Commerce to identify at-risk businesses, and we will proactively contact some of the sectors such as hospitality and provide information about how we can assist if they need it, now or later on in the year. To that aim, we'll probably put some additional days between the due date of the instalments and the penalties to proactively contact customers. The rates rebates are likely to stay at a similar level to last year, both the threshold and the amount of rebate. It's basically going to be based on this year's inflationary rate. Well, what the DIA have said is that there is an additional winter energy payment this year, which is equivalent to an additional $827 a year for superannuants and low-income households. So that's quite a bit of money that can be used for other purposes. There is also a specific accommodation package that the government is saying can be used to assist affordability for rates and mortgages and various other household costs. And that is a maximum of $305 per week. And the income level in areas like Tauranga can be up to $99,000, and you can still be eligible to get that additional assistance. So what we're doing with anyone that's calling us at the moment, and what we'll do on our rates newsletters, is we will promote all of these additional assistance that people can claim for through either council or through central government. So we'll put a lot of effort into making sure that everyone's aware of entitlements out there that could help with rates affordability.
Thanks very much, Jim. I've got a number of people wanting to ask questions, possibly of you and certainly of Paul. I've just maybe got the order. Just bear with me 1 second, please. As I understand it, Kelvin, you may be first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Temby. Yes, I had a question, Jim. What is the actual current uptake of our rates postponement policy? How many people actually tried or go through our, it's apparently quite convoluted methods to actually achieve that rates postponement? You're muted. You're on mute.
Sorry, is that better? Yeah.
Yeah.
So we haven't actually got anyone on the hardship postponement scheme at the moment. It is a scheme of last resort. So if a ratepayer has gone to the private sector to ask for a reverse mortgage and been refused, and they've got a rates rebate and they put a minimum amount in, they can apply for a hardship postponement. So that we haven't got anyone that's applied for that as a last resort yet. We've just got probably about 20 postponements for rural areas that have been zoned urban, and more about that side of things. So we haven't got anyone at the moment.
Oh, thanks very much, Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I think I've got, forgive me if the order's wrong, but Jaco, Larry, and John in that order. If that's incorrect, forgive me. Thank you.
I was just wondering how publicised this will be. Is it currently on the rates bill, how to get a bit of help if you can't afford to pay your rates? And is the plan to put it there if it's not there already?
Yes, it certainly is with every water and rates bill at the moment. We're the only council that actually works out the exact level of income that a household can have and still get a rebate. So it's on the front of the rates invoice. We also put it in our newsletters, and we will be putting as much effort as possible into bringing it to everyone's attention as we do every year.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you. Mine are on automatic payments, so I don't see them.
Thank you, Jaco. And Jim, that was really interesting that we're the only council in the country that assesses household income. That's very good to know. Larry, followed by John. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Jim. You touched on the WINS accommodation supplement, but I didn't hear it clearly that people can use that to pay their rates. Most people would assume you can only get that to help pay your rent, but it is the case that they can use it for almost anything, but they can certainly pay their rates. And just to add to it, can you, only because I bumped into you earlier and I heard you say this, that you're quite surprised at how generous WINS are being at this current time with anyone who does apply, and it is the way the government is trying to help out in this area.
Yeah, certainly I was quite surprised that one of our staff who's got a single income looked into it in a bit more detail and was able to get some assessment.
And they don't have to be beneficiaries to
they
get
don't
that
have to be
extra
beneficiaries. Yeah. No, it's certainly not. So that could help households where you've moved from two incomes to one income. Then you can access the accommodation supplement without having access to any benefits.
Yeah. In line with Jaco's question earlier, I wonder how we might communicate that a bit more so people see it's not just the rate rebate option.
Yeah, we'll certainly put that in the newsletter, and we'll make it very bold about options to help affordability and to get assistance.
Thanks. Mayor Temby, I have one more, but I'm not in the right order for that. I can wait, or I can do it now.
Thank you, Larry. I'll just go to John now. And Jim, thank you for that answer on communication. I think that's really helpful. John, thank you.
Yeah, look, appreciate that. Jim, are we actually expecting people to take up the postponement policy? Because the fact that no one's does it anyway, it becomes a bit of a sort of phatic statement that we offer this if for whatever reason no one sees any advantage in taking it up. What's the underlying issue, do you think? Is the issue basically that postponing a debt doesn't help anyone pay it?
What we are thinking is, and it's aligned with all of the other metros, is that using the penalty remission process policy is a lot more efficient and it's cheaper. You don't have additional cost to the ratepayer, and it achieves the same outcome. So you can make an extension of time to allow ratepayers to pay the rates as their circumstances change post-COVID recovery. So that's the main tool that we'll use. If there is a ratepayer who has a longer term issue with paying rates, then certainly that low uptake is probably because there may not actually be that much of a need for it at this point in time. essentially it is a last resort. So you can go to the private sector and get a reverse mortgage right now. And we're saying if you're unable to access that, then you will get money from the government to assist you to pay rates through these various different entitlements. And we expect that $20 a week of that could go towards your rates, and you would get a rate-free rate on top of that, leaving a smaller amount to postpone, which is manageable over a longer period of time. Because ultimately the debt just accumulates and builds up to a higher amount. It still has to be paid at some point.
Can I just, for clarification, a small supplementary, Your Worship? So if I understand it correctly, they have to have gone to external independent sources before we would look at a postponement, and we would rather they take up a reverse mortgage at 8% than have access to our funding, which would be 2.5, 3. Is that a fair description of the proposition?
Yes, it's not core business for us to offer financial services. That's effectively what we had decided before. But if you're interested, that's exactly what we're trying to do with the National Rates Postponement Scheme, where we can probably something in there.
Yeah, if I can just add to that, obviously for a debt constrained council, it's a difficult situation because any sort of success on a scheme like that creates the issue of debt increasing, which is why we're looking at a wider national scheme, which allows that debt to actually be sitting on someone else's balance sheet effectively, but provide the funding through to us to actually allow that to continue with our funding, but also don't put that balance sheet constraint in place. And that would be, obviously offered at a much lower rate than any sort of private sector reverse mortgage offering. But again, it's very much in its early days, that scheme.
Thank you, Paul. You answered my next question, so thank you. You're ahead of me again. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Larry, I see you've got a question on late penalty payment collection.
Yeah, how much do we normally collect in a year that we may be foregoing this year by being, very open and helpful to remit those penalties? What sort of figure is it?
Normally it starts off about 3% of rates. It moves down to less than 1 by the end of the year. So we do collect probably around $700,000 or $800,000 penalties, but we give a lot of that back when arrangements are made that are acceptable and the arrangement period, the rates are paid. So effectively we set penalties and then we give that money back when the arrangements are kept. So it's an incentive to catch up on your rates and go forward in a way that's sustainable.
Okay. A quick supplementary, if I can, Mayor Timmy. It's just so you can assure us that the way we operate that is in a very generous way. We make it clear that we're willing to help and all, and I mean maybe we need to make some physical communication of that as well, that we're here to help. They just have to contact.
Absolutely guarantee that all the staff in the rates team are very empathetic and very sincere in their desire to assist people to get to a place where they're able to pay their rates on an ongoing basis. So that's always a very important part of our role.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for the questions. I had a question around communications. Larry's effectively asked it, but I think the question is, can we do better? I'm picking the answer is yes, we probably can.
Yeah. Yes, right. I think we'll put real good effort in this year to see if there's any additional people that are not normally needing assistance from us. And that's why we're also going to do a proactive phone round of the businesses that we think might be most affected to let them know that we are here to help if they need it.
Tremendous, Jim. Really appreciate the input. Paul, is it your intention to carry on now or to pass to Christine? What's next?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. We're going to keep going through all of this presentation. So I think we've probably got, doesn't tell me what slide number I'm up to, but there's 24 slides, so we're not that far off, and then we'll come back to the details. So
great, thank you. What I'm going to suggest, just for timing, we will be probably, I imagine, close to 3 o'clock, our 2-hour point, when you've finished with questions. We may take a break after your presentation, if that's appropriate.
Okay,
thanks,
sure.
Thanks.
Just to finalise off the operational expenditure, so as I said, the $10 million has been included in the numbers to date. The operational expenditure, which is attachment 6 and 7 in your agendas, but Christine will run through once we've gone through this presentation, just to give a flavour of how they've been categorised. So executives have gone through with staff and worked through what we've deemed to be essential services. So they're the services that obviously are actually absolutely essential to keeping the city running. Then we've also categorised sums which are recommended to continue, and we've looked back through history in terms of some of the things coming out of the GFC and the like, in terms of what services we need to make sure we do need to continue with, particularly in terms of that point around keeping our long-term direction and maintaining good work in that space. And then we've looked at what executive come up as a grouping of the reviews, where we've reviewed in more detail those and come up with suggestions in terms of, or recommendations in terms of what could be savings that would be achieved. And there's 50 plus of those reviews that have been worked through. Again, to point out that they are a mixture of what we could do both in the short and long term, and the way they've been categorised as to whether there's a 6-month or a 12-month or longer potentially options within them. And also just to reinforce that when we talk about the rating numbers of the 4.9%, that these numbers aren't included within those at that point, so that they would be over and above. Some of those reviews also have looked at whether there's the need to increase cost in certain areas, particularly when we put that recovery lens on and say what's the best recovery for the city. So that's operational expenditure. To move on to capital expenditure, and again, Nick will go through this in more detail, but the recommended option you can see on the screen there. And just to call out, we had some confusion around how NZTA subsidies were included within the numbers in terms of the original information that we sent you. So the recommendation is a $225 million program, which is made up of 170 million of projects funded plus 30 million that are carried forward from the current year. So that gives a 200 million total. And then we've also got another 25 million of projects that we're recommending to include within the plan. However, from a conservative perspective, we haven't actually looked to fund and finance those at this point in time, which means that the rating number is slightly lower because of that. And I'll explain that further on the next slide. In terms of the breakdown, when we get to the detail in the attachments to the agenda, there's the $17 million, which reflects the NZTA amount, is made up of a further group of projects that we'd be recommending to actually include as possible to be able to be brought forward if and when the situation enabled us to be able to do that throughout the year. So in short, this program that we're putting in front of you totals 242 million compared to the 244 million in our original draft program. So not a significant amount difference from in there. And when I suggested the change in the resolution to A3 around the ratio to be up to 250%, it really recognises the flexibility that we're trying to include within the annual plan to allow us to be able to take up opportunity as it exists. And that may be in the form of CIP funding as well as it comes through, which means that depending on the form of that funding, that our ratio may move higher than the 239%, which is what is sitting in the report at present. So that's the first option in there. They've then done a further 2 options around that shows larger programs. So that when it says 200 million, if you take into account the carry forward and the non-funded component, takes the total program to 250 million. Rates in the first year goes up by a relatively small amount, but future years recognise the ongoing depreciation and OPEX cost of those projects, and they do lift up to a percent higher. And then another $50 million in option 3, again taking the rate number up another 0.2 in the first year, but most of the cost flows through into the future years of a further 2%. So it's probably the main other point I'd make on this is the issue just around our ability to deliver a program. You'll see on, I think the next slide shows you on the first two to two green bars of that a program of 192 or 202 million forecast this year. We haven't delivered a program significantly over 200 million before. So when we're considering these numbers on these slides, just important to note that what we've put up in terms of the recommendation is a program that we think is still challenging to deliver, but realistic. And the funding portion and financing portion of it is realistic. But does also look to create some flexibility given the uncertain environment that we're working within. So they're the capital expenditure options. Graphically, I've just put the one up there, which is the recommended. You can see still, and I'll come back to this slide towards the end of the presentation, just to really enforce the fact that the long-term issues still remain. The blue shaded bars are what we've currently got in our system, and we know that we're short by up to $500 million to $1 billion in terms of that long-term plan. A lot of that is around some of the corridor work that's been, we can give you a detailed list of what that gap looks like, but a lot of it is around the community infrastructure and corridor work that hasn't actually been included until we actually go through the next 10-year plan. So those blue shaded columns are relatively conservative in terms of their number, but the yellow columns would be the numbers that we need to get it down to actually maintain within the 270, maintain a 275% ratio, which is within the new 300 that, subject to council's approval, will be allowed through the LGFA for the next 2 years, and that comes down to 280. So that would be what our more longer term plan looks like from that perspective. Just to explain the non-financing and funding, or what we've commonly referred to as smoothing, the suggested amount is 25 million. As I said, it does recognise the fact that delivery over 200 million is challenging. We also need to acknowledge the fact that there's obviously pressure through COVID environments, depending on what they look like over the next 12 months, which may make that challenge even more so. So by doing this, it assures a more appropriate rating level. So we don't fund and finance for a $225 million program. We fund and finance for a $200 million program. By doing it this way and listing the other projects when we talk to the community, it gives us some flexibility to bring some of those projects forward. But we do need to note that in the event that we were able to deliver more than that 200, that we would potentially exceed our borrowing covenants, and that would be a conversation we'd bring back to council if and when that happened during the year, noting it would be more likely to be in the last quarter of the year that we actually had that situation apply, but it hasn't happened as yet. Just to talk briefly about the 300% and what it means. So the Local Government Funding Agency has now recommended an increase from 250 to 300. It is a sinking lid approach, so it's 300 for the next 2 years, then it reduces to 280% by 2026. Probably goes without saying that it allows higher levels of debt and therefore higher capital programs. We do know that our ratio will improve somewhat as revenue items come back on stream. But again, on the best case scenario, which we're now modelling, that those numbers won't be significant on the ratio. We do know, and it's evident from the previous slide, that on an annual basis, we do increase by 30 to 40%, which really highlights some of the issues that we want to continue to talk to government and partners about in terms of revenue models, because ideally we create a sustainable model that avoids such large increases in debt going forward. And also to note that the flow on OPEX implications. Now, we're not able to fully model those at the moment. We've just done very high level on some assumptions around what would be the flow on of larger capital programs at a general level as they apply to rating, just based on some high level rules. And then now the question is what is the actual prudent level of debt on the current revenue model that what we're setting. So what we've recommended as the executive is that the program sits in that 239 to 250% in the next financial year, which does obviously puts pressure on future years, but puts us still in a good situation moving into the long-term plan, and does allow us to be able to actually move forward with CIP and other like the growth programs, for example, if they come online and actually improve that situation. I might just, before I go into the detail on this, I might just pause there if there's any questions on the actual size and scale of program. Otherwise, I'll just go through the way we've broken down the scenarios and recommendations from executive.
I think Larry has a question, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Matembi. Paul, you mentioned that the flexibility would be helpful depending on the CIP situation, and I think you said that that might push our ratios up. Is that based on the fact that it's not a grant but it's a loan? And how does that, if it's just a loan and we're borrowing anyway, how does that push it up? And secondly, secondly, if we are getting a grant, then we're able, I assume, to bring some of that other non-funded capex into the equation. Can you comment on those two things?
To answer the second question first, that's absolutely right. If we do get more revenue and more capacity brought in, then we can bring in projects that are ready to go that it would not have been able to within our borrowing constraints and financial constraints. We do need to note, though, that they will have a subsidy or may have a subsequent impact on rates in future years when we make those decisions to bring those forward, depending on the type of project. At this point in time, the CIP, we do not know in terms of the form that it could be in. We've worked on that it may be in 3 forms. Obviously, a grant is the most favourable for us to be able to work with. There could be some form of off-balance sheet loan, which still obviously means that there are some funding constraints around that, but it deals with the financing question. And the other one, and probably more pertinent to my comment around having capacity, is if there are forms of a co-funded approach that come forward, that we may be in a good position to be able to actually pick up a co-funded opportunity that may be very beneficial for us on those projects going forward. So that's probably the main one, that I just want to have capacity to be able to deal with those.
Thanks, Paul. Excellent.
Thank you very much, Paul. I don't see any more questions, councillors. Is there any more questions at the start? Sorry?
Mayor TMB, John Robertson, I think I've got one in the chat column there, a question.
My apologies.
No problem. It's hard working, this system, to be honest. I appreciate the effort. It's, Paul, just quickly, just checking on your 3 levels of CapEx program, the last row, should that figure in the second column be 300? Should that be a 300 total program made of 250, 30 and 20, that figure there?
Yes, good point. That's correct. Sorry. Yes, 300. Yep, that's right.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, John, and your answer, Paul. Paul, do you want to carry on at this point?
Sure. So in terms of the capital investment scenarios, we've worked through 4 ways of prioritising our capital program through 4 different lenses. And you can see them listed on the screen. I'm not going to go through, I might just skip over these quickly, just conscious of time, and the fact that executive have amalgamated these to come up with a recommended list to come back to council. So I'll focus more on the recommended list rather than each of these scenarios, but they do come up with slightly different results in terms of how they're looked at, which is shown on the graphs here. But as I said, I won't spend time on those because executive have looked at the projects in detail. They've broken the projects down in terms of what's on the screen there now. So there's $189 million of what's considered under essential under all scenarios. Some of those do have some NZTA funding attached to them as well. We don't need to look at the pages now, but if we need them going forward, that's where they sit. In terms of the 3 different ways, or the 4 different ways of breaking them up, are shown in attachment 3, but probably the more important is attachment 4, which is how executive have recommended other projects. So that list of other projects is some 70-something million in total, and we've included recommendations up to 225 million of funded projects, and then a further 17 million. So you can see the 36 million of recommended and 17 million of additional brought forward projects where possible. So again, this gives us some flexibility in terms of that capital program moving into next year.
Great, Paul. Thank you. I have a question from Andrew for you.
Yeah, thank you. Just wondering, were all 4 scenarios weighted equally?
That they were very much looked at a project by project level. So we considered the elements of are they essential? Are they sorry, I've just got to go back in the slide. Essential, development ready, or multimodal. I'm just going to pass over to Nick. He's just going to add a little bit more detail to that.
Yeah, so the different scenarios were all created using a number of criteria when we weighted or when we ranked the whole schedule of projects. So each projects were assessed under a number of criteria, and for the various scenarios, those criteria were given different weightings. But then in selection and the selection of the preferred one, we looked at which one took the biggest hit in terms of the either growth, level of service, or renewals. And when we created the final schedule, the renewals one and the growth ones were not as greatly affected as the level of service one, which is the last one out of the schedules attached to the back, which has then created the one that the executive recommended. So there's an element of judgment in there, but all of the projects were selected using a number of criteria. The balanced one is the one where no weightings were applied to the criteria, and the rest ones had various weightings attached to those criteria. So that's why they've ended up in different positions on the schedules. I hope that explains it.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Paul, back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Temby. Almost to the end of the slides. So just in terms of long-term plan impacts, and really just to recognise that the issues that we had around our financials, we recognised a long time ago, and certainly were part of the original annual plan conversations that we had earlier in the year. But they obviously have been accelerated in terms of that revenue loss and the impacts of that on our financials. The long-term direction of growth management and future planning still, and those issues around housing and transport are still absolutely front of mind within that. The reason we want to just keep the pedal to the metal, for want of a better terminology, around the long-term sustainable model is to keep working on what are revenue options that might exist. Some of those partnering options, whether they be with private sector or sub-regional and regional options, and any further off-balance sheet solutions that may come about as part of either infrastructure funding or financing work, or the next iterations of that, ultimately ending up in a long-term prudent financial strategy as we move into that plan. Again, just to bring that back to your attention, effectively, just to really highlight those long-term issues still remaining, and then finally, just to re-emphasise that we do have the challenge of some of those savings reversing in future years and the potential rating implications of those. There are in the first attachments to the report some of the rating impacts on the various capital programs attached to that, and again, just to re-emphasise that we still have approximately 8% of rating increase associated with curbside waste collection in the 2022 year that we do need to consider in terms of what that future rating impact is, and obviously the benefit of that in terms of our balance sheet capacity as well. So in terms of next steps, and then I'll be quiet. It's obviously the decision to reconsult or not will be considered after we have the conversation around the service delivery reviews, and we're still looking at an adoption date prior to 31 July. We'll work through that detailed timetable once we've actually made that decision on consult or not. So that's the end of the presentation. The one thing I just did want to bring to councillors' attention as well is that from our user fees, we haven't had any material alteration to what we went out in the draft. So probably the one to bear in mind of that is that parking charges were proposed in the draft to increase. That would have obviously another implication in terms of our debt numbers, but that would just be something we'd need councillors to raise if they didn't want that to happen come the 1st of July now. And that's all I have, and take any further questions.
Thank you. I have a question in respect of the slide 3 or 4 ago, and our commitment and responsibilities as a regional partner and to our regional partners. And most specifically, the question is in respect of smart growth and the ability to make a contribution to it. Where do you see us sitting with that in respect of the what you've just shown us, really?
Yeah, so Christine might want to comment further, but there's been no alterations that I'm aware of in terms of smart growth budget. So our commitment is still intact from that perspective. I don't know if you want to say any more, Christine.
Yeah, so that's correct. So we have a set amount that's been agreed for some time that we make a contribution to. It was increased to cover the cost of UFDs. There is no ongoing cost reflected for whatever comes after UFD. That needs to be covered within the overall smart growth budget. And then the next piece of subsequent work is the Tauranga system plan, the transport system plan, and that is included in the budgets.
Great, thank you, Paul and Christine. I appreciate that answer. Councillors, if there's no questions of either Paul or Christine at this stage, Kelvin, is that a question?
I got a question, thank you. I asked in the sidebar. I think John's got one as well after me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I guess this is a good time as any to ask Paul. If through the process of reducing reducing our operational expenditure, we get to a point where the rates figure may be, in our view, too low, do we then have the ability to increase, for example, our risk reserve to guard us against any future shocks? Just want your comment on that, please.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Like the risk reserve currently is sitting at negative 28.5. So, but probably the more important part of that is that any contribution to a risk reserve is also a contribution to debt reduction as well at the same time. So that would be a councillor's decision in terms of how they wanted to use any sort of further capacity in a rating envelope that they wanted, whether that would be in the form of we could take it against that risk reserve. We will, as I said, bring options in the long-term plan back about that, because at that level of a negative number, we will need to deal with it more proactively to actually manage it over time, but we will bring those options back in the long-term plan. But the short-term answer is that it will actually help with debt issues.
Yeah,
thank you, Paul. Thank you, Kelvin, for your question. I've got questions from John, followed by Larry.
Yeah, a question, if I can, to Christine, supplementary, following up your question, Your Worship, around regional partnerships, smart growth, obviously AFD and the TSP. Just as a sidebar, I'd note that our neighbour, Western Bay Planning District Council, are proposing a rates increase of 1.98%. But Christine, you were very specific in saying that our commitments to funding smart growth, the partnership itself, funding AFD, the program, funding the TSP work. But the underlying question for me, of course, is that the funding of the projects that flow from these strategic programs. That's normally the question where the partnerships come under pressure. Can you talk about that? Because does that go back to the $500 million to $1 billion process? I'm just trying to separate the planning strategy formulation side of it from the actual implementation of CapEx on the ground.
Yep. So that's correct. So what I was focusing on was actually the process. In terms of the implementation on the ground, there are a number of those projects are underway. So there is investment to deliver things like the plan changes for residential intensification that you're aware of, the flooding plan change, the work that's happening around Te Tumu and Tauriko West, greenfields planning, etc. So all of those types of investments are in there, and there are investments obviously around things like the Waiari and the water treatment plant and the Tamanga wastewater treatment plant, which provide the capacity for growth. But much of the, and there are a number of other investments. So you recently had a report to you, I think the last council meeting, around wastewater investment in the Western Corridor. So those are sitting in the current annual plan, but there are many to go into the LTP, which some of the work is underway, some of them has been completed. So that is that $500 million to $1 billion gap. So that is the wastewater for the Eastern Corridor, which is over 100 million, the wastewater for the Western Corridor, again over 100 million, the work associated with resilience. So we've been doing a lot of technical work on resilience. Some of that has been reported to you, but there is still much more to report to Council over the next 6 months, and work on criticality of assets and what we need to do for critical assets to make sure they're resilient. And we're drilling down on about 300 projects, and then you'll need to look at those and prioritise them through the LTP. Residential intensification, amenity, public transport infrastructure, walking and cycling infrastructure, all of those need to be considered and prioritised through the LTP. So currently in the annual plan, you've got the starter for 10. The LTP is where you'll make your choices about how much and how fast you want to invest to deliver on the growth pattern.
And am I correct in saying that's the nub of the relationship issue, and hopefully the central government, you know, seeing what we need to do and really coming in and partnering with, that's quite critical.
That is critical, so absolutely. And some of those are included in the urban growth investment application that we've made to governments, and not so much in the CIP, which is more focused on the 6 to 12 months, but quite a lot of it is in there, which is more about a 4-year delivery. And so, yeah, so absolutely. And we need, and there's also investment that's needed by NZTA as well, in terms of the key NZTA corridors that our city relies on to move across and around our city.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I've got questions now from Larry, followed by Andrew, followed by Heidi.
Paul, there is an amended or an updated table 2 that's come out, the executive recommended negotiable program. You may be coming to that, so I may be jumping the gun, in which case tell me to wait. But there are, the lines are drawn through it. There's 2 lines drawn through it at different places than the one that's in the agenda. And if you had the totals for where those lines are, it would be appreciated. But if we're coming to it later, you can address it there.
Yeah, that's the 36 and the 17 million I referred to, but Nick will go through that in detail shortly.
Thank you, Paul. Andrew, followed by Heidi.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's a couple of things that concern me, and one is that we do spend a lot of time talking about capital, and we're capital expenditure, and we seem to deliberately spend almost no time talking about OPEX. It seems to me to achieve an average 0% rate rise for our residents, we need to save somewhere between 5 and 8 million. And I know that we have to progress, we have to do a lot of capital expenditure, but I'd like to do more talking about how do we knock another 5 million out of the 180 million with the OPEX that we have. How do we achieve that?
So the first part of that conversation will be when we move into the OPEX and service delivery reviews, because they're grouped into 3 areas: essential, recommended, and to be reviewed. That's based on executive recommendations within there, but it's certainly up to councillors to be able to actually look at some of those, because they are directly impacting on OPEX, those areas. So that would be the first point of call, noting that we've already pulled that 10 million out.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. And Heidi, your question's been answered. So that being the case, and I'm assuming there's no more questions in the side because there's none in the sidebar, I'll call for a 10-minute break, which will bring us back at, say, 3:15, and following and Christine will make provision for you to introduce the CIPs. I think that will be great for us to know going forward with this meeting. So a 10-minute break, back at 3:15. Thanks, everybody. Christine, thank you. And before I hand over to you, I just wanted, on behalf of everybody, to wish Susan a happy birthday. So, Susan, from all of us,
Happy birthday.
happy special day. She's not responding. That's okay. Christine, thank you. Over to you.
Okay, so I'll just perhaps give a little bit of a quick update in terms of the CIP process. So we were advised yesterday that we can, in the agenda there is a list of the projects that we submitted together with our first round of feedback. So that is either a project was unsuccessful and it's not proceeding any further, it's being moved into the Provincial Development Unit to look at from a perspective of provincial development funding, or it continues in the CI stream for the infrastructure reference group. So it's defined as successful, which just means it moves to the next stage. So it's successfully got through the screening process and moves to the next stage. We've been advised that within 2 weeks, we will get an indication as to which projects of those ones that have got through that into the screening potentials for funding that we're going to start having further, more detailed conversations with government officials on in terms of moving them forward. So that we should have a reasonably good indication within 2 weeks. Paul was talking about the terms of some of that funding. When we put the growth related ones in, we framed them as a request for 80% concessionary loan, which was an off-balance sheet loan, and 20% grant. And the reason we asked for the 20% grant was because we know we are likely to undercollect development contributions. And so we said 80% paid back by development contributions and 20% funded by grant, which avoids having the rates going to fund growth related projects. So that's what our first application was. We'll just see what happens and we'll give you an update when we receive some further information. So I'll just move on to the operating costs. So Paul gave a really good overview before in terms of the operating costs. So the operating expenditure of council is driven by two key things really. One is our asset base and the other one is our broader service delivery. So a significant proportion of our operating costs are driven directly off CapEx and are not easily adjustable without changing the asset base that the council holds. So that is depreciation, the interest cost on debt associated with assets, and then the maintenance of those assets. So the maintenance of assets is generally done by way of contracts which are done through a competitive tender process. So things like the water and wastewater networks, we have contracts for service for managing those. They are multi-million-dollar contracts and they go through a comprehensive tendering process. Similarly, in terms of the transport network, there's a lot of maintenance on that network on a day-to-day basis. It goes through a competitive tendering process in the open market and it must meet all of the NZTA procurement requirements for it to be able to secure the NZTA's 50% subsidy. So on those parts of the operational budgets, there's actually limited flexibility unless you want to sort of change your level of service, and then it generally takes time because you're having to change those assets and what they're actually delivering. So then the other big chunk of the business of council is really around the services it delivers, and that's where the executive team have done a lot of work in terms of analysing them and identifying opportunities. When the work was originally started, we had, as Paul had indicated, quite significant revenue reduction estimates at that time at the early stages of COVID. And there were discussions amongst elected members identifying that you were looking to change your proposed rates level from the 12.6% that was consulted on or approved just at the just before we went into lockdown really, or at that time. And so we were looking to see what we looked across all activities, not yet clear on the nature and extent of savings that would be required, either due to the revenue or due to council's desire for a lower rate rise. So you'll see that we've gone through all of the activities, firstly identified things that we felt should continue, those and which ones we should review. So they start on round about page 62 of your agenda. We've identified which ones are essential, things that we thought should continue, things which we recommended to continue, and we were going to look for cost savings, but we didn't see them being changed substantially in terms of the scale or whether or not they continue at all, and then a series of activities to review. For those activities that we reviewed, we looked at them in terms of how could we identify any opportunities for savings, and if the savings were to be made, what would be the impact on that? So we looked at a full wellbeing assessment. We looked at the costs associated with the activity and how those costs would change if we reduced or stopped the activity. What was our level of confidence attached to the estimates we were making and our assessments? And so you'll see that coming through as low, medium and high. You can appreciate that much of this work has been done rather rapidly, and it has been done with all of our staff working from home, which has made it somewhat more difficult. So some of them, the level of confidence is low or medium, not necessarily high. And then we identified what were the key issues or impacts or implications associated with each of those activities under different scenarios of continuing to operate as we have been pre-COVID, if we changed significantly the service for a 6-month period, or if we basically didn't deliver the service at all. So through there, and picking up a question from Councillor Hollis earlier, we did look at options of moving some activities, the delivery of service, to things like a 4-day week. So those types of options are included, and they could be scaled up or down in certain activities if you wish to. So this provides you a bit of a base starting point that if you wanted to either approve it or perhaps explore a variation on one of these options, that's absolutely possible. So if we move through, what I was going to suggest is I'll just actually relatively quickly move through each of the sections and see if there's any questions or clarifications. So we did get some feedback from elected members based on the draft agenda for some queries. Much of that has been tabled as additional tabled items as part of this formal meeting. But there still may be further outstanding questions, or you may have had another chance to work through the agenda and had some more questions that we can answer.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Christine. I have one question from Kelvin so far.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mayor Temby. Thank you, Christine. Did I hear you say that in our CIP proposals, we were not going for 100% grant, but only 20% grant and 80% loan? Because I thought, my understanding was that when we were presenting a lot of these proposals for central government funding, it was actually in the form of a grant rather than something that we would be having to pay back. So can you just clarify, please? And is that the same percentage on all of the projects?
So it varied on the type of project. So the direct feedback we got is that 100% grant projects were less likely to be successful than those who had a contribution or a partnership or some other funding source. So where the project would normally have been development contribution funded, what we asked for was a concessionary loan, and we said that that loan needed to be off balance sheet and the loan could be repaid from development contributions, so that there's no ratepayer contribution, but that it was still covered by the developer. That's not normally the type of approach we would have used for funding the asset, then we did go for a 100% grant. So we did a bit of a mix.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation.
Thank you, Kelvin. Are there any other questions? I beg your pardon. Heidi, thank you.
So just on that point, Christine, does that mean then that the 80% developer contributions would need to go to that part of the project that would otherwise go to other parts, other development contribution aspects of that development, or would it otherwise have been tagged to that anyway?
It would normally be tagged. So you can only charge development contributions where you've got an actual cost that's related to the growth area, and you can only spend the development contribution on that growth area. So our biggest issue is that we just don't have the debt capacity to hold that debt on our balance sheet until the revenue from the development contribution comes through. So that's our problem. And so our application was that financing would be held off balance sheet and could be repaid, which means we're more likely to get the funding than if it was 100% grant, because then there'd be no repayment at all. And the other benefit of that is it keeps developers on an equal footing, so that one development area doesn't get a commercial advantage over another because the council's been successful in obtaining funding, and it keeps greenfields and intensification relative as well. Otherwise, you're starting to make some growth areas significantly cheaper because effectively the Crown is subsidising it.
Thank you for the question, Heidi, and thank you, Christine.
Question, Your Worship. Sorry.
You got a question? Muted, Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't realise. I've got questions from Dawn, followed by John.
Oh, thank you.
You're just wondering, how do the council sort of project priorities compare with the community aspirations? Have we looked into that?
So at the moment, the mechanism we primarily use that is the consultation through the LTP. So you're currently still working in year 3 of the previous LTP. And we haven't in the past, until COVID, looked to significantly change those services. We've talked to you about the process that we had started, which was the vision exercise, which was to lead into this LTP and then more comprehensively into the following LTP. That work had commenced and there were workshops underway, but had to be stopped due to COVID. So through that, you'd have a conversation with your community about what's important to them and what do they want their city to look like, and therefore what level of expenditure should line up. And so that's generally set in each LTP.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Dawn and Christine. John.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Christine, I'm interested in the choice of the 20% level. I know that we invariably wind up over time with the DC shortfall, and we transfer that debt to the ratepayers. That's growth doesn't pay for growth. We know that. The 20%, is that a little high, or does that reflect our expected shortfall, or are we erring on the side of caution, which I think is obviously the right thing to do?
Yep. We are erring on the side of caution. This was supplementary information that was requested through the CIP process, and I think we had less than 4 hours to respond to that request. So they asked us for all of our projects to specify the funding, nature of the funding. And so, yeah, it is really a starting point for a conversation of negotiation if those projects get through the next stage, and the indication in the next 2 weeks is those ones are good to go, then I'm sure we'll have further discussion.
So we can just be very clear that 20% isn't the typical shortfall on a development project. No, thank you.
No, it's not the typical shortfall. And for some of the projects, depending on the stage they're at relative to the quantum of growth, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I'm aware that some projects were actually ahead, which is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And the work that you did do, Christine, on that, given the notice, was highly commendable. The detail that you put into it was just extraordinary. I've got 2 more questions. One from Heidi, and I think Larry, if you want to ask that or state that, but otherwise Heidi, followed by Larry.
Yeah, hi Christine. I'm just wondering about the kind of understanding when with our housing demand and the opening up of our greenfields developments and the opening up of Te Papa and intensification, have we got really clear indications of when we need that housing by, when we predicted to need that housing by, and how that flows into a timeline of investment and provision over time?
Yes, so we do. So we know from the work that's been done through the shortfall assessment of housing demand versus housing supply that we need it effectively now. We need to be moving forward now to have it available within sort of the 3-year time frame. And once you get beyond the 3 years, the shortage is getting far more significant. To get to there, we need to be doing infrastructure planning and land acquisition for infrastructure, and putting the infrastructure in pretty much now and over the next few years. So we do have a program of planning where we plan out when it has to actually be put in place to be ready to align to when the plan changes become operative and when we think the development's going to roll out. So yes,
thank you, Christine.
We constantly monitor that and tweak it as the demand either slows down or speeds up.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Christine. Larry.
Thanks, Mayor. Christine, you're dealing with attachment 7 and you've covered 8. I I don't want to get ahead of myself, but there was a question that we'd emailed in from attachment 10, and maybe this goes back to Paul, but were those amounts on that attachment 10 included in the 4.9 we were starting with?
It's probably a
Or are we coming to that?
question.
No, that they're not.
You're on mute, Paul.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself again. The short answer is no, that they're not. However, looking at that list, there are some elements of that that we could look to incorporate into some of our BAU work as well, to be able to actually to deliver on some of those. But in short, the answer is no, they haven't been included.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors, of Christine or Paul?
So if not, I'll move into just a quick overview of the OPEX and speedily zip through that.
Thank you, Christine.
So just in terms of the OPEX, then, so we move down to each of the sort of three categories the executive have put forward. So section A, which starts on page 72, is the schedule of recommended to continue services. Perhaps if I just go in blocks of those just to see if there's any questions on section A, which goes from page 72 to 77. Doesn't sound
Any
like
questions, councillors?
Sound like it.
Thank you, Christine. I think you can move
Keep
on
going.
from there.
So the next section is continuation of services for consideration. So because we don't know until you've had your debate as to where you want to set your rates level and what level of savings, we've sort of put this here as a consideration category, if you like, where the benefit, there is benefit, but it does have costs, and some of them are temporary. Sometimes there are staff redundancies, etc., and sometimes those costs are difficult to sort of get back. So then by the time you discontinue the service and then try to get it back going up in, say, 6 months' time, there's not a huge amount of savings. So some of these, if you wanted to do them, you may be better to go for a longer period of time than a shorter, because the discontinuation costs and the startup costs, again, will basically offset any savings that you might make. So you need to do them for a longer period of time. They run across a range of activities. So again, just happy to see if there's any questions on that category B. They go through to page 84.
Thank you, Christine. These categories B and also C, I just wanted to double check. None of these potential savings have yet been factored into the 4.9%?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've got effectively decisions to make on these OPEX lines in addition to the recommendations that are coming through. That's right?
Yes, so when you look at the resolutions, the way the resolutions are written, we thought maybe a helpful way to work through that you set a starting point, and then you work through the individual. We've put up the recommendations that we put in the section C, but you could, you can add whatever you want. You could take out of A or B, and you can remove the ones from C. That enables you to have a issue by issue conversation as to whether or not you wish to include those matters in your final decision.
And just supplementary, Mitembi, if we didn't address any specific line items today, we could still do those or identify some specific ones we want to address through our deliberations. Is that correct?
That's correct. So if you didn't include them today, then you would do them through. But if they have impact on the community,
yeah,
you'd be better to consult or to put it out there so people know about them. Because at the moment, otherwise they don't have any opportunity, and you still need to make a decision as to whether you consult or not. But I think signalling to the community that you're considering it would probably be helpful rather than it coming up later.
Okay, so really this is an opportunity we have to sort of take advantage of today if we want to be serious about some of these potential savings. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Tina, followed by Larry.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question on this one. It's on page 80, B8. It's just for clarification. I was of the understanding that the main streets were self-funded through a targeted rate. I'm just wondering why it's in here. Could you clarify that for me?
So that's correct. So the main streets is a targeted rate, but it is still collected. It's a charge that council is the only legal entity to be able to do. And if you were thinking about the impact on businesses, you might say that actually that should be a higher charge so that you can do some activity generation for those in those areas, or you may say actually you think that they are hurting and you would like to see a reduction. So we felt it was important to have the expenditure opportunities complete for you to consider. But
Thank you.
Normally what would happen is each of the main streets would come to you with a budget and say this is what we're looking for. And then you would consult on that and then strike that rate and then hand that over to each of the main streets to spend.
Yeah, thank you. That would be my understanding too, that would be consulted and a decision made together rather than just ours. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Tina. Larry.
So thanks, Timmy. So just checking on our process, like all of the ones in C are there by individual lines when we come back to actually start voting.
Yes,
Is that correct?
all of the ones in section C, which are the executive's recommendations, are in resolution BI to B11.
Yeah.
And so they're the ones that we're putting forward. If you want to make more savings, you would be looking to choose from category B and A as well, or elsewhere.
Yeah.
And if you want to choose less, then you would just not proceed with some of these. So it's really just to give you a bit of a guide of the nature and extent of savings that you could make. And these were the savings in C were those that executive thought of all of these ones were the most sensible if you wish to make savings.
But somewhere there's no recommendation, there's no actual line for debate and adoption of A and B, and somehow we would be here a long time if we go through A and B line by line, you know, and so there may be a point where we could move acceptance of A and B, you know, and see where the votes go on that to just get through it, perhaps.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to have how you actually run the actual meeting part of it. So I think you probably want to have a bit of a debate and then maybe see where the broad direction is going, and then we can help from a process point of view, perhaps come up with some guidance about how you work through the resolutions.
All right, Christine, thank you for that. I've got a question from John.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Temby. It's Christine and Larry's opened up the topic of the process, and I think it's an important one. If the items in C, one wants to remove for whatever reason, but actually one wants to put something into that operational area, and perhaps I need guidance from you know, yourself, Temby, you know, at what point do we put that in the process? Because my concern is the siloed approach of project by project by project by project without trade-off. So is there been thought given to how we proceed along those lines, or just someone just puts an amendment or makes a suggestion for a particular expenditure in a particular area at what time?
Yeah, John, can I think it's very important that we hear from everybody. I know this is going to take a long time, and I suspect there will be parts of the substantive motions that do, or the recommendations that do end up being line by line. There's some that we can take together. We'll see how we go. I think it's very important, though, that we listen to everybody. Everybody has a voice on these matters as much as possible. And I would just, my recommendation is that if you wanted to add to C, you do it as an amendment to the substantive motion.
Okay, thank
you. Always.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Christine, where do we? Sorry, just let me check my chat.
So we've done. Done category B. So if we just move to category C, which is the recommendations. As I said, there's been some supplementary information based on requests from elected members for some of these matters. So that included feedback from the police in terms of New Year's Eve and a few other bits and pieces where clarification was sought. So really just if there's any other questions or matters that you want us to respond to on items in the C category.
Larry, you have a question.
Thanks. Yeah, just on the fireworks display, which relates to the police response, and also Gareth's answers. Maybe Gareth could speak to that. He's in the email, he suggested different percentages of savings, but still holding those events. Gareth, could you clarify what you said in the email there?
Sure. Tēnā koutou e tēnei ahi. So we could look to reduce the budget by 25%, which would allow 3 community events rather than 5 community events, plus midnight fireworks and obviously the safety component that we need to deliver. A 50% reduction in budget would mean we could deliver the safety component, midnight fireworks across the city, and 1 community event. A compromise between the 2 of those would be a 40% budget reduction, which means council could deliver safety, midnight fireworks, and 2 community events.
Cool. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Christine, where are we now?
Sorry, I'm sitting next to Gareth, so I took my headphones off, otherwise I get an echo. So I think that finishes section C, if there's no further questions. Oh, so Andrew looks like he's got one on C.
Sorry, Andrew, go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. Look, the section C seems to me very Washington Monument-like, that it's all about the events and the fun things for the community to have, rather than building stuff or doing anything otherwise. This is the thing about the hanging baskets and the begonia house and things like that. Some of these things I'm not very comfortable with including in the complete removal, and I see that they also make up the bulk of the recommendations, and I think that this could take us some time to get through. The question, I guess, is there a particular reason why it seems that events and things are included in section C rather than services, for example?
So all of the services that we deliver are all identified in the documents, together with our reasons for why we've considered them essential or we're recommending they don't continue. It's absolutely your discretion if the elected members consider some of the things that we've put in essential or recommended to continue. It's your discretion if you wish to change those, and that's why we've put them all in there. But the executive view is some of those are not appropriate, or we wouldn't recommend you to not continue. You can do so. So the full suite of things that council does pretty much is covered from page 62 through to the end of the category C, which is all the way through to page 91. So what we're trying to do is to show transparency, show our rationale, and so that it's all there for you to debate.
And just if I can ask one more question, is when we get back to the recommendations, are we expected to finalise this today?
That again is up to councillors. So the proposition that we're putting is that you do proceed and make some decisions, but again, that's a councillor decision. So at the moment, our timeline is based on you making decisions today, which then gives us direction to go away and do the revised draft with a view to you being able to get to a complete and adopted annual plan by the end of July. As we've reported to you before, you can extend that timeline. We're going to miss the statutory deadline of the 30th of June, likely at the current, based on how we think it's going to roll. And you can collect a rate under the legislation, under the Ratings Act, based on 25% of the prior year. So that is also an option open to you. So it's all at the councillor's discretion.
Yeah, Mayor Tembe, bearing in mind today we are not adopting the annual plan. Essentially, it's considering making an adjustment to the one that we're currently consulting on, and if council makes decisions today that impact on service delivery or projects that we are currently doing or plan to do, that would give us the opportunity to go back and seek community feedback on any decisions. So before adopting before the end of July.
Thank you very much, Marty. Councillors, it would be great if we could, give staff, the executive, some firm direction on how we're feeling about this and make some decisions. I'm happy to take a vote on that if we need a majority to agree to that or have a debate on it. But prior to getting to that, Christine, I just have a question about C3. The reduction of the funding of the Bayfair underpass to $1 million. Now, my understanding and recollection is that we upped that to $2 million, but with NZTA rebates effectively, it drops down to $600,000. Is that correct? And what impact would C3, as it's written there, have on that?
So that C3 was actually an accounting issue, and there was a bit of internal miscommunication. So that resolution is actually being withdrawn by the executive as a recommendation.
Oh, it
so
has.
Just put
My
a line
apologies.
through it. Yep. And
Yep.
you will note that there's nothing in the report on that matter either. It was just we just didn't get it out of the resolution. So apologies for that.
Indeed. Thank you.
Question?
I've got Jaco and then Kelvin. I think he beat you just with a pen movement, Kelvin.
No problem.
I was actually just scratching my head, so go ahead, Kelvin.
Good idea, Jaco. So, Christine, just getting back to OPEX savings, I notice in section B, if you add up all of the scenario 2 savings for libraries, for example, it comes to about $3 million. My question would be to you and perhaps to Chief Executive, if we were of a mind to collectively land on a figure of a particular savings that we'd want to make in the library department, for example, if I said $1 million, what would the process of deciding where that would be, which part of the library's budget that would be impacted on, would the staff feel comfortable in coming back to elected members with such a scenario or recommendations? Because if we are, as elected members, just to pick one or two of those line items, I don't believe that's the right way to go. So that's just a question I'm asking you. If we were to give a broad number, which you could then come back to us on.
So it's a hard question to answer, but if you were to, if you like, propose a sum of savings, we've identified the various aspects or activities or actions that we would need to take to achieve them, which essentially results in either closing libraries for certain periods during the week, reducing hours and the services that they deliver. So I guess if that was the case, we'd be seeking some direction from you, specifically the areas that you would like to see a reduction in that service delivery of.
Thank you. That's a good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Have you got a further section that you wanted to talk about, or?
Yep, I'll just quickly cover the operating expenses, and then after that I think we move to capital. So just working through the report, and if I just perhaps work through the resolutions. So in section C of the resolutions, you'll see that there's a proposed some add-ins, if you like. So there's one around the Strand and Memorial Walkway. So there was a resolution of council for staff to do feasibility and community engagement, and that resolution and the discussion at that time suggested it could be up to 400,000. That was to be included in the budget. We've had a look at it and we think we can do a good job at the 200,000. So we're suggesting that if you still wish to pursue that as per the previous resolution, that money is included. And then also the cycle action plan, there was money, and I understand it's associated with business cases. Nick can probably clarify, that was originally capital, but it actually can't be capitalised. It's more about the planning associated with the cycle action plan. So we're suggesting that that should be included. Council has previously supported progressing significantly with the cycle action plan, and you recently signed off the business case. This is a direct flow through of those decisions to move implementation forward. So they're there. We've also noted that, and as Paul talked about in his presentation, some of these savings are temporary, and therefore in the next financial year, which will be year 1 of the LTP, those temporary savings will, when reversed, will give you an instant rate rise. And at the moment, based on predominantly the salary savings that are in the that we executive have put up of some $5 million, of some of that is permanent, some of that is temporary, and some of the other savings, you're looking somewhere in the range of 2 to 3% rate rise for year 1 of your LTP when these changes, if they were to be implemented, are reversed. So really just wanted to really bring that to your attention. And then the other area in operating is we did look at user fees and charges to see if there was anything that could be implemented that could start to deliver revenue in the 19-20 financial year. One that has been explored previously is boat ramps. When we explored it last time, there wasn't the pay your park type app, and it was going to be physically difficult to achieve a good solution. There is now a solution that could be implemented. It does have some impacts in terms of some of the surrounding areas. It's clearly going to be something that boat users are passionate about, but it is put forward as an option that council may wish to consider. So we're putting 100,000 in. It could potentially be up to 400 in subsequent years. So that's, again, just a matter for you to consider and to weigh up in terms of the implications of that. So those are really, in terms of the operational area, the matters I wanted to cover. You're on mute, Tembi.
Thanks for that, Christine. I've got, Larry, I think you have a question followed by John, followed by Andrew.
Thanks, Tembi. Am I off mute? I think I am.
Yep.
Christine, B X1, closure of our site, our place sites. We did have a question about whether that if that was passed, whether the decommissioning costs were included already or not, and if not, or even if they are, what is that amount? I think we thought it was about 200,000.
So the decommissioning costs, I'll speak, and then maybe Gareth wants to add, are not included because it's not a compulsory obligation of council. So there are other conditions in place that means that costs should lie with somewhere else, but you may decide that you want to do the decommissioning. So therefore we haven't included those costs, but Gareth might want to talk to that a bit more.
Yeah, the update on that is that at a recent meeting, we did pass a resolution to commit to a contribution of $100,000 towards decommissioning costs, but they are not yet included in the budget because we don't know when those decommissioning costs are coming.
Follow up on that, if I may. I'll have to go back and check, but it's my recollection we made it very clear we would assume decommissioning, and we took that away from the lease commitment, which was unclear on where it lay, and that we did pass a resolution. I don't recall 100,000 being the issue. I don't know if anyone else remembers.
I think you're correct that we took on that responsibility for a contribution of 100,000, but we can check and come back to you on that, Larry.
So we'll just
Thanks very much,
that.
Gareth.
Yep.
Bill, I might have skipped over you in the order. My apologies. Can we go from here on in question order? Bill, Andrew, Kelvin, and John's in there somewhere too, and then John. Thanks.
Hey, thank you, Tembi. Just Christine, coming back to the expenditure changes that you mentioned, especially the Stranton Memorial Walkway. We brought that figure from 400 down to 200,000. You mentioned that was sufficient, although you've got lined here brackets temporary. Can you just clarify on that?
Oh, okay. So the temporary, if I cover the second part and then perhaps hand to Gareth around the 200. So the temporary means that it's a 1 year cost, so that the following year that cost doesn't flow through. So what we're trying to show is permanent savings and permanent costs versus costs that come back out the following year, or savings that come back out the following year. So that we're starting to show you the implications for the next financial year. So that's all that means. It's just a one-off. And I'll let Gareth talk about the 400 to the 200.
Thanks, CJ. Based on the rate that we've been progressing that project at the moment, because of everything else that's going on, it was felt that $200,000 in the next financial year was enough, with the other 200,000 over the following financial year.
Thanks, Gareth.
Yeah, just further to that, then in that case, Gareth, we could, if we wished, to bring that down to zero.
Yes. That'll mean we won't be able to deliver on the resolution that's already in place.
Correct.
But that will be absolutely your choice.
Thank you.
Andrew, John, and Heidi in that order. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. Bill kind of asked my question, but I was going to ask, how much have we spent on the Strand to Memorial Park walkway investigation to date? And another 400,000 is intended to complete what?
Of the 400,000 that we had been planning to spend on investigation since the last time we picked up this project, we haven't spent any, so that's zero. I'd need to dig out some more information to understand exactly what we were planning to spend it on over the next 6 to 12 months, so I can come back to you on that.
If you could come back to me with that, but also how much has been spent on this project historically, that would be useful as well.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gareth. John, Heidi, thank you.
Yeah, question to Christine. Christine, going earlier, we talked about the cycle action plan and we couldn't capitalize the planning. Is that a judgment call? Because it quite often project planning is at some level capitalized. Because obviously it sits better on debt. In some ways, it's a long-term asset, those cycle paths. Can you give us a bit more on that?
I think it is to do with it's actually creation of the business case itself, which is effectively the application for funding. Nick may be able to add some more, but Nick, can you help
good
with that?
afternoon, councillors. Yeah, I can help with that. So it is about, like you said, Christine, about creating a business case, and unless we get that business case approved for implementation through the transport agency, we may not be able to capitalise it at all. So this gives us the flexibility for the time that we do develop that flexibility. Those business cases to get to a point to put them up.
Can I ask a supplementary? Much of the work would need to be done anyway in terms of identifying effectively how much we're looking to spend on this project in total. It is a long-term strategic commitment. The fact that NZTA funding, we didn't go there, is there still no reason, is this, surely there's still a way of retaining that as a capitalized item to go against ultimately the expenditure? Why would we not do that?
Paul might be able to answer this, but retrospectively, can you not capitalise?
I think what we've done in this type of expenditure in the past is it still goes through as operational expenditure, but we have flexibility in the revenue and financing policy where a long-term benefit is created to actually, by council resolution, debt fund that. Now, obviously with our debt position, we don't encourage a lot of it, but there is that flexibility that councillors could make that decision. And what we would recommend, so we don't end up with stranded liability on balance sheet, is to put some form of debt retirement levy against it at the same time. But that would, be a smaller percentage, say over 10 years, for example.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, John. Heidi, thank you.
Yes, in terms of our place, so as far as I remember, we did agree to take on the decommissioning cost, but however, whichever one it is, if we go with decommissioning, where does that sit on our, does that sit in capital or in OPEX? Where does that decommissioning sit for us in this annual plan? And does this sit in our annual plan? Sorry, Christine.
I'll have a go at this one. So that would sit as operational costs because it's not putting an asset in place that council's going to get a long-term benefit from. So it would be an operational expense rate funded.
can I just supplementary on that? Then if we, in terms of having our place in as a line in our budget, if our place are going to be looking for funding to cover some of their expenses, and then we may look to have contribute to that if they can't find some funding, how would that look? How would we put that into our budgets in order to have it not show a decommissioning cost and close it?
It's probably a question for Paul.
Sorry, Heidi, I didn't quite understand that fully. If I understand what you're saying, like the decommissioning costs would be OPEX through our accounts. Any expenditure in this space will be OPEX through our accounts effectively. What was the exact question?
The way I interpret
it, Paul,
the question is, sorry, the way I interpret it, if I'm just trying to, is if you're not sure whether you're going to decommission or alternatively continue to support by operating funding, how can you show that? That's your question, isn't it? That you don't know, you know you want to do one or the other. You could put a provisional sum in, and then effectively you're just saying to staff, don't spend that money until we've given you direction, but I want to put a holding sum of X dollars into the budget. So normally when you put something in the budget, by doing that, you delegate authority to us to spend. If you haven't yet decided how you want to spend that, being either decommissioning or continued financial support, you could put it in as a sum and then just direct that it's not spent until you provide direction as elected members on that.
And just to add to that could go either way in terms of whatever the council's preferred option would be effectively that goes into our plans with that proviso on it. So, and then you could look to amend that if you made a subsequent decision further down the track.
Thank you.
Just further to that, Larry, you're correct. The resolution we made was that council would take on all responsibilities for decommissioning. We made a commitment to Royal Wolf that we would commit to a minimum or a maximum at this stage of 100K towards their costs, but we hold the responsibility for decommissioning the site.
Thank you, Gareth. I've got Kelvin, Yako and Larry. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Christine, just going back to the, Nick maybe as well, going back to the Strand Memorial Walkway, is there anything in our capital budget for that? Obviously not for this next year, but in the long-term plan. And can you refresh our memory what that is? Because I couldn't find it in this year's budget, which was not unexpected. But what's the long-term plan budget that's in there at the moment, if any?
Yeah, my recollection is that there isn't any capital investment funding in the long-term plan other than incorporated potentially within the bulk walking and cycling lump, if you want to, for a better word. So we put $100 million in for walking and cycling in the LTP, and this would be one of the potential key parts of the network. But as a standalone project, I think the answers to that, unless James, who's probably sitting in the council chambers, has got any other recollection, but that's my recollection of it.
Thank you, Christine.
No, that'll just be held in the bulk fund, as Christine.
Part of the bulk fund. Okay, that's so helpful. Thank you.
Just to follow up on Councillor Hollis's question, 538K spent on the Memorial Park walkway since 2007.
And Gareth, just to clarify that for Andrew, this is all on consulting work by TCC, or is it a range of external consultants as well?
A bit of everything. I'll need to get a breakdown of exactly what it is, but I would suggest a bit of design work, bit of consulting, and a variety of other things.
Just so thank you for that, Gareth. So if I'm clear, 938 in total over the next 2 years.
Correct. 538 committed to date, 200 in the budget currently for next year, and 200 the year after.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yako, and then Larry.
I just wanted to indicate that I'm happy to move A at the appropriate time to get us started once questions are over.
Thank you, Yako. That's appreciated. Larry, followed by...
I like your style, Yako. I just wanted a process question, if I could, since we're dealing with the resolution sort of at the moment. When we get to H, the issue of whether we reconsult, for me, it affects some of the decisions if we weren't reconsulting. If we knew up front, if we made that resolution first, and I think most of us see enough change occurring that we may decide we will reconsult, because then some of these decisions like hanging baskets or whatever, you're going to hear back from the community before you make a decision, boat ramps and so on. You may be more inclined or may less inclined to go with it, because there's still, what we want to do is hear from the community. So I wondered if there's any chance of actually, putting that up front, making that decision. I know, or making it and then reviewing it again afterwards when we see what the results are. But for me, it would be a lot easier to know that we're going to let the community speak to us on some of these things they haven't heard about before in terms of cost savings.
So
Thank you,
so
Larry.
I'll make a couple of comments on that. So the resolution H was really about saying, do you have a legal obligation under the Local Government Act? So we need to provide you that advice. If there's no legal obligation, so the nature and extent of the changes that you're proposing from the draft that's already gone out are not as so extensive as to require consultation, you always still have a choice to consult. So that's a decision that's at your discretion. And then also you've got a choice as to how long. So there's been amendments to the Local Government Act which reduces the, so normally you do a 4-week special consultative process. So even if you have to legally consult, you can actually reduce that to, I think it's 1 week. If I've got that wrong, Jeremy, can you just put something in the sidebar? Some councils are doing a 2-week consultation period because they're feeling like one's a bit light. So yeah, you could, by majority, agree that you would consult on changes and that you would do that over whatever you think is appropriate, a 2-week time frame, etc.
What is the maximum time frame we could choose if we did that and still hit a rate in July?
I have got an email on that, but I haven't got it on my screen at the moment. Can I?
It will be to the lesser end, but
yeah.
we need to confirm. But it wouldn't, I don't think, exceed 2 weeks. But we just need to clarify.
I think it might have been done on the basis of a week.
I think it was.
Yeah. But that is something that if the Mayor wishes, you could consider upfront a commitment to consult, regardless of your legal obligations to do or otherwise. You certainly could make that decision.
Well, Marty, further to Larry's comment, I think it's critically important that we consult with the community, given we are in really uncharted territory with this one, post-COVID-19. And I think we need to take Mary's comments on board, and that led me clearly to think at the time that we need to consult with the community if we can do.
Yeah, and I think we need to bear in mind too also that we have, I think at this stage, is it 70 individuals or organisations that wish to come and make verbal submissions to council. So I imagine that if we choose to consult on any amendments, that number will increase, and we need to factor that into the time frame as well.
So just picking up, I've just found that email. So if you would need to make the decisions today. So the previous conversation, I think that Councillor Hollis was asking about, could you leave the decisions till later? You could do, but you wouldn't. You would have to change timelines. If you made your decisions today, and then staff went away and turned that into an adoption report and came back to you on the 9th of June for formal adoption, and you consulted for 2 weeks, you could adopt the final draft, the final annual plan on the 31st of July. So those are tight timeframes with staff working quite hard to get them all to you, but you could do it. So if you wanted to not make all your decisions today, or you wanted a period of consultation longer than 2 weeks, it would move you into August.
Thank you, Christine. Councillors, can I just check, what is your will in respect of this? Clearly, Jaco's signalled that he's happy to move, as I understood it, if I heard it correctly, recommendation A. What would you prefer to do? Would you like to run through this and make some recommendations and enable staff to get cracking, or what?
I'd be happy for us. I'd be happy for us to go to H first. I'd be happy to move H first, and then we can then go back to A, etc.
Oh, yeah, an amended H. Yeah,
an amended H, because
H,
rather than requesting staff advice, we will just go and make the decision today. I'd be happy to move that.
Okay, is that acceptable? Well, more to the point, is it unacceptable to anyone?
Oh, need a seconder.
I think Bill seconded it.
Sorry.
I think he was just holding his hand up.
No, I did second it. Can I just get a repeat? Sorry, I've just dropped out and come back in.
Yes, and Councillor Salisbury is also having issues with dropping in and out, and I don't think she heard where that discussion was leading either, Mayor Tembe. So.
Okay, Robin, thank you very much. Kelvin, would you, can I just check, Tina, are you back online? Can you hear Tina?
I can right now, but it's staying live for about 30 seconds and then it just keeps throwing me out. So I've been in and out about 5 times.
Okay, would you like to dial in Tina?
Yes, okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll just wait for Tina to get back on properly. And Kelvin, I'll ask you to repeat what you said so everyone can hear that, please.
Thank you. So thanks to Christine for just providing some specific wording. But basically, the new H will be the revised 2021 draft annual plan will be consulted with the community for a 2-week period.
Okay, Tina and Heidi, can I just check, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm just wondering, so is 2 weeks our longest window that we've got? Was that the recommendation?
You can make it longer. All it does is push it out from July into August. So that's absolutely at your discretion. So the minimum now under the legislation, which has been modified because of COVID, is 1 week. Across the local government, it seems to be 2 weeks or more. So it's your call.
Through you, Your Worship, can I just suggest we don't put a time frame in there, and that ultimately, depending what sort of change there is, the time you may want to put a time in at the end.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Marty. Councillors, we've got a mover and a seconder for the revised H. I'm just going to read it to everybody. It is written that the revised 2021 draft annual plan will be consulted with the community for a 2-week period. Kelvin, do you want to just speak to that?
I think just in regards to the CE suggestion, we could finish the sentence with the community, full stop.
Okay, can I just pause here, please? I think John may have dropped out or something. He's got a question. He seems to have missed something. John?
Yeah, apologies. I've been out. The technical just dropped out for the last 5 minutes. I'm now back in, but I assume someone taking minutes somewhere will note that I've been absent from the meeting for a short period of time because of technical difficulty. So I have missed the last few minutes of conversation. I apologise for that.
John, so what's happened, we were discussing really the decision-making capability today, and staff clearly want us to enable them to get cracking. Kelvin has moved and Bill has seconded a revised H as written in the sidebar just above you, actually. And we were just making sure that you were aware of that.
Yeah, I've lost because I've gone out completely and logged back in. My chat doesn't seem to show anything prior to.
Okay. Can we copy paste on this?
Yep, I think it might be easier. I think so. At the moment, there is a proposal, Councillor Granger, that rather than the H that was in the report recommendations regarding obligation to consult, that the idea is that there should be consultation regardless, and that a proposed motion is that the revised 2021 draft annual plan will be consulted with the community.
Thank you very much, Robin. We have 2 of us have now copy pasted that. John, do you see that?
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it, Tembe. Thank you, Robin. I'm up to speed. Thank you.
Okay.
I did have a question before I make a statement. I noticed that Jeremy has just put in the comments, proposing to decide first that we are definitely consulting. Jeremy, do you have a comment on that?
That was just me answering John's question about what did I miss. And I was just trying to say that's what we're doing.
So,
right.
speaking. Yep.
Thank you, Kelvin.
So,
Kelvin, can I also just clarify, were you following up the CE suggestion to remove that 2-week?
Yes. So the sentence finishes after community.
Yes.
So just very briefly speaking to it, clearly, I think there is a desire to reconsult on this new revised draft annual plan. Clearly, the 1 week would be, in my opinion, too short, but anything more than 2 weeks is going to press us beyond the end of July. So I think it's a reasonable time period, but given that we've taken the time period out anyway, we'll leave that for staff to come and recommend back to us in due course. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. Bill, would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I think most of it's been said, although for myself, I certainly don't want to see it less than 2 weeks. All right, thank you, Bill and Kelvin. So, councillors, I'll put the revised H ending with the word community T. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Carried. Thank you very much, councillor. Which would then move us back to Jaco's. Jaco having moved A. Jaco, can I just a question of clarification to you? Have you moved A 1 through 3?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a seconder for that?
I'll second that. But I assume that that's the amended 3, which is the debt to revenue ratio up to 250 as recommended by Paul.
Yeah, with the debt to revenue ratio range as opposed to 239% flat.
Paul, did you just want to clarify that so everybody's on the same page, 239 to 250 in that range?
Yes, it can either be the range or what the suggestion was is just to say debt to revenue ratio of up to 250%.
Okay, I'm happy with up to 250%.
Larry?
Yeah, so long as we're not needing to wait for all the other decisions, I'm happy to second this and make a start.
Right, thank you. Jaco, would you like to talk to the substantive motion?
I would. There's a few questions, but yeah, before I start, I just wanted to share a few words, and apologies, this is going to be a little bit preachy because we've got some big decisions today. So we've got these difficult trade-offs, and we've got Tauranga City Council that's resource constrained, we've got balance sheet constraints, and we need to make sure that we're spending our residents' money wisely. So when I look at the individuals around the table, the council, different people value different values differently. There's a sentence for you. So one councillor might value, people struggling because if they're on a fixed income and rates is a really high part of their costs. Whereas another councillor might look at the struggling families that are struggling to pay their rents and struggling to put food on the table for their kids and, prioritises land supply and housing. Now, those are both good things, but it's a trade-off. So I just think as we go through this process, we just need to keep in mind that we're all trying to come from a good space, and it's quite easy to get caught up in sort of this political combative space like we saw a week and a half ago. But I just think we need to keep that in mind and give each other a little bit of grace. So that's all I'll say about that. Talking to the motion, I think the most sensible part about this is the flexibility. I particularly appreciate the $25 million that's unfinanced. That's a really good way to get those prioritised projects up the list. And inevitably, when you've got a $200 million program, some things are going to run late. So that gives us the opportunity to get things in there. And also if we get some CIP finance. I think that's all I'll say. We've probably got a lot of talking ahead of us when it comes to Part B and onwards. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Jaco. Larry.
I'm going to have to ask a question first, as part of this, that I can see no problem with us putting 1 and 3 and establishing that as a parameter, but I do wonder whether 2 has to wait until we've gone through all the others. Otherwise, we have tied ourselves to a percentage, which may become larger or smaller depending on what we do. Can I clarify that?
So the way, can I perhaps answer that? So just the way the resolutions are drafted, when you get to B, you'll see it says in addition to the above, and A is as a starting point. So we did it that way so that you could step your way through it. Sorry, Jarko, cutting across you.
Okay, that's cool. And then it can go up or down, you know, or it can go down or up.
That's correct. And then you could choose to, it's a starting base, and then you add or take away from that.
Okay, well, I think Jarko's made some very good points, and I think we do need to begin the journey. This is the way it's laid out for us. I think, yes, the flexibility is important, and the CapEx is really important for the city. Let's go on the wonderful journey of going through all these items. I'm encouraged that we have already now resolved to consult, which will enable us with some of these items that are to be considered soon, that we can really hear from the community. If it is 2 weeks, I think it'll be enough. Many people don't consult or don't get their submissions in until they know it's sort of closing. So I think 2 weeks is enough time. And I think we will hear some really good things as we go through it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Just before I ask for councillors to comment, Paul, I think you wanted to make a clarification on something.
Yeah, it was just the clarification that I referred to in the presentation about the NZTA funding and how we presented those numbers, which effectively meant that there were 2 lines drawn in one of the attachments reflecting the 17 million of projects that we would recommend to actually be available to be brought forward. So it just affects that A1 resolution, and I'm just I guess asking the question for Christine if this is correct or not, but an extra sentence needed for that to say that an additional 17 million of projects has been identified to be able to be brought forward if applicable. That just gives the flexibility and capacity to actually recognise what's in the executive recommendation. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that should work, Paul. So maybe can you just type it in the sidebar, and then Robin can pick that up if Jarko is comfortable with that.
Yeah, I've picked it up now. Basically, shall I share my screen, or is that useful at this stage?
Yes, Robin, if you could, please.
Can people see that? I'll make that a little bit larger. And
no, that's fine. I think. Thank you, Robin. That's great.
Correct the grammar.
So the highlights in yellow, councillors, as you can see, is the additional sentence. Jarko and Larry, can I just check that you are comfortable to move that and second it, given the change, the edit?
Yep, I'm happy to adopt those changes.
Yes, likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I believe you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll ask a question, if I may. In terms of the 17 million of additional projects, which table are we looking at that in that regard?
It's table 2, attachment 4. Robin sent an adjusted version out this morning or early afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I'll reserve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Steve. I've got John and Kelvin.
Yes, I assume we're speaking to a motion that's now on the floor. I'm comfortable with the A1 through 3 because of the comment that it's a starting point. I would make the following observation, that it is possible for us on all the topics under discussion and any additional areas that people are looking for an increase or a decrease in funding, to include those effectively as part of the community consultation and actually debate the topics after the community's given feedback on them, rather than attempting to try and resolve these things without community feedback at the moment. And that would, and I know Yaka made reference to a previous meeting, and I realize how important for some people saving time is, and also for other people how important community engagement is. And it would seem to me that if we adopt unless we're very, very clear on any particular item, we should put it to our community and listen to them approach, that would be an effective way of moving through this list. So I just make that comment as a preface to what's coming next, but I'm happy with A1 through 3 as starting points.
Thank you, John. That's very helpful. Just give me one moment. Kelvin, followed by Andrew, and thank you for your comment, Marty, and then followed by Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. I like Councillor Robson and am very comfortable with where we're starting, and this is a starting point as being mentioned. When you look back, what, 3 months ago or so, we were looking at 12.6%. We've managed to get that down to 7.6%. And then, of course, recognising the signs of the times, particularly with COVID-19, we are wanting to reduce that even further, down to 4.9%. Now, I note that 4.9% rates increase is actually comes down, in fact, to 1.3% for the mean residential ratepayer, and that is well within the bounds of our traditional rates cap. So I commend this recommendation to everybody. What I would like to portend is that once we've concluded all of our consultation, and assuming that we're going to be making some further cost savings, I would be looking at if there is a buffer between what we end up with and the 4.9%, I'd be quite relaxed about putting that buffer into a risk reserve to sort of shelter us from future shocks, and also to boost the reserve, knowing that it's already in a large deficit. So I commend these recommendations to my colleagues.
Thank you, Kelvin, and appreciate your innovative recommendation there. Sorry, just 2 seconds.
I don't need comment, Mayor Tenby.
Okay, Andrew, thank you for that. Sorry, which takes us down to John, as I understand it.
I think I've just spoken, Your Worship.
Okay, so I'm just here with a couple of things. I beg your pardon. Thank you, John. I thought you were wanting to speak again. Heidi?
I'd like to always, Your Worship, you know, but...
Well, you can reserve, John.
No, I've spoken once. Once is enough.
Thank you. So at the moment, I've only got Heidi. If that's incorrect, please just message me. Sorry about that.
You mean in terms of this motion?
Yes, yes, Heidi.
Yes, no, I'm in full agreement. I think our community, if we've got, I'd like to hear more from our community based on what we've got on the table here. It's invaluable to hear from them, and only at that point will we be able to make really good informed decisions at the end of this.
Thank you, Heidi. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, sorry, Timby, I was just in the middle of typing something to you, but that's okay. I thought the hand up would be just as good. Look, yes, I will support it, and as has been mentioned before, it is a starting point. The consultation has been approved, which that had to be a must. And as regards to the residential median rate at 60 cents per week, I think that's pretty good. I personally would like to see the 4.9% come down a little further, so it'll be interesting to see what we do in our next debate.
Great, thank you very much, Bill. And does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Tina, sorry, thank you. I beg your pardon. Dawn, did you want to speak to the motion? I can see what you've written, but would you like to speak to it?
No, I was just in full support of doing.
Just lost you, Dawn. Sorry, Dawn, we just lost you for a moment there. You were in full support of?
Of the community engagement. Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you. Tina?
Yeah, that would be my comment as well. I'm in full support of this as a starting place, and I look forward to hearing from our community on what the priorities are.
Thank you very much, Tina. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Steve, I had you in reserve. Would you like to speak?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And no one else? Councillors, in that case, I beg your pardon. Jaco, do you want to speak again, and Larry for that matter?
I don't really need to. It's a good starting point. We're going to consult with the community. So, yeah, I think the proper debate's going to start in the next section.
Thank you very much, Jaco. Larry, you're okay?
Like John, I always like to speak again, but I'm not allowed to. I won't.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, in that case, I'll put to you the motion A, parts 1, 2 and 3 as they have been revised. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, councillors. That is carried. This now moves us to part B, which is the operating budgets. Now, I can only assume you want to take this line by line. As lengthy as a process as it's going to be, I think it's very important that everybody is heard. Well, if we could make it, if we could apply Occam's razor as much as possible, that would be appreciated, but I appreciate people will want to speak on this. Thank you. Do I have a mover and a seconder for B1?
So moved.
Thank
Steve,
you.
Sorry, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Matt, whether rather than a mover and a seconder for every single point, whether someone moves the entirety of B, and then we can take the voting step by step.
Happy to do that if you would like, councillors. I'm just conscious that I think it's important that everybody gets to speak. But if we can facilitate it by doing that way, doing it in that way, that would be better.
I'm happy to move all for efficiency, and then obviously vote for and against.
And I'm
Thank you, Steve.
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, Steve and Kelvin.
Could I just make a comment, Metembi? This is a good way to go. Could we just also foreshadow what items members may wish to make amendments to? Because it's not just yes or no. Some of them may need to be amended. That would be useful.
And just for the members of the public, the millions that could potentially be watching, could we just say the page numbers for everyone, please?
All right, thank you. So, Steve, would you like to speak to this in the first instance?
No, happy to speak to them individually, but in terms of the first one, if you were putting that first, I would be in favour of B1.
Yes, let's do that. Sorry, Steve. Yes, if you'd like to speak to that, if you wanted to.
Oh yes, yeah. No, I'm in favour of B1.
Thank you. And Kelvin?
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely in favour of B1. We've, in the long-term plan previously, we boosted the events funding significantly, which I think was a very good thing. And now we're just trimming that back a little bit, recognising the times that we're in.
Great, thank you very much. Councillors, does anybody else want to speak to B1? Thank you. And that's, I just want to check in terms of process, Robin. Are we voting on individual? We are voting individually as opposed to the block once it's been discussed and revised?
Yes. So at the moment we have B1. So okay. You'll be taking the votes on just that one, not on just
very good.
That one.
Okay, just wanted to check. Thank you very much. So councillors, I don't believe anybody else wants to speak on this. In that case, I'll put to you B1. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Against? Any abstentions? Thank you. B1 is carried. B2, same process. Did Steve, Kelvin, do you wish to talk on that?
No, I'll give way if there's any amendments to it. I personally don't support B2, but I'll give way if there's an amendment.
Thank you, Kelvin.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to hear from others at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. I see, Larry, you've got your hand up. Andrew, followed by Andrew. Thank you.
I would put an amendment to this, which is following on from the response we had from Gareth, that we only look for a 25% reduction that will still allow 3 community events to go ahead. I speak to it if there's a seconder for that.
Happy to second, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Do you want to speak to it now, John?
No, reserve.
Yeah, I think we need to take seriously what the advice has been from the police, and I think there's a lot of things in this. It's a lot of good stuff for the community. It does help keep bad behaviour a little bit under control, but it's also part of the local tourism. You know, people who come here for their holidays, they look forward to it and so on. I think it is something we should put on.
All right, Larry.
25% is enough.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Yeah, I'd go even further and suggest that the one thing that used to be the highlight of Tauranga's calendar was New Year at Mount Maunganui. And I would like to see us spend some of that money on one midnight event, as we used to do until 2015, if I'm got my years right. Someone will correct me. And I think that culling this at the moment would be short-sighted.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to B2? And I take it we have revised this, Robin, if I'm correct, to include a 25% reduction in that motion.
Well, that's the stage. That's the proposed amendment by Councillors Baldock and Robson, if I've got that correctly. And so the vote will be on that amendment. So in terms, I might bring that up on the screen. So Gareth, maybe you could help with wording if need be. So is there an actual figure, or are we just looking at a 25% reduction from current funding? Yeah, in terms of making the resolution clear.
I think it could be a pretty simple resolution, Robin, that just says reduce the New Year's Eve event funding event budget by 25%.
Great, thank you.
Can I just check before we go to you, Steve, that John and Larry, are you happy with that?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Steve, you wish to speak to the amended motion, as I understand it.
Yes, thank you. To the amendment, I don't support the amendment. I support the full amount of funding being given. So I would vote against the substantial, and I'll also vote against the amendment. I think that if the full amount is given, then that gives us scope and our staff to at the appropriate time work through an event for the Mount. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this before I put it to the vote? Andrew, thank
you. Yeah, thank you. I agree with Steve. I think that leaving the full amount just gives broader scope, and especially, as I said before, that the number one event used to be Mount Maunganui, and I think it should be again. I would really encourage staff to look at bringing that particular event back in.
Thank you, Andrew. Anybody else like to comment? Dawn, followed by Larry. Sorry, I beg your pardon, followed by Jaco.
So I too think this is something that we can look at for our community, bearing in mind that there'll be, potentially limited travel opportunities this year, and we are trying to promote a lot of national travel and people coming to arguably the best beach in New Zealand. To be able to put something on quite spectacular for our community, and I'm talking all of our community as in all different age groups, would be quite outstanding, especially given the current circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dawn. Larry, followed by Jaco.
Look, this is a question of clarification because I'm hearing people talking about re-establishing an event at Mount Maunganui, which is not the same as what this is. I'm quite happy to see, and even accept an amendment to the amendment, if you like, that we had the full budget. But the idea of going into the development and planning for what used to occur, which we cancelled, and some councillors here know, they were part of that because the police could not guarantee people's safety is a totally different matter. And I don't believe we should mix the two. This is for what we already have, fireworks and the community events, family orientated, not what we used to put on the main street, the main beach.
Thank you, Larry. Just before I go to other comments, I think, Gareth, you wanted to just give us a clarification on a point.
Yeah, just a point of clarification, as Larry alluded to, we are talking about making budget available to add a community event to Mount Maunganui this New Year's Eve. Back in 2016, when New Year's Eve was cancelled, the estimated cost of a similar type of event to what Mount Maunganui used to have was approximately, off the top of my head, $700,000 to $800,000. That was 5 years ago. So my assumption would be that if we were to try to resurrect some form of similar event to what used to happen in Mount Maunganui prior to 2016, there would be some significant increase from the $700,000 to $800,000 price range. So we are looking to add a community event similar to what happens in Papamoa, Mātua, and the CBD to somewhere in Mount Maunganui to cater for families with relatively young children.
Thank you, Gareth. That's very helpful indeed. Larry, again.
Well, just to clarify that then, Gareth, if we've reduced it by 25% and we only have 3 locations, that Mount Maunganui one would not be proceeding. Is that correct?
It depends where you would like the 3 events to be. At present, we have one in Mātua, one in Papamoa, one in the CBD, and we added one in Greaton last year. The plan was to keep those 4 and add a Mount Maunganui one, but we would need the full current New Year's Eve budget to be able to do that. If we only have 3 events, you would need to decide where you wanted those to be.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in terms of the process for this one, I'm happy to move that we do retain the full amount, if that would help just to move things forward.
We have to deal with the current amendment first.
Well, as the mover, I would accept that as a change to the motion.
Okay.
That we just go for the whole amount. If John's prepared to stay with that as a seconder.
Yeah, I think the process is getting complex. I think, Larry, you made the point. I'm happy to do as you agree. Yeah, so the mover and the seconder agree.
Thank you. Robert. Sorry, I heard somebody chip in. Does anybody else want to speak to this?
CJ.
Oh, CJ,
in some ways, we'd just be removing it altogether.
I was going to say the existing budget has it in. So if you're going to make no change, you actually don't need a resolution at all because it sits in the base budget, which is in that starting point. So you just basically withdraw the current resolution that's on the table, and it has no impact. Existing budget, full budget is retained.
All right. If council, if you're happy for that for B2 to be removed, that is the most expedient. Okay,
yes.
let's remove it.
Point of assistance. I think once something's been moved and seconded, we need a majority of 75% to withdraw something on the table once the discussion's begun. Is that correct, Robin, or am I incorrect?
Yes, I think it's a good question. I'll check the percentage, but yes, because at that stage we have B2 originally moved and seconded as the whole series was, and then the amendment as well moved and seconded. So I think we would need at least, that 75%, or sounds like it, everyone agrees, then we can remove both those motions that have been currently moved and seconded.
All right, Steve, thank you for that. That's very helpful. And Robin, to you as well. Can I then put to you, Council, that we move B2 with a show of hands, please? And my hand's up as well. I think we've got everybody as I see it, but Bill. Is that correct, Bill?
That's correct. I'd rather leave it in because I'm supportive of the 25%, if not 50%.
All right. Well, in that case, we certainly have a 75% majority to remove B2.
Point of clarification, if I may, through you, Your Worship, to Robin. I would assume that Councillor Baldock and Councillor Robson would be the ones moving the withdrawal motion again, just for ease, maybe.
Just thinking in terms of Coral appeal there as well. Do we need to withdraw both the amendment and the original one separately, or can?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't need 75%. It's only if you want to change something at the meeting and you've already moved an amendment. So you don't need to do that. My suggestion is that you actually put the amendment, which is that you retain the full budget, and then you've actually got a resolution to retain the full budget for New Year's Eve, and you put that as the amendment with Baldock and Robson moving and seconding, so that you actually have something there, and then you vote on that, and then that becomes a substantive motion.
Okay.
Thank you, Coral. Very helpful indeed.
Apologies, point of order again. Coral, that would be a direct negative of what the motion is. So you can't move a direct negative as an amendment. Is that correct?
You generally can't move a direct negative as that is correct. But
yeah, no, you can't. I don't think it's generally you can't.
I mean, you've got a reduction. Your amendment was your initial one was to have a change, and now you're saying that you just want to have a 25%, and then you've gone back to saying you don't want to have, you want the full budget. But I think just to have a resolution on would be useful, so that you've actually got a resolution to retain the full budget.
Yeah.
That, to me, it just shows you what your process.
Okay. So, Robin, thank you. I just need to be very clear that we have to go back to the amended original, or the original amended. This is the 25% addition, and then remove it.
Mayor Temby, as the original mover, I believe we can, with the seconder, we can remove something that we've put if we haven't voted on it, and we can simply come back in now and move the resolution as Coral suggested, that we retain the full budget for the New Year's Eve thing, and we vote on that. I think.
John, are you happy with that as the seconder?
I don't want to get into the whole procedural discussion. I'll leave that to Coral and Larry, but I'm happy with where we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
Absolutely happy with where we're trying to get to. How we get there, the procedural stuff, I'll leave to the experts.
Thank you. All we're trying to do is remove a clause or a motion.
There's no double negatives because we never voted on anything. We didn't pass anything.
Yeah, I don't see it's a direct negative myself.
Oh.
So, Coral, could you please repeat what the councillors are voting on, and then we'll go through a process to vote.
Yeah, so the amendment that is put by Councillor Baldock and seconded by Councillor Robson is that the full New Year's Eve budget is retained.
Thank you very much, Coral. Councillors, I'm assuming there's no discussion. I will put that to you, all in favour of B2, I beg your pardon, B2, as it was described by Coral.
Aye.
Aye.
And those against?
Yep.
Bill, we've recorded you as against. Any abstentions? Thank you. That is carried. And now I take it we can move to the removal of that.
Well, it's just amended. It's there now. So you have a resolution which clarifies it. So you can now move on to.
Okay, great. Thank you, mate.
B3. Just clarification. That was moved by Baldock, second by Robson.
That's correct.
Correct. Yep.
Right. B3, as read, unless there's any amendments to it. Can I have a mover and a seconder for B3?
Oh, it's already moved and seconded.
Yep.
Your Worship.
I beg your pardon, Kelvin, my apologies. Stephen, Kelvin, Steve first. Did you want to talk to this?
No, thank you. I'm fine.
Thank you, Kelvin.
I'm fine, thank you.
Any other comments on B3?
Just very quickly, I think with COVID floating around, we don't know exactly what the time frame is on different events, and we're reasonably financially stretched. So I think this is a good move.
Thank you, Jaco. Any other comments? Thank you. I'll put that to you then. B3, all those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Carried, which leads us into reduction in the events budget at the Steve and Kelvin.
I'm fine. Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Thank you. I'll put that to you, Council. All those in favour of B4, say aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you. Which leads us, of course, to B5. Again, Steve and Kelvin.
Fine, thank you.
That's good.
Anybody else like to speak to B5? Tina, you've just lit up like a Christmas tree. Right, in that case, I'll put B5 to you, Council. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Against? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you. B6, harbour entrance encroachment. Steve, you're okay. Kelvin, do you wish to speak?
Fine.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to that? Thank you. I'll put, in that case, I'll put that to you.
I have a question. Can
I
I
beg
just
your
ask a
pardon,
question on
Tina.
that?
Thank you.
On the harbour encroachment, I know there's a couple of projects going on at the moment that have quite a bit of community involvement in Welcome Bay. Does the reduction of this budget impact those ones that are actually happening right now?
My understanding is that we would put everything on a hold.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Thank you, councillors. I'll put. Sorry, who was it?
Sorry, Heidi. This is the encroachment one, right?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I think in the long term, this is something that will open access and availability to enjoy our foreshores. But at this time, I certainly agree that this is something that we can hold on, and also I think it is something that more in community engagement and participation would be good with. So I have not a problem with this time.
Thank you, Heidi. That's appreciated. Does anybody else wish to speak to this before I put it to the vote? John, thank you.
Yeah, I'll be voting against this. I think the encroachment is something we should deal with, and quite frankly, it's a very, very cost-effective way of getting walkways in place compared to something, for instance, like the Strand Memorial Park walkway, where we're going to spend the best part of $1 million and not yet be in a position to give someone a single metre of additional walking space, whereas cleaning up the encroachments does that quite cost-effectively. But I appreciate I may be in a minority.
Thank you very much, John.
Yeah, I'll speak to it very briefly, just to say that this hiatus period is just to refresh the community engagement approach. So it's, I think that's sensible, and it's only very temporary.
Thank you. Bill.
Yeah, look, I support it. It's only on a temporary basis. It's just on hold. It will happen, but not now.
Thank you, Bill. In that case, I can't see any other hands. I'll put it to the vote. We're voting for the harbour encroachment, B6. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Can I just see the hands up for those that are nay? Andrew and John?
No, sorry. I'm an aye.
You and I. So just John, as I understand it, and any abstentions? I don't believe so. Thank you, Council. That is carried. We are now up to B7, the removal of the budget for the tropical display house at Robbins Park. Again, Stephen Kelvin.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'm against the removal of this, having been in favour of it during the LTP and witnessing the army of members of our community of a certain vintage who are very, very passionate about enjoying tropical display house there. It's a minor amount. It does provide joy for a group of people, and it is used. And so I support the retention of it. I think some of these things we're starting to get into a bit of Washington Monument territory, and I think this is one of them. So I support keeping it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Kelvin?
Yeah, I actually support removing it. Sorry, Councillor Morris. We basically put this decision off about 3 years ago, may even be more. And yes, we did get an army of supporters for the Tropical House coming in. And I'd just be interested to see whether the level of support is still as vigorous as it was then. And if in the event we were to close it down, I'd be interested in possibly signing that building over to a volunteer group. So at this point, I'm happy to take the funding out. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Tina, Andrew and John in that order.
Yeah, I think for me, I would see this as getting into nickel and diming. And I think for the cost of this, the community benefit actually outweighs it. So I would be in favour of keeping this. I think once it's gone forever. So I think it would be short-sighted to take it out.
Thank you, Tina. Andrew?
Yeah, I agree with Tina on this one, but there is a good point that that Kelvin makes. So I suggest that we continue funding it and approach the local garden groups and find out which of those have got an appetite to take over the running of it. And instead of perhaps paying 61K for us to maintain it, we reduce that amount to what they think is relevant to keep it rolling. But I think we keep it running for now, and then community engage with those that are likely to look after it in the future.
Thank you, Andrew. I've got John and Dawn.
Yeah, I propose that we keep it going. My understanding is that a significant part of that operational cost is electricity, etc. So the savings, even handing it to a community group, and probably not the number that's written there. I also understand from staff that there's actually a significant number of people visit and enjoy this place. I think that Tina summed it up. I think we're nickel and diming here. Although I'd probably use word dollar and sensing or sensing in something, because it sounds horribly American.
Thank you, John. Dawn?
Yeah, just given the amount of phone calls and text messages and emails I've got regarding this issue, I would say there is a very passionate sense in our community that they want to keep this as well. There could be things in the future and ways we can look at addressing this, but I don't think now would be the right time. So I'm in support of keeping it.
Right, thank you, Dawn. I'd like to speak to this as well. I'm in favour of retaining it, so I'll be voting against this motion. I think it's part of the fabric of our history. I think we are cutting into bone here with these things, and I think we will regret it. I totally agree with Tina when she said once it's gone, it will probably be gone for good. And I think that would be very sad. In fact, I'd rather see us, in times to come, redevelop the rose gardens, and I think they're a beautiful asset, and they should be preserved for the community. Well, thank you. And Larry, followed by Larry.
Hey, look, thank you, Tembi. And yes, it has. It's been there a long, long time. I can remember it when I was a kid, and that's many, many years ago as well. But it means a lot to many. And just remember, our age in Tauranga is not decreasing, it's growing. And I agree totally with Andrew. I'd like to see it in the future to give some of the aged the opportunity to be part of it. And I think if we do that, let's make it something that the community can enjoy, but again, like you say, is to be part of it. And I think that can be done. So yeah, no, I'd definitely keep it.
Thank you very much, Bill. I've got, I think it's actually Heidi, then Larry. Sorry, Larry.
Just a quick comment. Yeah, I'm in favour of keeping it as well. You know, these are small, charming things that make our city precious. And I think also in the future we might be able to look at solar power to power it, so that we don't have OPEX based around electricity bill and things like that might help to.
Thank you, Heidi. Larry.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, Heidi. A couple of solar panels would be a big help. If you've not seen the armies turn up, then those who think about cutting the library budget should consider what the army of the Friends of the Library looks like too as well. But I won't. Yeah, I'll be voting against taking it out.
Thank you, Larry, for that dark warning. Does anybody else wish to speak on this, or can I put it to you? Thank you, Council. I'll put to you.
Well, I did want to speak to it. Sorry.
I beg your pardon, Jaco.
Yeah, just if we're serious about trying to reduce rates, all these small things add up. So I'm in favour actually of removing the tropical house. I note that a large number of the visitors who visit it is from cruise ships, and the times I've been there, it hasn't been actually to enjoy the plants. It's been to meet with some of our homeless folk who occasionally use it. So, you know, $61,000 a year doesn't sound like much, but over 10 years, that's $500,000. And if you extend that over all these things that we're looking at, that's quite a number of savings. So I'll be voting for removing the 61,000.
Thank you, Jaco. Council, can I put this to you then? All those in favour of, this is B7, the removal of the tropical display house, say aye.
Aye.
I've got Jaco and Kelvin, I believe. All those against?
No.
No. So any abstentions? So as I said, Robin, there are 2 for and the majority against.
Correct. So that's lost, that one.
Thank you. That's lost. Thank you very much. We're moving now to B8. These are the hanging baskets in the city. Steve and Kelvin.
Yes, I support the retention of these. This is for you, Catherine Stewart, if you're listening. I do wonder whether it's within the downtown Tauranga budget. If not, perhaps it should be, and we can deliberate shifting that into there during deliberations. But I did note that in Noataha, when I was there last Thursday night, they've got immaculate hanging baskets compared to this big metropolis of Tauranga. So, no, we need to retain it. And, as I said before, Catherine, this is for you.
You guys are going to think that I'm sort of anti-botany, but I'm not. But I think $89,000 for those hanging baskets just seems to me to be a huge expense. As Councillor Jaco said in the last item, you know, these all add up, and for those councillors who are serious about, you know, reducing rates or keeping rates to a reasonable level, then I think they should be carefully. So I'll be voting for this motion.
Kelvin, thank you. I think we got all that, but you are fading for some reason. I had Bill followed by Larry, as I understand.
Thank you, Tim. Look, I think we should retain them. It's simply this, is that, you know, when you look in our CBD at the moment, we're trying to do the best we can, and we're throwing so many commercial buildings up, and so it goes. But what it is nice to do is when you walk the streets to see a little bit of colour, and that's what it desperately needs. So look, I'm very supportive of leaving them there. As regards to the 89,000, good point, Councillor Clout, but I think, again, that's something that we can seriously look back into, maybe some of the community. Get them involved with it. I'm sure there's many out there that are dab hand at gardening and enjoying planting and looking after these. So I'm sure that we can certainly drop that $89,000 down a peg or two. Not only just the community, maybe some of the shop owners might take part in that as well. But let's not can it. It's something special for people to admire and enjoy.
Well, in that case, can I move an amendment, please?
Go ahead, Jaco.
Can I move an amendment that we, well, actually I should ask a question of staff first. If we reduce the number of hanging baskets by half, does that represent a cost reduction of half, or is this something we're contractually locked into?
I'll need to follow up, but my understanding is that we are contractually locked in at the moment, and it'll take us a little while to get out of it. But the assumption would be that we renegotiate some kind of contract, and there would be a significant reduction for delivering half the amount of baskets.
Gareth, can I just ask a question of clarification too? Why is this permanent? Is there an option for it to be temporary if need be?
Yes.
Thank you. I had, following Jaco's, as I understand it, Tina, Andrew and Dawn.
Can we just clarify, Councillor Aubrey, were you moving an amendment, or did Gareth's answer make a difference to you?
I think it's not worth moving the amendment. It seems like there's not enough support for it, so I'll let it be.
Thank you, Jaco. And Larry, are you first? Are you telling me you're first?
I was after Jaco, I think. Look, I will vote for this, for its removal. Well, let's consult. I was almost persuaded by Jaco to reverse my vote on the last one, but there was the option there of having panels to try and reduce the cost. But here, there's no way to reduce the cost. We're going to hear from the community. If they want to keep them, we can then deliberate and reverse it then. But it is $89,000.
Thank you very much. I've got Tina, Andrew, Dawn and Heidi.
Yeah, I would agree with Larry. I think it's important to leave it in and let the community guide us on some of these things, because they are for community benefit. And I think while our CBD is under such development, I think these things are great for the community.
Thank you, Tina. Andrew, Dawn and Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I disagree with Jaco on the little things. We've just spent $11 million on making Elizabeth Street look pretty, and at 3%, that's around $300,000 a year. So over the next decade, that's $3 million, which pretty well blows away any costs we've got on hanging baskets and things. That if we were serious about trimming costs, we would have spent time thinking about that prior to putting in rain gardens and widening footpaths. I think that the public, the crowd of people that will come at us around hanging baskets and the tropical plant house, it just shows the amount of energy that's in the community around the CBD, and some of these things that, while they may be little, give a lot of goodwill, if you like, to a crowd of people. So I think that holding on to one of these little things that downtown New Zealand treasures is well worth the money spent.
Thank you, Andrew. Moving now to Dawn, Heidi, John and Jaco.
Again, I'll probably just echo what many of you have already said. I also have received a lot of phone calls about hanging baskets. There again seems to be a very passionate group of people that really enjoy this, and I think Councillor Hollis has probably said something I was going to say as well. When we have done some cosmetic surgery on Elizabeth Street also, at 11.1 million dollars, then I think the best that we can do here is leave some baskets and that people really enjoy for part of our CBD.
Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate that. Heidi, followed by John.
Yeah, I love those hanging baskets. I love them every time I'm downtown. They do make me smile. I love flowers, and I know a whole lot of other people do as well. I'd like to leave it in there for the community. I mean, given the amendment though that I want to make to number 9, I wouldn't be opposed to removing the baskets if we're able to look at number 9 a little bit more closely. But I also wanted to, the relevance to Elizabeth Street. I think the benefits to Elizabeth Street are a lot wider than a little bit of cosmetics. So I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. John?
Yeah, I'm in favour of retaining the hanging baskets. So I fear that if we remove the hanging baskets, the community would replace them with hanging councillors. I do want clarification with regard to Councillor Salisbury's remarks, because if we choose not to make a change, by what route do we signify the question has been asked and therefore invite community feedback? And this is the issue I raised earlier. If we decide to not make a change, normally we don't consult on not making a change. And therefore we deny the community a reminder that this was ever a topic. So clarification from staff, and it goes to the points I made earlier, where we have pro tem made a decision in a draft budget situation, if we don't put the fact that that discussion was in the consultation document, we deny the community effectively an opportunity to be reminded to respond, and we are bereft of that consultation advice when it comes to final deliberations.
We will ensure that these decisions are noted in the consultation document.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, John and Marty. Thank you, John and Marty, for that. Jaco, I think Steve's got a point of order here about the fact that you have already spoken. Robin, can you just clarify that for us, please?
Yes, I think technically, Jaco, you have.
Point of order. I think he asked a question.
It was almost an amendment.
I think it was a question and he didn't speak to it.
I'm happy to allow Jaco
I'm
to
happy
speak.
to forego speaking to this one. It'd be similar to what I mentioned on the last one.
Thank you very much, Jaco. Councillors, I'm going to put this, and I just very, very quickly say that I'm in favour of retaining them as well. I think we're getting into a point now where we're just, stripping the city bare and of all its beauty in many respects, and I think we can. I think there are limits. So I'll put this to you, Council. Now we're back on B8. All those in favour of removing the hanging baskets?
Aye.
Aye.
So Kelvin and Jaco, as I see it. All those against?
No.
No.
Any abstentions? That is lost. Thank you very much, Council. Can I just quickly say, at the end of B11, I'm going to call for a recess because we will by then be at the 2-hour point, I suspect. Moving now to B9, the reduction of potential budget for energy, carbon and sustainability. Steve and Kel.
Happy to not speak, happy to listen.
Thank you. Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm happy to defer to Councillor Heidi Hughes, who I know has a real interest in this, as I'm sure we will.
Heidi, would you like to speak now?
Yeah, I would like to speak. I'd like to make an amendment to this. Sorry, I'm just finding I'd like to make an amendment to this. And shall I read it out here? How should I do this?
Heidi, I think it would be great if it's the amendment that we've seen. It's a very long amendment, and I just wonder if do you have any ability to show it on screen?
Yep, I think so.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, where am I? Oh, it was right there in front of me. Hang on. Sorry. Environment amendment. Well, where's it just gone? So weird. It's just blank now. No. Sorry. Sorry, I'm going to have to stop sharing. How can I?
Perhaps someone else could bring it up off their email.
Yeah, it just like disappeared in front of me. Sorry.
If someone that has it could email it through, I could bring it up.
I've got it. Oh, no.
Heidi, could you do that? Could you email that to Robin?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll just wait until this has happened, please. Thank you.
weird because when I'm okay.
Could I?
Yeah, I'm.
Maybe we could break now for 5 while that gets sorted out.
Yes, very happy to do that if that's if everybody else is.
Yeah, great.
So just bear with me 2 seconds.
I've emailed it to Robin.
Thank you.
Oh, nice one. Thanks.
I think yes. I think we should. I think actually we should take a break. I've just got a sense we might be a while on this one. So if we could take a break for 10 minutes and back at I don't know, what are we, 25 minutes past 5, please, that would be great. I'm not sure how many people are actually here because I can't see many faces, but if you could speak to your amendment, please.
Sure. Thank you. So is it up on, oh, yep, you've got it up on screen. So do you want to make that a little bit bigger so people can see it? Can people see that?
Sure, I can make it bigger.
Thank you. So essentially, I'd like the opportunity for our community to actually really engage in how seriously they want us to take one of the 4 pillars of local government in our organisation, and at what time we want to begin that. So what I'm suggesting here is that we take it out of the weeds alongside the hanging baskets and the glass house and actually put it up to where it needs to be in our organisation so that we get some really good resourcing behind it that allows us to really participate in the sustainability discussion and the opportunity to embed this through our organisation. Now, we're not going to be able to do this without resourcing because we've got an incredibly busy staff. Everybody's up to their ears. If we want to put $50,000 or $100,000 into a consultant to create a framework, we're still not going to be anywhere by the time they do that unless we resource the organisation to be able to put what we need to across this to make it work and to embed it. So what I'm considering is that we have a independent that this funding goes towards the setting up of. Can you just there it is. I can still see it. Sorry, the council sets up an independent. Can you just pull that down a little bit for us? Sorry. Thank you. And maybe make it a little larger. Can everyone actually see that? I don't think people who are watching might be able to see it. Awesome. So the creation and implementation of a sustainable framework led by a TCC independent sustainability advisory board. So what this means is that we would have a board with the real capability and perspective and mandate to actually work together with our council and actually embed what we need to embed in time for the long-term plan. So from my perspective, coming into council, what I've really realised is that we're not getting the kind of information that we need, and we're not getting the kind of involvement we need to actually make clear decisions that we need to make in environmental matters across the board. So I'm considering that if we are going to be in that place by the time we get to the LTP, that we should have a proper amount of investment behind it. Has anyone got any questions, or how should we run this, Tembi?
Can you hear me, Heidi?
Yeah.
Great. There's a number of questions coming up from this. I think you have amended the motion, and I think we need to. As a consequence, I imagine that you are the mover, and I'll be seeking a seconder in the first instance, Heidi.
Second, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, John. And so, Heidi, do you wish to continue speaking to this amendment?
I'd like to call for a seconder.
We have a seconder. John has seconded it, Heidi.
Great. So yeah, I mean, the last thing I'd like to say is that the most thing I'd like to be able to do is have the community, give the community the opportunity to be engaged on this topic and how far and how deep they want us to embed sustainability in our organisation and at what time. I know that Mary spoke to a lot of issues at the start of the meeting, and from what we've seen from all of the vital signs work is that our community really want us to protect and protect our environment for future generations. And I think if we can show as a council we need to really clearly show where we want to go with this and have the opportunity to show some leadership in this area so that we can actually front foot it rather than wait until further down the track and keep kicking this can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Heidi. John, do you wish to speak to this now?
I'll reserve. Thank you, Tembi.
Thank you. Can I ask for other speakers, please? Andrew.
Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for this, Heidi. I think obviously my stance on climate change is pretty clear, but as far as the rest of the environment goes, I'm I believe in it, that we need a framework that sits over the top that we can use to guide us. And I look at the money that's being asked for this and compare it to things like Priority 1 or the Main Street things or the art gallery, who all get roughly similar and certainly in the quantum space of funding, and we do nothing in the sustainability area, if I use that to indicate environment and biodiversity, as we've spoken about. So I agree with this in principle. Having this sort of framework will allow us to lean on something when we have to make this sort of decision, and at the moment we don't have it. So I think, yep, it's a good initiative.
Thank you, Andrew. But just before I go to the other speakers, I just want to clarify that everybody has seen Paul's response to Kelvin's question. 0.5% of OPEX budget is 1.4 million. I just want to make that very clear. Larry, I'm going to come to your issue around the amendment in one moment. Following Andrew, Steve, and then Jaco, please.
Sorry, my unmute disappeared with the screen sharing. Yeah, I think this opens a conversation that we need to have with our community around sustainability, and also it opens up a wider conversation about, are we being forward-looking and perhaps a bit visionary here, or are we more focused on BAU? And I know, the conversation Councillor Hollis has made in terms of Elizabeth Street, this being a minor spend compared to items like that, and the depreciation and the OPEX on those sorts of items. And so I'm prepared to support this going into the plan, but we'll be taking community feedback on it, and may have a different view when it comes to adoption of the annual plan. But I do want to start the conversation with the community, and I think this is an appropriate way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think it was Jaco next. So I'm just having some tech problems here, getting back to the sidebar. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, apologies, Heidi. I haven't read through this yet, so it's new to me. I've been reading the minutes for this meeting almost exclusively. So I don't know that I can support this as it is. I'd need to know more about what that looks like, perhaps a report by staff on the pros and cons of having an independent sustainability advisory board. $1.4 million for a board per year seems reasonably expensive, and my preference would rather be to have $1.4 million a year of planting. Yeah, but you've raised a really good point in terms of what this organisation prioritises, and if we're going to be looking at things like this and tagging a portion of the budget to a specific outcome, I really think at the moment we're doing very little spending in the social space. So if, and I realise we're talking about this, what's in front of us at the moment, but I mean, if this gets across the line, then I'd like to look at how we can support our most destitute residents, those who are renting and struggling to put food on the table, and whether there's a way that council can provide better social outcomes as well. So I probably need a bit of guidance in terms of what this involves and yeah, what we're getting for $1.4 million before I could vote for it. But I think it's good to have the conversation.
Jaco, just to clarify, as I read it, particularly A, it's the 0.5% is an OPEX to create the implementation of a sustainable framework led by an independent board. I don't believe the intention, Heidi, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we'd be spending $1.4 million on a board of directors.
That's right. I think the board would cost around $60,000 or so. It's not the board. It's the possibility of and I think that, you know, I don't want to be too subscriptive here, because the staff obviously would need to be heavily involved in what that looked like, and also the community. But such opportunities as a contestable fund for grassroots organisations involved in that the board had to do with, and all of the opportunities around developing government recommendations, supporting projects into the future, collaborating with the Waikato University, collaborating with Priority One, collaborating with Tourism Bay of Plenty and the Chamber of Commerce to meet all of the sustainability goals that the framework would help to enable. So that's the kind of thing that this kind of advisory board would be involved in, and the framework, and obviously the such things as doing a stock take on currently on an inventory on the organisation, so you've got like a baseline to work from, all of that kind of work that's involved in that.
Heidi, thank you. I'm just looking at the sidebar, and I think Marty will take you up on your offer. I think it's very important before we continue that we do as a council, we're on the same song sheet as to what is happening right now. So Nick and Paul, if you were able to talk to that, please, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, I can talk to that, Mayor Temby, and describe the background and the thinking of this. And the point of putting this recommendation up is not to drop it, but to do it differently. And the way the executive sees that we do it now is not creating the traction that we think that it deserves. And because we haven't set it up with a bigger picture in mind. And to the point of what Mary said this morning, what we're trying to achieve is actually not inconsistent what she's suggesting. So what we are suggesting by the strategy is to give ourselves targets and create a bit of a plan on how to get there. And so this is where we need to be in 2030, like she said, and these are the steps to get there. And that's what we think that a strategy would do. So what we have now, to the point of, or the question, what we are doing now is that we haven't got an organizational strategy for sustainability. We haven't got a strategy for the city about sustainability. And if we look at organizations or cities that do really well in this space, they do have those. It's about setting targets and measuring targets. And we think what we're doing at the moment is very, very tactical. We're doing some really, really good work in this space. We've got very passionate staff that are really leaning into this, and we're looking at our energy savings, where we can save energy, and measuring those, and right across the board. So this is not just our office buildings, but all the plant that we operate and those sorts of things. So, you know, we've made some significant gains there over the last year or so. What we are suggesting, though, is that in that space, in that tactical space, we will see diminishing returns unless we do something different. So the point here is to dial it down, have a rethink and a reset. And I had hoped that the words in the description here was going to be self-explanatory, but obviously not. But the point is that we create an aspirational goal, and that we then can fire back up the tactical approach, so that each and every one of the tactics contribute to that bigger goal. So it's not inconsistent with a framework. And also, I just want to say that the point of this exercise was to recommend cost savings, basically. And this is one way where we sort of thought that actually what we're doing now isn't quite creating the value that we think that it could. So we can reduce the costs of what we're doing at the moment, reset it, and rework a strategy. So I hope that answers the question to describe a little bit about what we're doing now and what the thinking behind this is.
Nick, thank you. I'm happy to hear from others. Kelvin, I can see what you've written.
But it might be helpful to just hear from Paul in terms of, I guess, wider investment in other activities where environment, sustainability, carbon reduction, and climate change is a factor into a number of things that we're doing, particularly their projects. So, Paul, are you able to?
Yeah, just leading on from what Nick has said, we do sustainability widely across the business now in terms of a lot of projects. What we can improve on is how we do that consistently, which hence why that framework and strategic piece is so important. Effectively do there, because we're an organisation that spends 250 million a year, or 200 to 250 million a year. One of the greatest reaches we've got in that sustainability space is how we actually build that into how we deliver those projects, not just us, but how we deliver with partners and contractors and the like. So the thinking around the framework is that we actually get much greater reach by that approach, rather than, as Nick said, the current tactical approach that we're using. And we are doing that in areas now. We've got a lot of work being undertaken in the resilience area as well. But by having that framework, we'll just be able to maximise our benefit a lot more in that space.
Thank you very much, Paul. It's appreciated. Kelvin, did you want to speak to what you wrote?
Yes, please. Heidi, I appreciate, Councillor Hughes, I should say, I appreciate the sentiment behind your amendment. It's a very substantial one. Personally, I think the 1.4 million is a leap too far right now. This was really only dropped on us today, so there's been no real socialisation amongst elected members. But I do note that as an organisation, we're already doing a lot of work in this sustainability space. We have an environment strategy in draft form, which I think speaks to a lot of what you're after. We have a waste minimisation strategy. We're getting more into multimodal transport. We did a couple of years ago, we did a CO2 footprint for our city. And so I'm just really keen to see us continuing the work that we're already doing. Unfortunately, I'll be voting against this, particularly the extent of the budget that's required, given the fact we're already doing a lot of this good stuff within the organisation anyway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. Larry, I think you wanted to speak.
Yes, thanks. Similar comments to Kelvin's. I was anticipating just possibly a reintroduction of some of what was being recommended to be taken out, but this is 1.4 million. This is 0.8% rate increase. We'd be going out, and I've not been afraid in the past of higher rates, as you know, but this is really an LTP thing which should come through, and I would like to see that the strategy starts getting worked on and we move into this to have this amount of expenditure just coming in now is just, and then only having a 2-week consultation period to hear back from the community just isn't enough for me. But in the LTP and with all of what's being done about engagement, we're not just hearing from one sector of the community, but the whole community about spending their money. I think that's the right place for it, and I can't, Councillor Hughes, unfortunately support it today.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on the amendment as we've seen on the screen previously? Okay, I just need to be clear, Robin. This is now, obviously, this is replacing B9, and we are voting on the amendment.
Yes, that's correct. So we'll vote on the amendment now, and then depending on the success of that, go back to the original B9 and vote on that.
Right, thank you. John, you
Yeah, Your Worship, I reserved as the seconder, and I'd like to speak.
I beg your pardon, my apologies.
No, thank you. Look, I think the reality is that while the staff are happy to tell us about what they're doing, they've never put a framework together for that work. That framework doesn't exist. And what we're getting is a piecemeal set of responses. And I know Councillor Hughes may not be comfortable with what I'm about to say, but I'm aware there was a meeting last night of a number of local thought leaders in this area. And I'm also aware that a number of them actually speak for groups who are active in the sustainability space. And they want a framework to exist, and they want that framework to exist before we go into our LTP discussions. There's no sense, committing to develop a framework in your LTP process, and at the same time you commit to 10 years of infrastructure projects effectively without that framework. It doesn't make sense at all to do things that way. And specifically when one looks at the budget, and look, maybe this is a bit ambitious. I mean, a bit like Rotorua did with the arts. It seemed appropriate to, as far as I can see, link it to our operational expenditure, because everything we do has a sustainability impact, and everything should be seen through that lens. I noticed no one suggested perhaps amending it, and I, as a seconder, would certainly listen to that. But the critical thing here is that if we look at, for instance, Elizabeth Street, which I know most of those sustainability thought leaders who met last night don't want a bar of, compared to what the options were. And if we look at the report that supported Elizabeth Street and how little was in there around the sort of things I would expect a sustainability framework to have encouraged, we have to say that the evidence at the moment is the framework doesn't exist. Projects come to us without going through a proper framework. And what this proposal does is say, let's get a framework in place, independent, expert. The response to Jaco from Heidi is, as I understand it, absolutely correct. Provide sufficient budget capacity so if an independent sustainability advisory board says this is what you should be doing, we're then in a situation to actually act it. So when we come through the LTP process, we are measuring that 10 years worth of spend. Just think about, we're talking $2 billion at 200 million capex a year. $2 billion worth of capex comes to the LTP consultation process with a framework that's been put across it. So the information that goes to our community for the LTP consultation has had that framework applied. They are able to respond to that LTP in an informed way. I mean, it's not something you add on. It's not something you question. The framework's got to go across the projects at initiation phase. A recent conversation with the chief executive, who I highly respect, reflected recently that we need to put more into the initiation phase. And part of that initiation phase is having the frameworks, and certainly a sustainability framework across it. Now, the amount, I appreciate that's subject to change. The need for a framework, I think, is an imperative. Let the community tell us if they think it's too much, but let's put this to our community, please. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, John. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this? I think, look, this is a really critically important area, and I'd love to think that we could take this forward for consultation. It's terrible timing in terms of cost, but I think I agree that we need to have a framework. Nick, I take aboard what you and Paul were saying entirely. I'm just not sure that we are doing enough, as John said. I'm not going to repeat John and labour this, but this has my support to take forward for consultation.
Yeah, can I, with your grace, Your Worship, speak to this?
Certainly, mate.
So look, in the normal course of business, council would allocate a budget and then require me as chief executive to deliver certain outcomes it would seem that with these resolutions, essentially those outcomes will just be delivered by someone independent. I just wonder why council wouldn't just fund that independent organisation if that's the case. But normally they would require me through performance indicators or outcomes to deliver this. We accept that there isn't a framework at the moment, and the purpose for putting this on the agenda was partly an acknowledgement of that we need to change what we're doing now. So, so I guess that provides some context as to why, firstly, it was here, because we realised that what we're doing isn't necessarily meeting the current or future demands. And I would have thought that, you know, I guess Nick's proposal was to reset through the creation of a framework to deliver on that. And so ultimately it's for council to decide, but I would have thought that this would be something that a budget is set and then I'm required to deliver on it, and happy to have a conversation with council at an appropriate time how to deliver that.
Your wish,
Marty, thank you.
If I can make a response to the chief executive, just for clarification. I think looking at the motion, it's been crafted to try and avoid reaching into the management space and specifying how one delivers the framework. I think the desire to use a advisory board approach is something that certainly I've seen recently provides tremendous input. It does reflect at one level a lack of confidence that I have that the organisation is actually genuinely in this space. We continually get reports and proposals that just don't address this. So if it requires softening in some way to respect the governance management divide, then I'm happy to engage in that. But I do believe a significant proportion of our community, particularly our young, and thinking about Yako's grandchildren who have been a topic of debate occasionally or comment, want sustainability to be literally at the heart of what we do. You know, Tauranga is going to be here for a very long time. As Tangata Whenua will remind us, it's going to be here forever. And some people are going to be here forever. And there's a desire just to recognize that it's not an adjunct, it's not something you run alongside. And the timing implicit in what was put in the staff proposal is just illogical. And the amount is not credible. So, you know, happy to get a response from staff. And I'm sure we can get that at the end of, you know, this is a proposal to see what the community wants in this space. And after we've gone through deliberations, at that point, we determine, and I assume we'll get a staff report on it, that your advice is to work this way. I see no reason why we can't go to the community with this and give the staff time to respond to the community submissions and provide advice to us for deliberations. That
okay, John, thank you. I think we've got that loud and clear. Thank you very much. I am assuming there's no more speakers to the amendment. Heidi, I beg your pardon. Sorry, Tina.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if it's possible to maybe amend it a little bit and make it a bit less prescriptive, and maybe take the expense part of it out, so that it becomes something we can talk about over the next, you know, few weeks, and then come back to it. I just wonder if that might be an easier way forward.
Tina, thank you for that suggestion. I just wonder, councillors, and I'm speaking here particularly to Heidi and John, if you would accept parking this while we really do understand the rate impact.
I think part of this is possibly a trade-off discussion as well, but also, but yes, happy to do that. And Tina, you know, this is a conversation to have to come to a place with. This is not where this was a starting point to talk about the gravity of what, well, not the gravity, but the piece that we see as being needed to happen and the gap that the gaping gap between $100,000 and actually the resourcing needed to create something that's actually going to have some wind in its sails. So
thank you, Heidi. That's very useful. Then in that case, I just wonder if would you and John be amenable to an amendment that would take out the dollar value and just talk about the establishment of a framework to be taken to the community for consultation on, without it having the 0.5%.
I'd be happy if someone was prepared to move an amendment, but I do want, I appreciate that perhaps we've gone for what the sustainability community would probably want, and perhaps we need to modulate that. But is there someone who's prepared to move an amendment?
I'm happy to do that, John. I'm happy to move an amendment that
just probably will reduce the number, Your Worship.
Excuse me?
Sorry,
to
Your
reduce
Worship,
the number, but to leave one in.
You can't move an amendment because it is an amendment already. So only the mover and seconder of the amendment can change it.
Okay, Coral, thank you for that clarification. John or Heidi, or Heidi and John, if you're prepared to do that and to take the level, the monetary value of it out of the equation, it might be more palatable to take to the community for consultation.
I mean, can you give us permission to engage openly, Your Worship? I mean, the mover and the seconder probably need to talk, but I'm happy to talk openly. I mean, my suggestion is that I would not be comfortable taking a number out completely. I'd like to see a number in there. I appreciate it's a large number at the moment, but I do want the number to be bigger than the original 200 that went to 50 that came back to 100. So to get it across the line, I mean, I'm talking to the mover now. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I don't think that if we're taking a number out, then we might be looking at the same situation of having 50K thrown at a consultant that wouldn't embed something that the information that we need basically to get us into a place for the LTP. So I'm really happy to talk about what a figure might look like, and then to also, to Marty's point, is to talk about what that looks like in terms of how we deliver on that framework. But
okay,
maybe
well, Heidi,
we just halve that figure down in order to through.
Yeah, look, we hear you loud and clear. I was going to go to Marty first and then you, Larry, if that's okay, please.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Well, look, I just wonder whether council doesn't, if you like, well, I guess ask a report, put a number in, but ask for a report. I guess to be fair, staff only received this at this afternoon as well, and I actually think probably it warrants a full report to council, particularly if we're spending anywhere in the order of $500,000 to 1.4 as proposed. But essentially what I'm hearing is that there needs to be a robust and solid framework for the organisation and the city to deliver aspirational, look, not only legal, but aspirational, sustainable outcomes through a framework. And if the goal is to develop that framework in time that appropriate funding can be included in the long-term plan. And I think just somehow we need to work collectively to achieve that. And that's through funding, through a report that can be debated, and a framework to develop the framework set up appropriately.
Can I again make a comment? We want the framework before the long-term plan. We want the framework to be put across the projects that you're currently considering now, Marty.
Correct. Yep. No, accept that. Yeah.
Can I make a suggestion, 10B? Can we let this lie on the table until the next council meeting? It feels a bit sprung on me and potentially others, just so that we can digest it and maybe find a way forward.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
So
okay.
I'll move to let this lie on the table.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Yako and Larry. I'll put that to the vote. So we're just letting it lie on the table. I think it's got good support. We just need to understand it better. So all those in favour of letting this
just point of clarification. I'm just not sure how the leaving it lie on the table with the amendment works with B9. So we leaving B9 on the table with the amendment. a bit of guidance there, sorry.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yeah, we would need to do that as well. So all those in favour of letting this lie on the table, please say aye.
Can I just make another clarification? Sorry. If we lie this on the table, how does this roll with the 2-week consultation? How do we?
It can't be in it.
It can't be in it. So how does it work with funding then if it's not in this document?
Can I make a comment if that's helpful?
Yeah, thanks.
So you've got a couple of options. You can put funding in at a particular level and consult on that, or if you have something like this sitting and lying on the table, you could direct staff to put the issue up for discussion. So you would say that council is seeking feedback, and we can take the general gist of the direction, which is effectively where sort of the executive were going, which is to create a framework so we could build some explanation around that and ask the community if they support the development of a framework that relates to community sustainability, and get some feedback on that, and then that could flow into the decision-making process. So your consultation doesn't necessarily only have to be about dollars; it can be about direction as well. So it depends on what guidance you give us. We can include that within the document that we put out to the community.
Thank you, Christine. That's really very helpful.
I'd really like to suggest that we put a dollar figure on it to go to the community, because otherwise we don't have any resourcing for the discussion.
Should we reinstate the existing funds, whatever that is, 250,000, I think, and then go out and consult with the community on increased costs and the development of a framework to deliver and sit alongside the LTP and projects.
That's a very pragmatic way of looking at it, Marty, if that's acceptable.
And then when you consult, what you could talk about is that the money that is in there is for the development of the plan, and then also moving into preparation and planning for implementation. But that's not going to be as expensive as the actual implementation. And then through the LTP, you're consulting on what your priority implementation is going to be on.
Yes, Christine.
Otherwise, the community doesn't actually know what you're spending the money on. If you're to say I'm spending 1.4 million, but on what?
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, councillors, what we would do then, if this is your will, for those that agree with this, we would be voting down B8, 7.8, and retaining it. In other words, retaining it in its current form, with a view to looking at an increase in time and the development of a framework.
Excuse me, Mayor Tembe, we still have this motion to let it lie on the table that we have to vote, if I'm right?
Yes, that's right. But Coral or Robin, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yako might withdraw that.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Sure, Heidi.
So we were talking about 250, which I think is a little bit better than. Otherwise, we were looking at 200, were we? Before that.
We were looking at 100 before that.
Yep, go to Nick. What's the existing budget, Nick? What is the
200?
200. Well, are you happy to have the number of 200 in there?
Yeah, leave it in. Yeah.
And what we will do is go and consult on the community about increasing that and the development of the plan, the framework. Yeah.
I just don't think that's quite enough resourcing. I'd be happy to go with 300 so that we've got the community.
Okay, sorry, we're not in negotiation mode in that way here, Heidi, today. Thanks, but right. Coral, just to Bill, would you like to speak?
So you, excuse me, Your Worship, you do have a procedural motion and you do need to deal with it.
Yes, I understand.
And then you can put another motion.
So you need to have the vote on to lie on the table first, and then consider what happens next after that.
And someone can put up another motion that's different to the one that's the amendment and the original one.
Great, thank you. Well, councillors, I will put to you that this amended motion lies on the table. Can't hear you, Larry.
We need to just vote down the procedural motion to leave it lie on the table. It's not the amended, it's just the procedural motion. And Steve was right before, it has to be done this way.
Yeah, put the procedural motion first and then figure out what happens next.
Okay, councillor. So I put the procedural motion to you. All those in favour? Or against?
No.
Yeah.
No.
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 No. Thank you. And any abstentions? Right, that is lost. So we are now going to, Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to the original B8.
Nine. Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
So we're
beg your
going
pardon.
back to the original, which was moved and seconded as part of all the Bs. So now you can go back to that original one, and now there's a possibility for any other amendment to be put, or for that original B9.
Point of clarification, Your Worship, we've been here before in terms of procedure, and while I don't claim to be an expert, as a matter of fact, I run from the thought of being an expert in procedure. Having said nay to the procedural motion that the amendment lie on the table, the amendment remains live.
Correct.
And the amendment remains live, and as such, we now need to either put the amendment, well, I believe that the thing we should be doing now is putting the amendment, and should the amendment fail, then someone can move a second amendment.
Yes, apologies, John. Yep, you're correct. I jumped. I missed that. Yes, you're right. The amendment is still now live and will need to be put. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you, John and Robin. In that case, I will put the amendment to you, council. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
So we've got 1, 2. Steve, is that John? Can you just hold your hand? Can you hold your hands up, please, just for 1 minute? So and I'm a hand up. So 1, 2, 3.
So what's the amendment?
4,
Sorry, what's the
5,
amendment?
6,
we're
7.
doing?
It's your motion, Heidi.
Okay.
This is your motion.
Robin, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's 7.
Bill.
Can we just go around everyone by name? That will just make it easier.
Okay, I'll have to do it. Thank you. Great idea. In alphabetical order, Councillor Arbery.
No, sorry, Heidi.
Councillor Baldock.
Larry, you're muted still, I'm afraid.
Are we now voting on $1.4 million?
To go
We're voting on the amendment as it was put.
Which is $1.4 million.
That's right. That's right.
I just wanted to be clear that that's what we were doing here. Instead of coming back to something future amendment of a lesser amount as recommended by the Chief Executive. Thank you. My vote is nay.
Councillor Clout.
No, sorry, Heidi.
Councillor Granger.
No.
Councillor Hollis.
Yes.
Councillor Hughes. I think I know the answer. Councillor Kitty.
Yes.
Councillor Morris.
Yes.
Councillor Robson. Pretty sure I know the answer.
Yes.
Councillor Salisbury.
Yes.
And Robin, I'm a yes, which is 7.
Yes, that's correct. So we've got 7 for the amendment and 4 against. So that amendment is passed, carried.
It now becomes a substantive motion, and you can put another amendment to it.
Okay. Now, in that case, we did talk about taking the monetary side of it away, the 0.5%, and looking at the framework and re-establishing the budget as it currently stands at $200,000, and then looking towards increasing that, as Marty said, very practically, and looking at a framework development as a part of that. Is anybody prepared?
Well, I'd move that.
Thank you, Kelvin. Will anybody second that?
Yeah, I'd second that.
With some clarification around the procedure we're in.
Yeah, it's a bit messy.
Yeah, it is messy. It is indeed. So, Robin.
Yep. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
you go.
sorry, Caroline, we just need to make sure that we're on process here. So we've got the, the amendment from Heidi and John, and now that's become the substantive motion. We're now seeking to amend it. And
so once you have an amendment, it becomes the substantive motion, and then the substantive motion then gets put, and it can have an amendment to the substantive motion.
yes. Okay, so
it
Kelvin,
can't be a direct negative, but it can be amended.
okay, thank you. Kelvin, would you like to put into words what you're moving?
Thank you. So all we're doing is changing the amount from 0.5% of the operational expenditure budget to a figure of $200,000.
All right, and Yako, are you happy to second that?
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't my understanding. So
if we can bring the wording up would help.
Larry.
Just a question for staff. If we do that, what happens to the existing program? Or would this 200,000 be in addition to the existing work?
Well, we believe the existing program needs to be changed, and to deliver on precisely what Councillor Hughes is aspiring towards, and that's a framework to support us through the LTP process. Currently, we're involved in tactical activity, which isn't necessarily going to achieve that. So it would require a change of what we're currently doing to prepare ourselves for the LTP, which is essentially what we want to do. So.
Yeah. Okay. I'm happy to support that. Councillor Clout, I think, yeah, in support of what Heidi's trying to do here.
According to Paul, the current budget is $80,000, so this would be an increase of $120,000. Is that correct, Paul and Nick? Through the chair.
Just clarifying that, but that's what I understand is in there. There was a fixed term contract that wasn't extended beyond June, hence the reduction in the budget from the current year.
So we are putting it back to $200,000. Is that correct, Paul?
If we're trying to deliver a framework by the time of the LTP, then we need it. We need a little more resourcing in there if we're going to also create a board, a leadership board, which we absolutely need to do, which is still in the motion. So I'm just conscious that we're setting this up to be not resourced. We just need to lift that slightly if we're going to get the kind of resourcing we need to carry to make this happen properly.
Well, through the chair, this would be going out for consultation, so there would be plenty of time after that to alter the amount, I imagine.
Thanks, Calvin. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got to bear this in mind, that this is about a process of consultation, Heidi. I think you're getting good support for it. So.
Oh, that's cool. I'm just, nice one. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're now putting what is now the new substantive motion to you, moved by Kelvin and seconded by Yako, that the 0.05% be changed to $200,000.
I do have a quick comment if Calvin's not going to talk to it.
I'll very quickly talk to it. Heidi, I really appreciate the you bringing this forward. It would have been good to have a bit more time prior to nut this out, but I think we need to have some sort of figure in there from the budget, I believe, so we can meaningfully engage and consult with our community. But I think we should get good support for this. Thank you.
Yep, I support what you're trying to do here, Heidi. I think us two have been quite often the only two on the same end of the vote when it comes to environmental issues. Yeah, I think a process could have been slightly better, but I think we've gotten there in the end.
Indeed. Thank you, Yako. Robin, can we have the screen back? I just can't see everybody. It just makes it a lot easier before we put this thing. Would anybody else like to speak to this this motion? John.
Yeah, look, I appreciate where people are going from, and I get the feeling, and I'm comfortable that the majority is uncomfortable with the size of the figure. I believe the consultation gave us a place to go safely there and gave an indication that we're genuine about our commitment. I mean, I will vote against the motion, but obviously I'm very much in favour of the substantive issue going to the consultation phase. I'm only voting against the figure, but I'm more than happy that the majority wanted to go to consultation. Yeah. So
thank you very much. Members, I will put this, sorry, councillors, I will put this to you as is read. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
And against?
No.
No.
So we've got Andrew, Heidi and John against. Is that correct? In that case, and I take it there's no abstentions? I don't think there are. In which case that is carried. Thank you very much. And Heidi, I commend you for bringing this forward too. I think you do have good support, and I think we will just need to understand it better. And I think you'll find that the council has a big commitment to the area of sustainability and environmental management. So don't be disheartened.
Thank
Your
you.
worship, are we on a 2-hour limit now?
Well, we had a break at 5 something. Are you desperate for another one?
All right, thank you.
We are. Look, we are getting there. There was always going to be a marathon team, so we are getting there. We are now on to B10, which is the Waterline Education Program. We're back to the original mover and seconder, which is Kelvin and Steve and Kelvin. Sorry.
I'm okay. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Thank you. I'll put this to you. We're talking B10 here. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
No.
And any abstentions? Carried. Thank you. We are now on to B11, the closure of our place, and back to Steve and Kelvin.
Thank you. Happy to speak in support of closure. I think that elected members have done their best, as have the operators, to make it work. However, seeing the new proposal, I think it's time to say no, move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Kelvin.
Yeah, look, I've been a big supporter of our place, and I think it's done a great job over the last couple of years to bring some vibrancy into the city. Clearly, it has unfortunately not been sustainable on its own 2 feet for a number of reasons, but I really want to commend Rachel and Chris Duffy for the tremendous work they've put into this. Unfortunately, there does come a time with these sorts of projects where we do have to be more realistic and sometimes a bit hard-nosed. So I'm very sad to say that I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Kelvin. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? Larry.
Yeah, I also have been a supporter of the project. It's I think it's done a lot for the inner city, and the idea that it would be empty space at this time is something I find very, very difficult to accept. But I think the only way to really extend this, I think they're very close to coming up with some additional funding and a new model that will work. Several of us have been on the advisory group with them. They don't have it today. I think there is indications that there are potential things to happen, but I guess the only way to do it is to go out and consult on this. and so I won't oppose the motion. But I think we need to see the community respond. We've seen emails already that people value the place. They think it's done a lot of good, and they think it still can. And some of the non-food and beverage things they plan, I think, would be very good. So at this stage, I will still allow it to go out for consultation that way, unless someone comes up with an amendment that makes sense at this late hour. But I'm just a bit past trying to dream up an amendment right now.
Thank you, Larry. Does anybody else wish to speak to this? John, I can see your hand up.
Yeah, look, I can't say I was a fan. I wasn't even present, but I wasn't a fan of the way this was initiated. I don't think it was initiated well and thought through as well as it should have been. And to be consistent, the closure should go through the same sort of considered, thoughtful process that I said was absent at the beginning. And I don't think we're there yet on that process. So I will abstain. I think if this is going to go to the community, it goes to the community. I don't want to give direction on it, but I do want to hear the community feedback, and I do want to effectively allow, by this going to consultation, for the people who have put so much in it, and including those people that backed it originally, to help get some proposal to us where we can make a considered and informed judgment. And I don't think we're yet in that place. I'd urge
Thank you,
my
John.
colleague, Mr. Baldock, to abstain with me just for the sheer hell of it.
Thank you, John. Councillors, I can't see any more hands up, so I'll put this to you. We're talking obviously B10. All those in favour?
B11. B11.
Heidi, go ahead.
Just, I think the proposal that they put through is really cool. Remaker Spaces gives a lot of hope and ideas to a community that will be in recovery from COVID-19. And I also believe that we can't just keep throwing money at this, but I'd like the opportunity for it to be out there for the community to decide on, and to have some ability for them in the next months to come up with enough that will cover them through funding. But it seems such a shame to leave an empty space and pay for some hanging baskets when we could have a vibrant little centre for probably the same price.
Larry.
May I can't even remember now whether I can move an amendment on the amendment, but I'd like to move an amendment if I could. And just simply add closure of our place site subject to consultation process, just to soften it a bit so that it is not a fait accompli. If there's a seconder for that, I'll speak to it.
I'd second that. Thank
you, John. I think I've said it probably. This sounds too final, and I think it'll take the wind out of people's sails. I think if we just simply say subject to the consultation process, they know they can come in and support it and speak to us, and also come up with the completion of their plans that they've begun to work on very hard, and we may then get a better response. I think the way it's worded just sort of knocks it off, and people go away very frustrated. So hope we support
Thank you, Larry. John, would you like to speak to the amended motion?
No, I think Larry said it eloquently.
All right, thank you. Councillors, we have an amended motion before us. Does anybody else want to speak to that before I put it to the vote?
I'll speak to the amendment and then not speak to the substantive motion. Our place, to keep it open, would require an investment from council looking through their P&L and also their funding sources. I could be wrong. They might come through and get big funders. But in saying that, I think the council should seriously consider keeping this place open if it's going to be a waste reuse centre or a waste education centre, because the cost of doing that, or the variable cost of doing that, rather than starting something from scratch where council has to maybe provide some of those services, is a lot less. So I'll be voting against the amendment and the substantive motion. Because I think council should consider funding this place.
Thank you, Yako. I can't see any more hands up, so I'm going to put to you the amended motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. Against?
No.
No.
And Andrew's a no, so we've got 3 noes and an abstention. Any abstentions? Not at this.
Excuse me, Mayor Tembe, could we just go through the amendment, which is closure of the Our Place site subject to the consultation process? Can we just go by a name so that I make sure I've got everyone correctly recorded?
Certainly, Robin. Starting again.
Robin. Sorry, clarification, Robin.
Yeah.
The amendment was moved by Councillor Baldock, seconded by me. We are voting on the amendment, then we need to go back to the substantive.
Yes, that's correct.
That's right.
Yep.
So all Robin's asking, John, is to go through by name, so there's no confusion as to how.
Can you just read it out again, please? Could you please just read the amendment out so that we're all clear?
Certainly. So the amendment is amended B11, closure of the Our Place site subject to the consultation process. If I have got it correctly from...
That is correct, Robin. That is correct. Right, I'll just...
Clarification, please.
Sorry. Heidi, we
Okay.
have put this to the vote.
All right.
So I'm just going to check. All we're doing at this point is clarifying so there's no confusion as to how people voted. So if I could call you out by name, please. Councillor Arbery.
Against.
Councillor Baldock.
In favour.
Councillor Clout.
For.
Councillor Granger.
Aye.
Councillor Hollis.
Against.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Kitty.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
Aye.
Councillor Robson.
Aye.
Councillor Salisbury.
Sorry, 4.
And I'm a yay too, Robin. Which is 7 if my maths is correct. In which case the... Thank you.
So the amendment is carried.
In which case the amendment is carried. Thank you very much. Does anyone who wants a break?
Are we now voting on the substantive motion, or has that already been included?
We need to vote on the substantive.
Yes, so the amendment now becomes a substantive motion.
My apologies.
Vote on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
So so we're voting on the amendment, which is now the substantive motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
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 Against?
Against.
Against.
All right. I'll have to do this by name yet again. Councillor Arbery. Against.
Against.
Councillor Baldock.
Against.
Councillor Clout.
Aye.
Councillor Granger.
Aye.
Councillor Hollis.
No.
Councillor Hughes.
No.
Councillor Kitty.
No.
Councillor Morris.
Aye.
Councillor Robson.
Abstain.
Councillor Salisbury.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, which gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 noes, and an abstention, Robin. If I'm correct.
Yes, that is my as well, which brings us to the question of a casting vote, Mayor Powell.
Sorry, I was a yes.
So your casting vote will be a yes as well?
Yes.
Then the substantive motion is carried.
That is correct. Councillors, do you want a break before we go on to the remainder of the agenda?
Yes, please.
So it's exactly 6:30. Is 10 minutes sufficient, or do you want 15?
A quick bite of dinner, I think I might enjoy that.
Maybe to you, I'll go 15. Anyone else?
Nice for those that have got dinner there. Marty and I don't.
I'm very fortunate.
I'll see your 15 and raise you 20, Bill.
All right, let's go for 15 and see you back here at 1:45. Thanks, everybody.
Do we need to actually vote on an adjournment for when we reach 6 hours?
I think it's 8 hours. I think
8 hours. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope we're not here for 8 hours.
Once we hit 8 hours, you need to vote on whether you adjourn to another time or continue.
Thank you, Tina and Robin, for that clarification. So see you in 15 minutes, folks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll wolf it down.
hopefully it'll hold. And with an extra 3 minutes, Kelvin, for you to finish your dinner.
Yeah, I'm about halfway through. Thank you.
Very, very good. No, my pleasure. Folks, we are, excuse me, as you know, we are up to recommendation C, which is supporting the additional operating expenditure changes in the 2 and not 3 areas on your agenda, which is the increase in budget for the feasibility and community engagement, and then the inclusion of the $600,000 cycle action plan.
Happy to move both those.
Well, they've already been moved, Larry. We took, as I understand it, we took it all in one hit from Steve and Kelvin.
That was only B.
That was just B. I beg your pardon.
B, 1, 2, however many we got to. So we'll
Got
need
it.
to move it to C.
Thank you for that clarification, Robin. Thank you very much, Larry. You are a mover. Can I get a seconder for C, please?
C1 and 2.
For C1 and 2.
Oh, my video back on.
I'm happy to second
individually, please.
If we can just clarify, Paul, can we just clarify? So C3 is no longer a recommendation.
That's correct. That's correct, Robin.
Yep, C3 is not required.
Sorry, what page are we on?
26, Heidi.
So if we can do it the way we did B, I'd really appreciate it, which is to have a mover and a seconder for both the items, and then we can discuss and vote on both the items separately. So I've got a mover for C1 and 2, and Larry. Thank you, Larry. And Jaco, I understand you will second?
Yeah, happy to second if no one else does.
Right, thank you very much. So Larry, would you like to speak to C1?
Yes, thank you. I think this is a project that has been consulted on recently with very widespread support across the whole city. There's a lot of opposition from the residents there, but the map that the staff put up showed dots all over the city. It's a project that won't go away. It is going to have to be tested and worked through properly with costings and feasibilities and so on. And I think continuing to invest in this with 200,000 right now is worthwhile. This is one of the things that we need to do for the whole intensification of Te Papa Peninsula. This plus at some point the Memorial Park, the pool and so on, and all of that upgrade is a very important part of making both the connection to the CBD for increasing apartment living and the living in the area, as well as all along the peninsula. So I hope we will keep this in. It's going to consultation. People can come and tell us what they think about it, but it had broad support before, not very long ago, and I think we should carry it on.
Thank you, Larry. Jaco, would you like to speak to this now?
Yeah, in general, in the environment we're in, we've heard from Nigel Tutt and also from Shamabil Yaquib that local government needs to be investing in capital projects and getting projects through the feasibility stage, testing it with the community. That puts us in a position to make those investment decisions down the line. So I think it's worth pursuing at this stage, and then we can make a call on whether we proceed with the full amount at a later date.
Thank you, Jaco. Can I ask for any other comments on C1? Thank you, Steve. Followed by Ben.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support the project in the long term. I certainly do. And I've admitted on many an occasion I would quite like to have the experience of pushing Councillor Robson in a wheelchair in his 100th year or something along the Memorial Park walkway. And our age difference would make that possible. But the issue is this will take a long time. The consultation, but also the consenting, given that we're past the Southern Pipeline time, will take some time. So we could be into post-COVID construction, well past post-COVID construction. So I think looking at a post-COVID budget, this $200,000 needs to come out, in my view. So I don't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Bill, you were next.
Thank you, Tenby. I'm not supporting this. 3 or 4 reasons why. Simply this: there's 14, 15 properties, I think, as I can remember, with riparian rights, and we're going to have major problems trying to sort out access to these properties. Now it's around the vicinity of $17 million plus. I can see this running well over $20 million. And right now, I'm not even prepared to spend any more money towards this project, especially when we've just had many of you councillors approve $11 million for Elizabeth Street. So with this in mind, I'm not supporting it. And I would prefer the amount, $200,000, to come back to zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other comments, councillors?
Yep.
John, followed by Andrew.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with this proposal. I think the argument this was had widespread support was based on a consultation which had a figure that brought some concern to the council chamber. The figure understated the cost of the project significantly, and sadly, knowingly, we went out with a consultation document where we knew the cost in the consultation document completely understated, knowingly understated what the cost of this project would be. So I think the argument that it had widespread support is somewhat flawed because of the basis that that support was obtained. I think also I agree with Councillor Morris that the time to get this project to a point where shovels can be used puts it well past the post-COVID recovery phase. And I genuinely think that this budget could be spent in the post-COVID recovery phase more effectively and more efficiently in some other area, which provided at least as much active modal transport benefit as what's proposed here. I fear that we are, how can I put it, banging our heads against something unnecessarily and spending an enormous amount of time and energy when really our focus should be in this area, looking for somewhere more effective, more efficient, more relevant to the recovery phase. So I can't support this motion. I do also have some concern that, having gone through the experience of working with staff to establish that to do the job properly required 400, that we're now going to spread that over 2 years. I think we're kidding ourselves here. So I'm a no.
Thank you, John. Any other comments, councillors?
Please.
Andrew, sorry, my apologies. You were there originally. So.
Look, I'm not going to support this. As Councillor Granger has said, there's at least 15 properties with riparian property rights there. Just because an enormous number of people have said that they think that those rights should be taken away to put a recreational footpath in the front of those rights, I think is appalling. It's the tyranny of the masses. That's why we have property rights. There is other mechanisms to get people to Memorial Park. The whole of Devonport Road is available, and it will activate past the farmers as well. So there's a load of other ways to do this. I'm fully against this project. I think the cost of $20 million or 15 or whatever the number actually is appalling. And I think that we should just stop spending on it altogether, or at least turn the funding into how we're going to do it up and over Devonport Road. I'm fully against this.
Thank you, Andrew. Before I go to anybody else, Kelvin, can you turn all of your mics off unless you wish to speak?
Sorry, sorry, I'll speak now and then I'll turn it off. Is that right?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is a project that is not going to go away, and I believe that one day this, I think, incredible project will finally come to fruition. So with that in mind, we need to be understanding, and the whole idea of this feasibility study is just to work out, how are we going to address the issue of riparian rights? Are there any environmental impacts? the methodology of construction, all those things are going to be measured and included in this feasibility study. And so we're going to have to do it at some stage in the future. And I don't think it's ever going to be cheaper than doing it now in terms of that particular study. So I'm supportive of this expenditure at this time. It doesn't mean, though, that I'll be supportive of $20 million capital, but we'll make that decision closer to the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelvin. Anybody else? Heidi, I can see. Anyone else after Heidi? Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah, I'm so supportive of the project itself, because it just would enable the downtown people that end up living downtown to have some kind of recreational ability to access and to have some connection with our ocean. But in actual fact, right now, in the current circumstances, with $200,000, I just don't think we need to do this feasibility right now. I feel like this is something that, especially when it's going to go on the back of a massive spend, I think that in this financial year, it's not expedient. And in the long term, I'm super excited about this project, but right now, I think that this isn't the time.
Thank you, Heidi. From my perspective, as it transpires, I put a lot of time into understanding this during the campaign. And there is some evidence, quite a bit of evidence, to suggest that this could go, as Andrew quite rightly said, along Devonport Road and achieve exactly the same thing without the major disruption of both riparian rights and the expense. I suspect this is going to be hugely expensive and extremely time consuming, and I suspect that there will be significant resistance to it in a legal sense, and we could be bogged down for years. So I would encourage that we don't do this at this time. I don't think it's a necessary thing to do post-COVID-19, but we do in time look at what we can do with Devonport Road. The linkage I'm a huge fan of between Memorial Park and, if you will, and the city. But there are other ways of doing it that will achieve the same thing that might, for the want of, I don't know, whatever it is, 1.5 metres, 1.5 metres, 1,500 metres, not be on the seaway. I think there's other opportunities to look at other options. So I'll be voting against this. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this before I put it to the vote?
I have a right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
I did have a speaking. I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Larry, just stand by 1 minute. Dawn, I apologise, I missed you.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, that's no problem. So yeah, I unfortunately can't support this either at this particular point in time. I think I've made it quite clear that it's quite good. Just after COVID, we have got so many other expenses, and we haven't seen the worst of it yet. And I just think we need to be really prudent with our spending right now. I've also heard from a number of people in the community regarding this issue who are really watching their finances, and this is not a good time to spend this money. So unfortunately, I can't support it.
Thank you, Dawn. I think we've exhausted speakers, so I'll put to you.
Right.
Sorry, Larry, I beg your pardon.
It's unbelievable that most of the speakers who've just said they won't support this moments ago were willing to spend $1.4 million. And the answer for that was we could let the public come and speak to us. What is wrong with letting the public come and speak to us about $200,000 ongoing investment in this project, which is, despite John's assertion that, and I think it was almost time for a point of order, that somehow people knowingly misled them on the amount. That's almost a slight on the staff, which ought to be addressed. The public are interested in this project. $200,000 should be spent now to continue it. We keep putting it off. It will be a jewel in the crown of the city at some point. Doesn't mean we have to spend the 20 million next year, but somewhere we won't be ready for the LTP discussion if we don't continue this investigation. So that'll mean another 3 years of delay. And I come back again to how could we have been supporting 1.4 million? And I guess the next item, $600,000 of cycle action plan implementation, we'll all go, yes, that's great. Let's hear from the community, which I will support anyway. So I'm very disappointed.
Thanks, Larry. In the circumstances of, I think, everybody that wanted to having spoken, I will put this to the vote. We're voting on C1, the increase of the budget for the feasibility and community engagement of the proposed Strand Memorial Park walkway. All those in favour, please. In fact, sorry, I'm just going to call you out by name so there's no confusion, if I may again. Councillor Arbery.
Yes.
Councillor Baldock.
Aye.
Councillor Clout.
Aye.
Councillor Granger.
No.
Councillor Hollis.
No.
Councillor Hughes.
No.
Councillor Kitty.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
No.
Councillor Robson.
No.
Councillor Salisbury.
No.
And Robin, as you're telling, I'm a no, which means the motion is lost, which leads us to C2, and I'll hand back to Larry and Jaco.
Thank you, Mayor Temby. The cycle action plan implementation budget, you know, has another ongoing project that many people in the city desperately want to see completed. And I am sure that they will be biking in their droves if we're back in the chamber by the time we have deliberations, to tell us, as they did in a very effective campaign that one of our current councillors was part of, to encourage us to treble our budget for the completion of this network of cycleways across the city. So I think this would have public support.
Thank you, Larry. So I'm struggling with my comms here. So I've just completely lost my place. Who seconded this?
I was the seconder. God, did you second it?
I'll second.
No. C1 and 2
Second
were
already, that's fine.
C1 and 2 were already moved and seconded.
Yes, indeed. So who is speaking
Arbery.
next?
Councillor Arbery seconded.
Jaco, sorry, thank you. That's what I beg your pardon, Jaco. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Distracted by something completely. You feel free to speak.
I don't think we should get sidetracked on whether this is this isn't really a debate on the cycle action plan. This is an accounting adjustment. So, you know, I won't get into the ins and outs of the cycle plan and whether that's a good thing or not, because, you know, obviously I'm in favour of it and I've voted that way in the past. This is a commitment we've already made. We thought we could capitalise these costs. We couldn't, so they need to be operationalised or changed to OPEX. So this shouldn't be political in my mind. This should just be, you know, something that should just fly through.
Thank you, Jaco. Can I call on councillors to speak? I've got John and Heidi at this stage. Thank you.
Just, yeah, I think Councillor Arbery's correct to a point. Can we just get confirmation in the public domain that no part of this can be capitalised? Because I'm not of that view, but you know, at the end of the day, we need to receive very clear staff advice. Are we in a situation where no part of this amount can be capitalised, in the staff's opinion?
Paul, can I?
Yeah, through the chair, and others can come in and correct me if I. From what I understand of this project, the 600,000 is largely around business case work. And anything that is specifically related directly to a project in terms of planning can be capitalised, but any work prior to that point normally isn't able to be capitalised. And my understanding is this is in the latter category in terms of pre-planning work.
if I can just get clarity that it says implementation budget. In the wording of the motion says implementation budget. Is that incorrect or slightly loose?
I've just asked Nick to comment on that. I don't know enough detail around that. Sorry, I'll just ask if Nick can comment.
Paul.
Yeah,
Thank you,
so
Nick.
it is a good point, Councillor Robertson, to pick up on implementation budget, because this is about creating the route option selection business cases. So it's not the building per se.
John, does this satisfy you as an answer?
Yeah, I disagree with it, but
well, I think it's important that we understand.
Can I suggest that that we follow up on this in the next couple of days, and perhaps get some advice even from the auditors on whether or not they would expect to see it, either in CapEx or OpEx, or what portion of it in both. So I wonder whether the resolution shouldn't be not necessarily support it, but notes that it's changed to OpEx, and then we can come back and clarify.
I would be happy to move that as an amendment, Your Worship.
Marty, thank you. That's very helpful. John, you raise a very good point about the capitalisation of this figure. So can you give me your amendment, John, please, so we've got the words in your terms and not mine?
I'm happy to
I think
second
we
that.
pay back what the Chief Executive said. That would be fine by me. Basically, that let me just.
Can I suggest, John, while you're gathering your wits, I have missed that Steve had a question, and it may be germane to the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Possibly a question for follow-up in the report. The level of NZTA subsidy, that 600, is that net of NZTA subsidy? And also, I think there's precedent in terms of growth projects capitalising some of those. So yeah, that might be something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Very helpful indeed. John.
Perhaps I could suggest, Councillor Robson, that we just add in and that further advice is sought around the capitalisation of this project and reported back, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think the intent is clear. I have to say that after some 5 hours, I'm nervous about getting the exact guidance to staff correct, but we're looking at going ahead with this, but I do want to look at how much can be capitalised and get clear guidance on that.
John, would you prefer that this sits?
Does that work for staff in terms of guidance? Because there's not really a decision here in terms of spend.
That's right, exactly.
This is not really a spend decision.
The only thing it does do is it impacts on the rate level. So yeah, maybe sure, you could approve it with the appropriate accounting treatment being explored and reflected in the draft annual plan that's presented for approval.
Thank you, Christine.
So the other suggestion that I would have would be effectively that in the event that it was deemed an operational expense, that we look to loan fund that operational expense as we have under certain other things that have created long-term benefit. That means we wouldn't be putting it into the rates for this year. We'll be taking it over a longer period of time, regardless of whether it's operational or capital. It'll just create a slightly larger deficit in our budget.
I think we've actually had this, I get a mysterious feeling of deja vu, Paul. I think we've had this discussion at some point recently. Either treatment works for me. I do believe that we shouldn't be putting that lump immediately through 1 year's OpEx, given the benefit flows over a significant period of time. And whether we capitalise it or loan fund it, I'm moot on, frankly.
I think we need to clarify exactly what the expenditure is and then seek clarification, and it should really sit where it sits based on audit office advice, and then we can report back.
But for clarity, if elected members are comfortable that we loan fund it regardless, the accounting advice will only determine whether it sits as an operational expense or a capital expense. The actual funding treatment will be the same if elected members so choose.
Okay, Paul, that is very helpful. John, does that help you at all with your amendment?
I'm still need to get the wording right, so I go back to requesting staff advice to get the wording right.
As the mover, could I ask a question, please?
Thank you, Larry. Go.
Yeah,
Paul.
I can.
Unless we resolve it now, as you said before, it does have an impact on rates. If we find from the audit office that we have to deal with it as operational expense, there are some people in the community who might say, well, you just need to reduce the cycleway budget by 600,000. We don't want you spending that now. This is going to have an impact one way or another on debt. If the options are, if we can't debt fund it, then it is debt funded, instead of going back into OPEX. That's a solution that we can then go forward on.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be is that if we change the resolution, which just says inclusion of 600,000 of the cycle action plan implementation budget, full stop, and then we can actually determine the correct accounting treatment, and when we resolve the final budget, we will bring back a resolution in the event that it's operational expenditure that requires that resolution to be debt funded, but it would be debt funded regardless.
That'd be in deliberations that we would then deal with it, not on consultation.
Yeah, well, the consultation will just be the 600,000 would be included in the budget, and we'd be looking to debt fund that expenditure. So the only difference will be the accounting treatment, which we can do without consultation.
And in respect of that, John's amendment to the substantive motion, John is wanting to know that it won't be capitalised. That's fundamentally what this is all about, John, isn't it?
No, it's about that I don't want it to hit the operational budget in a single year. I don't believe that's the appropriate treatment of that amount of money. I believe there may be guidance that says there are rules against capitalising it, in which case the option is to debt fund it over a period of appropriate. So it is the accounting treatment issue. I don't want it to be as OPEX, but I do want it to happen.
Okay. So have we established the words so we can all be on the same song sheet in respect to the amendment?
I've got some words if you would like to hear them.
May I ask one more question with your...
Go ahead, Larry, and then thank you, Coral. We would love to hear from you after Larry.
If this is not additional 600,000 of expenditure, but is already covered by previous resolutions, why do we have to say that there is any inclusion? Why does it have to be mentioned in the public domain at all? That's my question.
My sense, it can just lay on the table and we'll report back at the time of deliberations on the appropriate accounting treatment. If someone would want to move that.
John, in respect to what Marty said, are you happy to move that?
Yeah, I'm happy for the procedural, as long as it happens and the appropriate accounting treatment is used and it doesn't hit the rates as one lump sum this year. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes,
I'm happy to second.
Yep.
Okay, sorry, who was that? Is that Heidi? Was that you, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Coral, can we hear the words or see them?
So I've just sent them through to Robin. So Robin might be able to put them up, but that wasn't what Marty has just said. It was the original one that I thought Councillor Robson was aiming for, which was that the $600,000 of cycle action plan implementation budget that is now treated as operational expenditure be loan funded.
Robin, are you able to put that up at all?
Yes, I'll bring this up. I think we're dealing with two different scenarios here in terms of, I think, the suggestion that we just literally end it at the end of implementation budget and that there'll be a further report back in terms of how that's treated, or if we're looking at a more prescriptive amendment from, well, not prescriptive, but more I guess detailed amendment from Councillor Robinson. So I'll bring that up and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I think simple words to reflect the accounting treatment of the of the substantive motion would be great.
Are you able to see that now?
Yes, Robin, thank you. John, how are you with that?
I'm fine, Your Worship, as long as I have confirmation from staff that it achieves the end we're looking for.
Sorry, can I, if I can just interrupt, it might be, given the fact that one of the questions we're going to ask is it operational expenditure or is it capital expenditure? If we just said that the 600,000 of cycle action plan implementation budget be loan funded and take the middle bit out, then we can come back and confirm the accounting treatment.
I think that's the right solution.
Right.
So just take out the bit inside the commas.
Fantastic. John, thank you. Paul, that's a very useful suggestion. Thank you. And John, for your consideration of it. We'll just wait till Robin's finished.
I'm happy to adopt it into the motion, but I'd have a question. Why does it doesn't therefore need to form any part of the consultation going forward, does it?
I think it's just because if it's OPEX, it affects rates.
Yeah, so based on it being loan funded, no, that's right, Larry, it wouldn't need to be in the consultation document if it's not an additional project.
Sorry,
thank you.
Just an observation, and I appreciate your leniency, Your Worship. Given the fact the discussion has taken place in the public domain, there's clearly been some options around how this could be treating as OPEX. Some people may want to clarify that their view, their preference is that it went through rates in 1 year. Some people may be comfortable or demand that we, find a way of capitalising. Others may be happy with loan funding. I don't think we should, having had the discussion, then sort of not reflect that in what we tell the community we've gone through today. So it could be a memo line, but I'd like to see it inside the documentation.
Okay, we've got, as I see it there, John, two options.
Again, I'll take staff advice, Your Worship.
May I just add, I think the second one to me reads exactly what you're seeking, that the cycle action plan budget be debt funded and the appropriate accounting treatment be reported back once established.
Is the seconder happy with that?
Yeah.
Then let's go with that.
Great. Thank you very much, John and Heidi. Robin, I'm not sure who's got this up on screen. I think it's you, Robin. Can you take this down so I can see the faces of my colleagues, please?
Yes, I absolutely can.
Lovely. Lovely. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. So I'm just checking to see that, John, have you spoken to this? Are you happy that with it as it stands right now?
Far too much, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Heidi?
Happy? Yeah, I'm happy.
Thank you very much. Is there, I beg your pardon?
I don't want to speak to it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this amendment? Councillors, I'll put this to you. We're voting on C2 as you have seen it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Against? Any abstentions? Carried. Thank you very much. Which moves us to
the substantive.
The substantive.
Yes.
That's exactly right. Thank you very much. So we're now voting on the amended the amendment that John made and we agreed on, which now becomes a substantive motion. All those in favour of the substantive motion? Please say
Aye.
aye. Against? Abstentions? And carried. Thank you very much. We are now down to D. Can I get a mover and a seconder for D, please?
Happy to move.
Thank you, Jaco.
Second that.
Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you, Kelvin. Jaco, it's all yours.
I won't speak for too long, only that we need to consider what our decisions in the short term mean for the long term. And I particularly want to draw people's attention to page 49 in terms of what the rates may look like going forward, depending on what decisions we make during the annual plan.
Thanks, Jaco. Kelvin.
Yeah, this is just recognising that some of the savings that we're trying to squeeze out of the budget are only for 1 year, and therefore in the subsequent year, assuming we reinstate those services, then they'll be back in again. And I think it's just recognising that and making sure that people understand it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. Would anybody else like to speak to this? Thank you. I will put this to the vote. We're putting D to the vote. So all those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving to E, can I get, which is the support to the inclusion of additional revenue budgets for the new activity of boat ramp fees. Can I get a mover and a seconder for E, please?
Move and amend E, if I may, Your Worship.
Thank you, because I feel we will struggle to get a mover and a seconder for this, so that's greatly appreciated, Steve.
The amendment would read, consider boat ramp charges in the 2022-2032 long-term plan.
Second that.
Second that.
Larry got there just ahead of you, John. I'm sorry. This is a race to dot down, I can see. So, Steve, thank you. Would you like to speak to that, please?
Very briefly, yeah, 2 weeks won't be sufficient to consult on this with the community, so I think it is an LTP discussion. Thank you.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but a very worthwhile discussion to have, given we're one of the few places that has free boat ramps, and many people in Auckland pay a huge amount to go and launch their boats. So it is a good thing for the LTP, but that's the right place for it.
Thank you, Larry. Would anybody else like to speak? John, I can see your hand up.
Yeah, look, I think putting this in the LTP is absolutely right. One of the people I understand that does have free boat ramps are our neighbours. And talking to in the spirit of regional partnership, the idea that we suddenly lumber the Western Bay of Plenty District Council with an enormous amount of irate boaties who have boycotted Tauranga suggests that we need to think a bit more widely than just our immediate budgetary requirements. So putting this in the LTP, very good idea.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very good. Anybody else would like to speak on this? I can't see some faces. Bear in mind, Kelvin, your two faces. I can't see either of them. I'm not sure if you want.
Sorry.
Did you want to speak?
No, I was just well, I was just going to say that this year is obviously too soon to really fundamentally look at this issue with any clarity. So next year will be the way to go. Thank you.
Great, tremendous, Kelvin. Thank you. In that case, I'll put this to the vote. Are we comfortable? We understand the amendment that Steve has made.
Sorry, I'm just going to jump in and just clarify. So E, as it was recommended in the report, was never moved. So this is the only motion on the board.
This is a substantive motion, Robert, because we didn't get a mover and a seconder for the original E.
Yep. So considers boat ramp charges in the 22 to 32 LTP. If I have
That's correct. That is a substantive motion. I beg your pardon. Councillors, I'll put that to you. All in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? And carried. Thank you very much. This leads us to capital budgets F. You have the attachments 2 and 4, which are included in the revised annual plan. And noting that the projects planned total 225 million, while only 200 million is budgeted for financial purposes. Can I get a mover and a seconder for these? Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, Tammy, just for consistency, we just need to add this as the resolution stands to be consistent with resolution A1. So an additional 17 million of projects has been identified to be brought forward. That just makes it consistent with the first resolution.
And indeed, thank you for pointing that out, Paul. That's very helpful.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry,
Kelvin.
Sorry. Before we move and second this particular section, can we please have time for some questions, please? Because normally we have questions first before we...
Yes, sure, of course.
Right? Thank you. So I sent an email to staff with 6 specific questions on the CapEx projects, and I'm wondering if staff have got a response to those.
Nick's just looking that up. Won't be a moment.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just unmute myself. You can hear me now?
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Cloud. So the first question was about City Centre Streetscape, 11.8 million, and the Wharf Street specified, but will Elizabeth Street budget be brought forward from later years? So the answer to that is yes, 7.4 million will be brought forward for Elizabeth Street. Second question, elder housing upgrade, 1.5 million. Are these renewals which need to be completed prior to the expected sale process? And the answer to that is yes. These are necessary works to maintain units in a safe and habitable manner.
Yep.
Stormwater bulk fund, 6.5 million. And that talks about what that is for, so that there's a number of projects, Awaiti, Esmeralda Street, Natai Road, Sherwin Street, and they're all heading for construction and this year's budget, or the budget that we're talking about. Mount Visitor Information Centre, 1.35 million, but when do we review and possibly, well, scrap this project? And so the answer to that is that this would need to be reviewed as part of the broader CapEx review, and there is no intention to take council separately for a decision at this point. Harrington Street car park, 10 million is lowly ranked, and hang on, let me see here. Yeah, so the answer to that, well, the question is that it's lowly ranked, and there's 10 million for it. It's lowly ranked, and the question is whether that is right. And of course, it is correct. We will need to spend some money on it. At this point, we don't quite know what is or how much. So we've given ourselves some flexibility to deal with that as the year progresses.
Thank you.
Bay Venues, new capital, $0. And yeah, so that is that has been dealt with in the report.
Thank you.
Does it deal with those questions?
Yeah,
Calvin?
Thanks very much for dealing with those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, for those very, sorry, beg your pardon, Nick, for those answers to Kelvin's questions. Are there any more questions about F?
I'm happy to move as it reads.
Thank you, Yako. Do I have a seconder, please?
Yes, I'm coming back.
Yes, Larry, I actually had Tina. Okay, Tina had her hand up before you yelled yes. So Tina, thank you. Yako, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, only that, as I said at the very start of the meeting, having the $25 million buffer, I think, is a good idea, because inevitably some of these projects are going to run over time. That's going to happen. We've got a program this large. which that 25 million allows the prioritised projects to come into that. When it comes to which projects are in and out, I think really we need to hear from the community on that. So we've got the staff have put forward a recommendation. They know these projects inside and out. I think for the first cut, we should stick with the staff recommendations and then see what the community says about that. I know Councillor Robson will likely quote the Carver model to me, but that's my view. I think we hire skilled people for a reason. So rather than us trying to work out which project might be more valuable in this list now, let's wait for feedback and do that at a later date.
Thank you, Jaco. Tina.
Yes, I pretty much agree with what Jaco has just said. I think that staff have spent a lot of time and have a lot of expertise to run through all of this to bring us what we have now. And I think it's great to go out to the community now and consult on what it is that they want to see.
That's tremendous, Tina. Thank you. Larry, did you want to make a comment? John, I see you've got your hand up. I think Larry was just before you, and then John followed by Heidi. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm thrilled that we are adopting the recommendations and relying on, I think as Jaco said, the way the staff have been going through this process and know it so well and have done their best to recommend stuff to us. It's not the end of the matter. The community will speak, but yeah, very happy that we're not going line by line through this at this stage and trying to make our own decisions on it. Thank you.
Here. Thank you. John, followed by Heidi.
Yeah, I don't know whether Councillor Arbery's heard of the Carver model. No, in all seriousness, I'm happy to support the motion that it goes out, but any prioritisation that puts the city centre streetscape above the Waiari water treatment plant has got to have a large question mark over it. Can I just repeat that? Because I am allowed 5 minutes. I won't take 5 minutes. Any prioritisation that puts city centre streetscape above Waiari water treatment plant has got to raise questions. And I think hopefully the community will ask those questions and hopefully we will be in a position to answer them.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much. We heard that loud and clear twice. Heidi, followed by Steve.
Yeah, I would really like to have seen the cycle action plan being up the top there. I mean, we've already committed to that. The community's been loud and clear about what they would like to see there. I know that it's in there, but I think it should be way up at the top of our priority list. But I'm also really happy to see that the community gets consulted on all of this. So I'd like to see the whole piece taken together and the community being consulted around that so that they can say it how they want to say it. Thanks.
Thank you, Heidi. Steve.
Thank you, Mia. Taking a role in active governance, I move an amendment that we add the emergency management capital of $2.25 million into the budget described in F for consultation. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Is that Councillor Kitty saying seconding?
Sorry, I was just having a look at what Councillor Morris had moved. Are you seconding that, Dawn? Would you? Okay, thank you. Steve, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. It's a project, it's basically tsunami sirens for the mountain Papamoa. It's huge community support, community buy-in. It has been an issue for the last 15 years. We are now at a stage in the project where some design has already begun. And given the time to construct some 9 to 10 months at the back end of this AP, we might be looking at a shovel-ready project. I did have 2 projects in Papamoa which I was willing to sacrifice in order to fit it in. However, given that it's only 1% of CapEx, I suggest we put it in for consultation and then move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Dawn.
No, I think Steve covered everything. And again, after a lot of consultation with our community, we know exactly what they're looking for in this area. So yeah, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Dawn. Does anybody else want to speak to the amendment?
Councillor Morris, can I just get you to repeat your wording for that, please?
Yes, sure. That amendment reads that we add the emergency management capital, which is in table table 4, emergency management capital 2.25 million into the F. Does that make sense, Robin? I apologise. Into switching between screens here, into the $225 million capex budget.
Got it. Thank you.
Are you able to make something intelligible out of that, Robin?
We know what you mean and what
you know what I'm talking about.
We know what you mean and what the intention is, and we'll adjust it in the schedule to be in the capital program.
Delighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And it's saying thank you, Marty. That's exactly right. So
are we speaking to it?
Yes, indeed. Anybody else speaking to this?
Yes, I'm largely going to say the same speech I just gave. There are some things that I disagree with in this list, and I've had feedback on some of these things where people would like them in different places. But I don't think now is the right time to do that. I think let's hear from the residents of Papamoa through this process, and they might be rightly outraged that that's right down the bottom of the priority list. But if we start doing that now, we're going to be here for another couple of days, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, thank you, John, followed by Heidi.
Yeah, I support this, and I trust my fellow councillors that they will only make statements or movements that are genuinely significant interest to what they believe to be a significant proportion of the community. In that regard, the tsunami of sirens, I think, is at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy. It's one of the basic things we should be looking at, is protecting our communities, way ahead of decorations. So totally in support.
Right, thank you, John. Heidi.
Yeah, I echo those sentiments. Also like to say that I'd like to see much better matrix around our decision making around these capex projects, so that we can evaluate them more clearly across the 4 well-beings, really, and I hope for that in the long-term plan.
Thank you, Heidi. Bill.
Hey, thank you, Timby. Look, absolutely support it. Steve remembers many years ago, we even had one up on a crane, I think it was, or something to that effect, and we tried it out. This we're referring to here is the safety, health of our community, and we've got to slot it in. As simple as that.
Tremendous, Bill. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else before I put this to the vote? So we've got an amendment that I think you're all aware of. Can I put the amendment to the vote before we put the substantive motion? All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Against? Abstentions? No. Sorry, yeah, okay, you're against?
Yep, against.
Any abstentions? Carried. Robin, I presume you got that?
Yes, I think that will be fine.
Great, thank you. And this is now the substantive motion. Can I ask?
Question and comment?
Yes.
Thank you. I did write in the sidebar, I had a comment and a question. So just for those people who are wanting to follow along with us, we're talking here about attachment 2 and attachment 4. Can we please have advice the exact page numbers, so that people who are wanting to evaluate these 2 tables can actually find them more readily than they are at the moment? Just a request.
Thanks, Kelvin. Apologies for missing. I missed your comment in the sidebar.
Just for transparency's sake, because it could be a little bit confusing for anyone, who wants to follow along our discussion. So if staff can tell us the page numbers for table 2 and 4.
Page 54 and page 59.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion or questions of clarification on what is now the substantive motion? John, you lit up like a Christmas tree. Right, thank you. Can I put it to you, councillors, please? All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? And carried. Thank you very much. This leads us to the final two, excuse me, two other matters, which is G and H.
Happy to move G.
Thank you, John. That is very helpful. Can I get a seconder for G?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Yako. John.
Can I just note that H has already been dealt with?
H has been done. You're quite right, Robin. Thank you. That's what I was actually trying to gather my wits on. Thank you very much. So we're down to G. John, thank you.
Yeah, I think these matters have been well traversed. They've effectively been part of the first round of consultation. I think it's worthwhile leaving them in to be considered in the light of the new rating levels that we're going to wind up at. Let's let the community speak.
Thank you, John. Yako.
Can I reserve?
Indeed you can, sir. Councillors, would anybody else like to comment on G? Yako, back to you.
I'm happy not to speak in that case.
Very good. Larry, I just noticed you lit up. Your board. Did you want to speak, or was it just?
I don't know why that happens. No.
Right, thank you. Councillors, I will then put to you G as it stands, the substantive motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Against? Abstentions? And carried. Just bear with me one moment, please. Goodness me, I was just checking because I had my notes in a slightly disheveled way that there wasn't anything else, and I don't believe there is.
There is.
There is. This...
Christine, do you want to
Christine.
talk? Do you want to talk to this?
So just a couple of matters which we haven't put staff recommendations on, which are in the papers. So one is the priority one presented some proposals which gave options of increases if you wanted to stimulate economic activity or have increased emphasis on economic matters. So that's on page 99 of your agenda. So within that, what they've suggested is that, so you've currently got an investment with them. They're suggesting that the money that was previously tagged to international strategy and international students is reallocated to focusing on labour market recovery given with COVID. And then they've also provided a couple of other areas where there is opportunity for further investment. If you wish to go with all of those opportunities, investment would be $140,000 increase. Previously, priority one funding for initiatives has all been funded by the economic development rate, which is targeted over the business community. So just drawing your attention to that because we hadn't discussed it previously. And then the other matters is the tabled items, which were the CCO papers, and whether there was anything in those papers where you wanted to make any substantive decisions on. So just highlighting them for you if you wish to.
And just over highlighting, yes, page 99 doesn't quite add up. So if you take all the ads and take away the -75, it comes to 130. Sorry about that one.
Thanks, Christine and Jeremy. And is there any discussion or questions of clarification to Christine or Jeremy on that? John.
Christine, if we choose not to try and address, for instance, the P1 proposals this evening at this stage, what would follow from that?
So that wouldn't be in the draft, revised draft that we bring back to you, and so therefore really hard to get into the draft. Then P1 would be able to submit on that matter. It's through the submission process, and you could still make a decision through the deliberations process.
Very practical, Christine. Thank you.
Question.
Larry.
The only problem is that the people that are paying for it won't have had a chance to submit on it if we haven't put it in tonight.
Larry, sorry, we can't really hear you. We kind of did, but could you repeat that, please?
The only problem with that process is that the people paying for that money from the commercial rate wouldn't get a chance to, support or object to it through the consultation. It would be better, I think, for us to put it in now, and hear what they say, and then deal with it at the end, as we have done with many other things tonight. And I'd be happy to move that if.
I'd be happy to second.
Thank you, Andrew.
Can I get clarification what the motion is? Is it that it be included for community response as opposed to we support the additional expenditure? Just clarification of.
So you
Well,
need
it has to go on the budget.
Yeah, the resolution is either to include, if you went for all of these items, 130,000 additional economic development investment in the budget, and then you've already passed the resolution that everything you do is going to be subject to consultation.
Yeah. So
Larry, are you?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I missed who the seconder was.
Andrew.
Andrew, are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Larry, did you want to talk?
No, not. I don't think so. I think it's self-explanatory. Really, let the people paying come back and tell us what they think about it. If it's a good investment, then we'll keep it going.
Right. Thank you. And Andrew?
I'm tempted to agree with Larry, and I'll not say any more.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? John?
Yeah, I'll be voting against this. Priority 1 is well funded. All our other CCOs have been through a process where they've come back to us and tried to make savings. I believe I would expect no less from Priority 1. If they wish to reprioritise the significant amount they already get, then I would be happy to listen to them make a submission that they'd like to reprioritise. But I'm not comfortable endorsing this sort of backdoor route to an increase when other people have actually offered us something quite different. And they also operate in the EDA space, people like Tourism Bay of Plenty, for instance. So I'm not comfortable with this at all.
Thank you, John. Anybody else like to speak to this motion?
Yeah.
Kelvin?
Yeah, I'm pretty comfortable with it. It's relatively low dollars, and it shows us as a council supporting businesses, and I think we all recognise that businesses are hurting. So in P1, I think have put a good suite of initiatives here, and recognising also they've made a few changes to the international strategy and diverted those funds. So I'm comfortable with supporting P1 and our business community.
Thank you, Kelvin. Anyone else? I'll just speak to this. Heidi?
Yeah, just.
Oh, sorry, Jaco.
Go, Heidi. Sorry.
There you go, Jaco.
Yeah, just quickly, I think I'm actually agreeing with John on this one. There's a few lines in here along the lines of arm's length support to the Marine Precinct or Vessel Works, amongst other things. And yeah, I think they should make a submission to get these things included into the annual plan rather than us including it in this way, like John said.
Thank you, Jaco. Heidi was next.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with both John and Jaco in this. We're all trying to go through austerity at the moment, and I think that Priority 1 could look at how they reprioritise rather than add extra funding at this time, like we're all having to do.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to talk to this?
I'll exercise the right of reply when the time is right.
I think we have exhausted our speakers, Larry, so you're on.
Well, I think, we collect revenue that we contribute to Priority 1 as our economic development partner. I don't think we should not understand that they've done the reprioritisation. They have looked at what they can refocus on, and they're not coming for extra funds for themselves. They're coming for something they believe would be useful in helping the stimulus and the post-COVID recovery, which is what we're meant to be about. I don't know who used the word austerity, but it's certainly not one on my lips. And I think this is a good investment, but it's not up to us to decide. Let the commercial ratepayers come back to us and tell us whether they see value in these projects or not, and we will respond accordingly in deliberations.
Thank you, Larry. It being the case, I will put this motion to you, councillors. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 And sorry, I'm just going to go down the list. So I'm sure Robin's going to ask me otherwise. Councillor Arbery.
Against.
Councillor Baldock.
In favour.
Councillor Cloud.
Aye.
Councillor Granger.
Aye.
Councillor Hollis.
Aye.
Councillor Hughes.
Aye.
Councillor Kitty.
Against. Sorry, God, sorry. Against. It's late. I'm sorry, folks.
Yes, indeed it is. That's been changed. Thank you. Councillor Kitty.
Against.
Councillor Morris.
No, thank you.
Councillor Robson.
Against. No.
Councillor Salisbury.
For.
And Robin, I'm a yes. I'm for, which is, if I've got it right, 6 to 5, is it?
6-5 in support of the motion, yes.
Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Now, before I make another mistake, is there any other late items for discussion?
So there's still the matter of the CCOs, which is in the tabled items, which is also in your Stellar document file. And I think Gareth's probably the best one to speak to those. And again, it's whether you, so this was in supplementary information, so it's not covered in the resolutions either, as to whether you want to make any adjustments to what's in the current budget. And then that's the last item, other than giving you a summary of the overall rating impact of the matters that you've decided on today.
Great, Christine. Thank you. Gareth, I'll just pass over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So just as Christine said, 3 CCOs, so Bay Venues, Tourism Bay of Plenty and the Art Gallery, all underwent a similar exercise to our internal activities and ran a fine-tooth comb over the way they're currently doing their business and looked for opportunities to make savings. A high-level summary of those is attached in the supplementary information that I think came through, I want to say last night. Each of their boards have met, been through this information thoroughly and made recommendations to council in terms of how they believe they would like to operate this coming financial year and the reasons why. They're identified in the supplementary information in bold. So I think the best thing to do is leave the item as tabled. We don't have the 3 CEs online to answer questions, but in the absence of their good knowledge, staff will do their best to fill in any gaps if elected members have questions.
Thank you, Gareth. Can I just check and answer to Dawn's question, what page you were referring to then, or pages?
It wasn't a page. That, if you go into Stellar, it is one of the supplementary information documents.
That's quite right.
It's a 5-page document.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just for clarification, is the implicit recommendation that this information be included in the consultation documentation, or is it that we just recognise that these people will be making submissions via the submission process? What is the implicit next step?
there is no implicit or explicit next step from a executive recommendation point of view. The information is there. Your suggestion, Councillor Robson, would be one way that the information could be dealt with, or you could, I guess, go through it tonight and have a look and make a decision about whether you wanted to create a resolution and put some of these or all of their ideas on the table for consultation as part of the next 2 weeks.
Your Worship.
Sorry, just trying to unclog. Yes, indeed. Kelvin, I saw your hand up.
Sorry. Your Worship.
Kelvin, yes, so Kelvin, I saw your hand up. Thank you.
So what we need to figure out here is, are we needing to confirm various scenarios, and because we're talking multi-millions of dollars here, so somewhere in our budget we need to reflect these scenarios. Is that correct, Paul or Gareth or Christine?
Sorry, just getting to my mute button. Well, if we don't do anything, their budgets will stay the same as they are now.
Which of course are totally irrelevant now, aren't they?
Well, no, the amount of money that is in next year's budget is what they currently have planned, and so they can continue to operate as they currently are. So, for example, if you look at the TBOP information, the board have recommended that they continue with the same amount of money that they have available now. If you want to make a decision about something different to that's your right to do so. But if we make no decisions now and don't put this information up for consultation, then they will continue to operate exactly as they have, or exactly as they're planning to, with the budgets they currently have available. Paul, have you got anything to add to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just, and I'm probably more familiar with Bay Venue's position effectively, but in terms of their scenario, just obviously they are forecasting a deficit through the scenario that they've modelled, which is built into effectively our debt numbers already. So as Gareth said, effectively it's already catered for in the information that we have, the capital projects within the lists that have been discussed.
Yeah, I'm talking about the OPEX. So, for example, with BVL, if they end up in the moderate, scenario B, their EBITDA goes down by 1.5 million. So, surely somewhere in our accounts we need to be taking that.
Yeah, so that's what I mean in terms of it's been taken into account from a debt perspective. So that's the only other way that would be dealt with is if council chose to actually provide a grant for that extra amount, which would be rate funded.
Great, Paul. Thank you, Larry. Just one. I think Marty wants to come in here. I'll come to your question in a moment, please.
Thank you.
Yes. Thanks, Your Worship. I think our proposal would be that we maintain current funding arrangements with the CCOs, and that we consult essentially on that basis, and then we will continue conversations, and BVL and TBOP and the other CCOs will have an opportunity to submit any variation as part of the consultation process. Essentially, it just gives us a bit of time to work more closely with the CCOs to work out how we will address any OPEX or variation in time and before we adopt the annual plan.
Thanks very much, Marty. Larry.
Yeah, well, that answers the question. To me, there didn't seem to be anything here to consult on, except that we are continuing, as you've said, Marty. And I don't see why all this has to go out in the consultation document. These are our CCOs, and they run their business. If they want more money from us, that's something we would have to address if they come. But then in these documents, they're not asking for anything more at the moment, are they? Is that correct?
Just to clarify, Bay Venues had asked for an additional amount in the draft, so we haven't changed that. So that's just continuing as is. So I think that was about 150,000 off memory, Gareth.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And it will be identified in the documents, that part of it, won't it? It's already there.
Yeah, that's all correct. I guess, you know, we asked our CCOs to conduct an exercise to find opportunities to save money, which is why we were having this conversation. But yeah.
Your Worship, if I can ask a question.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand why the priority one proposal goes out. Funding obviously comes from a levy on commercial ratepayers, yet the TBOP scenarios don't go out, yet their funding comes from the same source. Now, I'm just trying to understand why the different treatment of two operations we effectively fund via a commercial rate levy, at least in part, because it seems inconsistent.
Thank you, John. Christine, I think you were going to answer that.
So it's a decision of council, really. So the priority 1.1 that there was a mover and a seconder to put that out for consultation and include that investment in your draft annual plan. Similarly, if you want to do this other one, that's totally your call.
In which case, I'm happy to move that they go out. Unless, is there already a motion on the table?
No, John, there is not a motion on the table.
I'm happy to move
Can I ask a question for clarification? I do not understand what John's going on about. The funding we supply to the 3 CCOs is already in our annual plan consultation, and the extra 150 that BVL asked for. So what else is there to put out there? It's just the same as what we've done with priority 1. They asked for additional, and we put that out for consultation. What's the problem?
But that's exactly my point. These should go out for consultation as well.
Perhaps if we go out and consult that, there will be no change to the current funding arrangements.
That's right.
And we can include that in the consultation document.
With the supporting information so that people who may wish to see a change can execute a change in the same way that they can for priority 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It may be information. It may be information that they have access to. It wouldn't be part of a, if you like, a summary consultation document, but it would be available for people to access.
I'm not sure that we need a motion here at all. I mean, this is in many respects what we're doing. As Larry quite rightly pointed out. Larry, go ahead, please.
Well, and we need to make the distinction between priority 1, which is not a council-controlled organisation, has its own board, is half funded by its members, and those which are council-controlled, and we therefore we have a much more accountability for them. But yeah, I can't see why we're talking about this anymore.
I guess just to clarify, if you're not looking to make savings with these 3 CCOs, well then there's no need to consult.
I am wanting to find savings. Savings have been offered up by the CCOs. I've moved the motion. I don't have a second yet, but I've moved the motion that this information go into the public domain so the public, the community have a view on how they might respond. Without the information, they can't respond, and they may prefer we spend more money on cycleways than giving it to one of the CCOs.
I have a motion that I can move, and similar to yours, John, but a little bit different if you don't get a seconder.
Before that, Jaco, do I have a seconder for John's motion?
Can you repeat the exact wording of it, John?
Well, that the proposals from the CCOs go out, be included in the consultation for draft AP.
Yeah.
Can I just seek clarification? So what you're saying is you want the wording put, but you're not seeking any corresponding financial changes in the budget itself because you haven't identified a particular scenario?
No, once the information's in the public domain, then what can happen, of course, is the public are then in an informed position to make submissions.
So then the resolution is effectively to retain the level of funding to retain the current level of funding and include in the discussion document information on options.
Yes, I want the information in the public domain and the opportunity for the public to engage on this, Christine. That's what I'm seeking.
Yep, understood, John. I've got. I'm not sure whether Andrew or Calvin was was first to second it, if that makes any sense.
Andrew was first.
Thank you.
Thank
you, John. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, would you like to speak to this now? I'm assuming, John, that you've spoken.
Yes.
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, Larry? Thank you.
Unless I'm missing something completely, we're talking about these things here, are we not? And they are already in the public domain, are they not? And anything that they've presented to us is in the public domain. I don't see why it has to be folded into our consultation document. It may be worth a commentary to say that we asked them to undergo, a evaluation of all this stuff to look for savings and so on, and that they did. And we are continuing the funding as it is. Comment on that if you like.
My understanding of consultation under the local government
I wasn't asking you a question, John. I was making a speech, as is my right.
Okay.
Okay,
So
Larry.
I'll cover it and write a reply.
Thank you.
Happy to speak to it, 10B.
Thank you very much, Jack.
The outcome that I'm looking for here is, and this is my view and others may or may not share it, I endorse the direction that the CCOs have set. So BVR's recommended scenario B, I'm in support of that. Tourism Bay of Plenty has recommended their scenario 1, and I'm in support of that. So the resolution that I would support is Council endorses the scenarios put forward by the CCOs for inclusion into the draft annual plan. I'm not sure what resolution's on the table at the moment, but I would support something in favour that gets that intent across, and be against something that doesn't change how the CCOs react in this COVID environment.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Can we just clarify, are these documents in the public domain? Because I think this is what Larry's asking, and I would have thought they were naturally in the public domain anyway.
There is a process. We have a motion on the table. Various people are speaking. Jaco's foreshadowed an amendment should this motion fail. If there's no more speakers to the motion, I'm happy to take right of reply.
Oh, sorry, John. I was just seeking a clarification though about whether or not, if the staff could just before we do that.
So yes, if the documents that we were just speaking about are in the public domain, they're on the public agenda of this meeting and are publicly available.
And therefore, my question, John, is: do we need this motion?
And my answer, if you finish speaking to the question, and I'm happy to answer it, my belief is yes, but I'll cover the question in my right of reply, if I may.
Indeed, you may.
Are there any further speakers, or
I'm happy
Kelvin?
to speak.
Sorry, I missed Kelvin's pen up. Thank you, Kelvin.
Fine, thank you. Yeah, look, I endorse this recommendation, and I think there's a difference between something being sort of in the public domain as sort of a tabled item on an agenda report somewhere, which people may never even get to, and just it being highlighted in a consultation document. And I think, as our chief executive has said, we can make reference to it there relatively simply, and then direct people to the more sort of detailed reports. But I think the main thing is we just include it in the consultation document in a minor way, but it gives people the opportunity then to make their comment if they want to.
Thanks, Kelvin. John, your right of reply.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Kelvin, for the observation. Too often we believe that something in an agenda has effectively entered the public domain, and I've seen situations where people say, oh, we covered this in a report 3 years ago. If we're going to genuinely engage our community, we must signpost and help them access the information that's relevant to the decisions we're asking them to consider. Every submission effectively involves someone considering all our spend, hopefully, and trading off what they think's important for what they think's less important. We should try and help them find relevant information. So what I'm saying is, let's put it in a place, and I take on board the chief executive. I'm not asking for it to be included in full in a summary document. I'm asking it to be well signposted so it effectively forms an active part of our consultation. And that's very different to saying, as Councillor Clout pointed out, oh, it's already in the public domain. True, but unhelpful.
Thank you, John. We have a motion on the table. And I'm sorry, who was the, do we have a seconder?
Yeah.
Was it Andrew? Yes, it was indeed. Andrew, thank you.
So we currently have a motion from Councillor Robson, seconded by Councillor Hollis, that the proposals from the CCOs be included in the consultation document for the draft annual plan. Is that correct, Councillor Robson?
I think it's in the consultation material is probably a safer word, or consultation collateral.
Sure, consultation material.
And also, Christine did note that extra sentence about recognising there's no change to the budget. Is that right, Christine?
Yeah, but that'll be in some wording. That'll be in the consultation document. We've got the idea. We know what's asked for, and it's not a problem, but it's yet to be voted on.
Great, thank you very much, Marty. Well, if there's no more speakers, I will put this to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you, John and Andrew.
Yes, I think that might be it, unless anybody.
That's it.
Unless we're done.
Did Heidi? Did you have something?
Oh yeah, thank you, Heidi.
Please let it end.
It just came in before on my phone about that somebody died on Totara Street today on a cycle, and yeah, the Totara Street cycleway, the cat cycling community has been crying out for this for years. It was an accident waiting to happen.
Very, thank you for raising that. Very sorry to hear that, Heidi. And on behalf of the council, our condolences, our heartfelt condolences go out to the family of this person. That's tragedy, as it always is. Thank you for raising it. Councillors, there being no further items, I declare the meeting closed, and I thank you for your effort and tenacity during what has been a very long process, a very important process. So thank you very much.
Well done, Tambi. Well done on the marathon.
Yep. Can I also just make a vote of thanks to the executive, my colleagues, senior leadership team, and all the staff that have compiled this piece of work together in the last, I'm going to say, 3 or 4 weeks at short notice under huge pressure. And there was a comment to 4 days a week opportunities for staff, and I think some of our staff will be looking forward to reverting back to 5 days a week after having worked significantly more than that in recent weeks. So
Here, Marty.
Here, Marty. Thank you very much, and I'd just like to echo that to all the staff. It's been ever since really lockdown with the CIP projects that were produced out of thin air. It's just been a continual flow. So we're very grateful to you.
It's been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
Been a pleasure, everyone. It's been great.
Thank you, everybody. I declare the meeting closed as I have, and I bid you a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
They had a 3-day week.